Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Choppy out the rest of the week. Golfing in Michigan, we have our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. Peyton in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I guess I may as well start with this because I had a Tolo DM me, Robert, saying, Sharif, have you been paying as close attention to the Democratic National Convention as you had the Republican convention this year? And my answer was yes. Yes, I have paid the exact same amount of attention. Why do you ask? So I'm eagerly awaiting the opinion that is sure to come over politics. I'm staying up way too late. Man, the same people that schedule this stuff schedule the Stars postseason games. Everything running deep into the night, way too late. And then I like to watch the political commentary and reaction afterwards to see if a fight is started or see how the experts are taking it in. And it's kicking my ass. I'm hoping there's no big-time major speakers tonight so I can shut it down early.
Suckers and losers.
It is. Here's my takeaway. Here's my bipartisan equal opportunity hater takeaway is that I assume whenever somebody says, are you paying as much attention to this? I assume they're wanting you to go after the DNC is what it is. It is like, I hope you're poking fun at it. I don't know that they realize whenever every clip I see basically from every speech, every clip of, oh, look at this joke, they just dunked on him from either side. I was looking and go, do y'all understand how like cringy this comes off as? Like I'm cringing listening to the like Steve Kerr doing night the other day, like the Steph Curry thing at the I almost vomited at how cringy and old man that was.
Oh, okay.
That's how I felt. So that was as bad to me as the Hulk Hogan. This is my hero. Both of those were like, what are we doing here?
Last night, I always try to make an SNL skit out of things. Last night, my SNL skit was out of the roll call, and they had this dorky South Park white bald character on stage going, New Hampshire, how do you cast your vote? North Carolina, how do you cast your vote? And then there's, Spike Lee and Lil. I'm like, y'all are complaining. Apparently, like, Biden or whoever's in charge, the organizers, they're like, man, this ran way too long. Night one with Biden speaking. So then last night they had the Obamas come out and they're like not taking any of the crowd applause. They're like shutting it down early and there's no gaps in between. And like Kamala's husband goes, and then Michelle Obama comes right on, and then Barack comes right on, and so they're trying to make adjustments so we don't have to stay up until midnight if you are taking it in. But it was, Maryland, how do you cast your
How does the
vote?
delegate from Maryland vote?
Yeah, exactly. It was a South Park character. So, yes, I'm trying to pay equal attention to both. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. And I don't know if I poked fun. Well, we played Hogan. We poked fun at the debate that ended President Biden.
Yeah, I'm so sad I was not here for that reaction. I would have had so much fun. I think that was the first thing you said that morning because I was listening. I was off that week, but I was listening, and I think you said that you're like, I bet Bobby's really missing not being able to come in here and crack jokes this morning.
I love doing those shows with RJ because he maintains balance. Can't tell one way or the other. So I was happy to have you out. You just got to look at a cell phone to tell which way it
the
goes.
back of it, yeah.
Yeah, the back of it. Fire at Cowboys practice yesterday. What the heck happened?
Apparently, there was a fire in one of the players' rooms. They're about to depart Oxnard. They've just about wrapped things up. But
Meat Church Matt Pitman just left there yesterday as well. He'll be on an 8:20 with a huge announcement.
So was that him? Was this his grill? Did he leave a grill running before he left?
They were cooking and smoking. Was this out of a room?
It was out of a player's room. Nobody was in there. But apparently one of these players' rooms.
What could set fire besides the air conditioning unit?
They did not. Maybe it's like a Donnie Wahlberg situation in the 90s when Donnie Wahlberg, he fell asleep with like a cigarette in his mouth, and then the whole hotel fire caught like on maybe something like that.
Yeah.
But no, they were able to get it under control. But
how many Dallas Cowboys smoke cigarettes right now today? Is there one?
Ooh,
is there one Cowboy who like has to step outside or whatever and huff a few heaters?
I've known of in the last 5 years at least 3.
Really?
Yes, I won't say who they are because I don't think they want it. I don't even know if they're
LP Ladisor.
I don't even know if they're allowed to. I don't know if they're allowed to.
Allowed to smoke?
Like, I don't know if they're allowed to, like, when they do sometimes, like, something like that.
No.
Where, so I wouldn't say who, but I know that, yeah, players, surprisingly, because I remember I even talked about it with one of them one time. I was like,
what?
I was like, the conditioning and everything that doesn't, like,
yeah.
They're like, nope, no problem. I guess it's not all the
someone
time.
who ran a lot?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I was kind of surprised.
And I'll wait for the commercial break. But Mike McCarthy confirming all are safe as firefighters respond to smoke pouring from a condo at the training camp. Now, those are some old rooms, too. Oh, that might be like a brush fire just waiting to catch.
How much were you kind of hoping? Like this was...
Don't say something stupid.
No, how much were you kind of hoping like maybe this was Broaddus like trying to cook in his room or something, and then like they had to shut down the whole facility because Broaddus was like grilling in there?
No, I know that they were grilling. I know that and some things were really being seared yesterday after I talked to Matt Pitman flying back from Oxnard, California, but they were cooking all the steaks. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but fire alarms continued to sound as the late afternoon practice began on the adjacent fields. And Ian Rappaport, who joined us yesterday, got the Cowboys spokesman comment. The issue was confined to a single room that was empty at the time. No injuries. Empty at the time. So there we go. All right.
817 says if G-Bag was there, we'd know it was them because they'd be blazing in that room.
I don't know. Some of the things that were acquired out there that were just swallowed. I don't know if any fire was used in the sobriety level of different colleagues. All right, what happened at practice yesterday?
So it was a good practice for the defense, apparently. Trayvon Diggs gets a interception off of Dak Prescott. According to DallasCowboys.com, they kind of had their practice rundown of everything, which I don't know how much. When we have Brian Broaddus at 8:40, I'm going to be interested to see how much he actually got to like be out there yesterday with Gavin Dawson out sick and having to come back for the show in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But Trayvon Diggs.
And was Chia follow out?
Yeah. Eric had vacation Monday, Tuesday, and then Dawson was sick yesterday. And so today, Brian's supposed to be leaving early. But Trayvon Diggs, apparently.
Rangers baseball this afternoon.
Yes, until around 5 o'clock. Diggs had a good
2 o'clock when the game probably will actually be over.
Diggs had a strong practice. Another strong day for Jordan Lewis, according to Nick Harris. He said he bounced back after almost nabbing an interception in the short game that was intended for Jalen Tolbert, who instead wrestled it away. But in the reps to follow, he would prove to be disruptive in the red territory with 2 pass breakups in the red zone. Lewis has proven to be a reliable force at the nickel position during camp and is poised to have a strong 8th NFL season. I think that was one of the more interesting things we probably ascertained out there that we probably ascertained out there.
The interesting bell from Bobby.
That I think that was one of the things that we had heard out there that fascinated me, was how much it seems like the team is really buying into the Jordan Lewis resurgence campaign. Like, they seem really confident in, he's ready to go. Because typically, smaller corner, you start losing some of that speed, some of that quickness. A guy who's dealt with injuries over the last couple years. I think a lot of us felt like Jordan Lewis could be on his last legs a little bit. He's had a really impressive camp and has been somebody that I think the coaching staff really believes is going to be a key member of what they do in the secondary. And so that was another aspect. Cooper Beebe apparently just continues to build his case to take the center job. He, according to Nick Harris, just had a dominant practice in the one-on-one session, and that they continue to rotate in guys, but Brock Hoffman was getting the first team reps second. So it was leading with Beebe, coming back in with Hoffman. That has become a legitimate contest now for that center position that I didn't think we were going to have. And that's a credit to Beebe, I think, growing as much as he has during this thing. And then
Zach Wolchuk, scouting eye.
That's what it is. It's the Wolchuk scouting eye. I think Aisha liked him too. Nick Harris also had a lot of praise for Cooper Rush and said that the consistency of these practices, Broaddus had talked about this a little bit. I don't remember if he did it yesterday with us, but I've heard him talk about it, is that Cooper Rush, he thinks, looks like he's taking more command in some of these games and some of these practices where he's almost feeling the pressure of, all right, Trey Lance is right there, and I need to start showing what I can do a little bit, slinging it around. And he started to practice a little more aggressively and take advantage of some of the things that he's seen. But Nick Harris said that consistency, reliability, each rep throughout practice has been a big thing for Cooper Rush. And Rush hasn't always been a good practice player. Last year, I remember thinking, it was last year or 2 years ago, I thought Rush was going to get cut when I saw him try to throw a ball away, and it ended up in Jerry's tower on the Oxnard practice field. It's like, man, that's really bad if you're just trying to throw a ball away and you miss that bad. But Cooper Rush, apparently, it was the Cooper show yesterday with Cooper Rush and Cooper Beebe really standing out at practice.
And Jerry Jones said he needs to see more from Trey Lance, but did add that Lance will be on the Cowboys' 53-man roster.
Dun, dun, dun. What a shocker. The guy that they invested a 4th-round pick in and still trying to smooth things over is, boy, I see why they gave up those 3 1s. I can see it.
3 1s. Jerry also gave, I guess what you can call an update on 88.
I don't mean that to be insensitive to our fans or to CD, but we're in good shape there, and we are having our promising talks. Say, well, why you keep talking? Won't you do something? Again, as in anything, it takes both of you there at the same time. But I believe it's got the proper amount of everything, emphasis, importance for everybody involved here, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so
I'm confused by the context of that quote. And this is what I was trying to figure out yesterday. When he says, I don't mean that to be insensitive to CD and our fans, but we're in good shape there. And then he follows up talking about we're having promising talks. Is he saying we're in good shape with the negotiations, or we're in good shape at the receiver position? Like, hey, no rush, get here when you get here.
I'm guessing he's saying we're in good shape of the negotiation. I'm guessing.
On either front, no matter what it is, the big debate we had when you were out about, is this something where Jerry meant what he said? Like, did Jerry actually mean I'm in no rush? Like, this is 2 more times he's talked since then where he keeps doubling down on the idea of, like, it's not a rush to him. So for all the debate of whether, well, was he joking or what did he mean here? You know, he said there's no urgency, but that was taken out of context. I think he's shown you in back-to-back statements that he's made during the game last week, yesterday as well. He continues to tell you exactly what the quote said that everybody thought was taken out of context, which is there's no urgency for them. they don't feel any sense of urgency or any sense of like deadline to get this done immediately. And I don't know why. I don't know if that's
because they don't care about training camp. They don't think it matters that he's missing training camp as long as he's there for game 1 against the Browns, which he will be.
And if that's the case, and I think you're probably right, that's the way that they're approaching it. If that's the case, at what point do you start worrying about souring the individual you're working with?
Well, that's why every comment. The only thing I'm tired of breaking these things down. I really am. I'm not blaming you. I know we're all guilty of trying to fill segments and do content, but like breaking this crap, I'm so sick of it. What did he really mean? Is that a subtle shot? When in actuality, it's just Jerry bumbling, rumbling, stumbling. That's really what it probably is. Well, could it be this? It could be that. We're doing them a favor. We're doing him a favor by just keeping it in the news, trying to decipher, translate, and break down the same freaking damn thing over and over and over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. The only thing I care about, and that I think is funny out of those clips, is he has to start every CD quote with an apology. I'm not offending anyone. I'm because of what he said in stepping in it. Don't take this the wrong way, and by no means is this disrespect, because he doesn't want to tick off Lamb.
I think I think that when you listen to him talk, though, Jerry basically acknowledging with that statement, not just the apology to CD, he recognizes at the very least he's losing this in the court of public opinion with the fans, because he says, I don't mean to be insensitive to our fans or CD. Like, it's something
realizing now,
I think
they lost the whole offseason.
No, but I think he recognizes in that specific negotiation, like the Zeke one, there was a lot of people on Dallas' side slow playing that. I think he knows on this one they're losing in the court of public opinion on that, and he's having to do a little bit of spin. But I think all of these comments ultimately come down to he never wants to look like he's in a bad negotiating position. He never wants to look like he's not in control in these discussions, and that's why he's going to say, I have no urgency because this is on my timeline, not theirs.
Is Chris Young now the best part of the Rangers' embarrassing second half to close things out? And we'll go around the rest of the NFL. How did Brian Flores react to Tua Tagovailoa burying him the other day out of Miami? Around the rest of the NFL, and a quick blip on your Rangers next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with mycomputercareer.ed.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Did he make the catch? Apparently not. Coming in to score, Kiner Falefa and Joe. Ryan Dela Cruz is at first with a 2-run single to give Pittsburgh a 2-0 lead.
Kiner Falefa. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and Bobby with the 6 a.m. Club on your home of the Rangers. For the 7th time this year, they get shut out. 3 hits in all. First loss of the season for Cody Bradford. He went 7 innings, only gave up 3 with 8 strikeouts, no walks, screwed by run support again, and the Pirates shut out your Rangers 4-0 with afternoon baseball today.
Yeah, I will say that was I'm trying to be a little more positive about the Rangers lately because we all know exactly where it's at. I don't need to convince anybody.
More positive right now.
I don't need to convince anybody anymore that I was right. Everybody knows I was right. They should have traded everybody away. So now I'm just trying to let's not totally abandon. Cody Bradford that should have been included yesterday in my reasons to watch. Is that even though he lost that game yesterday, there's some encouragement and some excitement for me in watching Cody Bradford progress the way he has this year. Because it's similar, honestly, to the Terrence Steele progression. Like when you watched him the first year, you're like, there's no way that guy is ever going to stick at this level. No chance. And then you watch where it's like, oh, maybe he's got a little something. And then it's like, hey, it's better than that. It's actually, he's pretty good in from time to time. And if he can develop a consistency, well, then you've found something that you've missed at times whenever you let go of a Cole Reagans or somebody like that. Not that he'll be Reagan's level, but he's shown an ability to start striking batters out and get guys out consistently and generate weak contact. And that at least is encouraging, I think.
Nice job, Bobby. Good attempt right there. Spin things. The Ranger who may have the most fire left is the general manager who went viral the other day, joining the G-Bag Nation. This, I think, is everything that a sports fan wants to hear. This is a perfect answer from a front office executive. This was Chris Young talking about what he wants and needs to see as the season closes.
I can't get caught up in it because the standings are the standings. It is what it is. What I want to see us is go out and play winning baseball from here on out. I want us to go play with passion and energy and grit and fight and determination and FU behind them because the season's been embarrassing for us. This is not what we expected, and I expect our players to be equally as embarrassed as I am about how we've played. And so I want to see us come out, and I want to see us fight to the finish line, whatever that means in terms of the standings or in the record. That'll happen naturally if we just go out and play good baseball. And I want to see some improvement as we go here. I know this team is capable of more than they've shown, and my expectation is that we do that these last 6 weeks.
That right there. And we kick Chris Young in the nuts a lot over his injury updates and making fun of they never come true and everything. That, I think, is a perfect answer. And I'm going to take it into a bigger discussion after you get your comment with your lips prissing or whatever it's called over
prissing?
there. Yeah,
pursing.
Pursing.
No, I was actually, it may be the comment that you were just going to make, or was going to be the angle you're going to take, which is we've seen all the reports in the last month, like he's still without a deal.
Exactly where I was going.
And does this sound like somebody who's trying to get the guys together, or does this sound like somebody who knows he's heading out the door, so he's going to talk more freely than he has?
I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it like that. My thought in question was, with all the rumors you hear about ownership around here, that they don't want to spend anymore and they're going to keep it cheap, is Chris Young too fiery of a guy that he may leave the Rangers situation? Again, this was a not talked about story at all until early June when the update came out that Chris Young and the Rangers were discussing a contract extension. Okay, we're here at August 21st. Now, maybe this is as simple as, all right, when game 162 is done, the next day, I'm signing up for the extension. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility. I don't know. A question. Is this a winning enough environment ownership-wise for Chris Young? And would Ranger fans freak out if Chris Young left? This can be a topic tomorrow or another day. So don't steal this, Corey Majors, if you're listening. You are the baseball show of record. You don't need our topics. Are we giving everyone a basic pass this year on the Rangers? Are we giving Boch just... That's what it feels like to me. Boch, CY, ownership with the TV drama, different players. Are we just kind of giving everyone a pass? That'll be a topic for another day. But how would people react if Chris Young rolled out of here and we come to find out a reason is he doesn't believe in ownership continuing to try to keep a World Series true contender on the field? I'm just putting that out in the ether before something happens so I can say I was right.
Full-fledged Ranger fan meltdown, I think, would occur if Chris Young left. That's what I think would happen. And that's, like I said, when I hear him talk like that, it is fresh and it's unique, and it's not just for...
He's also a high burnout guy. I think he would tell you that himself. Like, this guy, I mean, I could see how he can't last somewhere a very, very long time because he's so intense. That's just a theory.
No, I don't think it's a bad one, because it's a little bit of like the Harbaugh effect that people have talked about before.
Yeah.
Where it's just the intensity, you could only burn the candle at both ends so long before you get tired and before people get tired of it. And so there's that factor there. But when you hear him talk like that, that was my first thought hearing the quote was, does this sound like a guy who's like, I got nothing else to lose because I don't even know if I'm here next year. So I'm not worried about talking in these political terms that I normally do.
If players get rubbed the wrong way or ticked off, maybe I'm not here for it.
Yeah, the Tolos on the fan text, Sean, are weighing in. 214 says if Ray gets rid of Chris, the entire fan base will turn on him. 214 also says Boch wins every other year, which is true. He did with the Giants. They win the World Series. They miss the playoffs the next year. And the following year, they win the World Series. So maybe this is just Boch's magic.
I'll tell you what, this would become instantly, obviously not the same exact success, but just in terms of being a supernova, here it is, and then it's gone, would be, I think Rangers fans would start talking about Chris Young in Jimmy Johnson-like terms if he left. Of just like, this is just how you let somebody go away who led us to the promised land, and you let petty things get in the way.
That is interesting. 877-881-1053 live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. A good morning to Tejano Boy, Robert. We got Pick and Pop, Gregory, Cam, and Claim also.
It's K-Twiz. Cam is K-Twiz.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
K-Twiz, big time Tolo. All right, let's update the rest of the National Football League. You want to go to, let's go to Tua and Flores. In case you missed it yesterday, this is what we played of the Dolphins quarterback on with Dan Le Batard destroying his former head coach, Brian Flores.
To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad. And you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, I mean, it's basically been, 2 years of training that out of not just me, but, a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
A terrible person just crapping all over you. That is Brian Flores, Belichick understudy, former head coach, now in Minnesota. And yesterday, as fate would have it, Brian Flores had to take the podium.
Specific to the comments that were made by Tua, I just want to say, look, I'm genuinely happy for the success that Tua's had, and I really wish him nothing but the best. And I think player relationships are very important to me. I think that's kind of the foundation of coaching. I got into coaching because I was impacted as a young guy by my high school coaches, my college coaches, going all the way to Pop Warner. I got into coaching because I want to make that same kind of impact, positive impact, pour into young people, help them become, as KO says all the time, the best versions of themselves. And that's really my goal always in coaching. I wish nothing but the best to Tua.
Little robotic. And Brian Flores, he may be dead inside. I don't know. But he was a sympathetic figure at one point in Miami where it was like, oh my gosh, this guy has principles and morals. And Stephen Ross is a bad dude, the owner. And now Tua just did a humongous favor, in my mind, to Stephen Ross. And I'm like, Brian Flores, I'm never hiring him as a head coach.
Yeah, and that was something that we had talked about. I think when that happened, that was the end of the 22 season, wasn't it?
I don't know.
I can't remember when I was. Or no, it was the end of 21. And so I know I talked about that with you and Choppy off the air at one point, was like, there's a reputation of his that's not out there right now that I think if it was brought out right now in the middle of these claims, looks petty.
He gave one more comment that I thought was a little bit more real with some feelings.
That hit me in a way that I wouldn't say was positive for me, but at the same time, I've got to use that and say, hey, how can I grow from that? How can I be better? That's really where I'm at from that standpoint. Do I feel like that's me? No, but how can I grow from that situation and create a world where that's not the case that anyone says that about Brian Flores?
C-. Give him a C- for his response there.
Why?
So I think he did a good job. Humanized himself. Talk about learning from what Tua said right there. How do I learn from this? Be better from it. He used the passive-aggressive phrase of wish him nothing but the best. I never view that as a genuine phrase. If you're saying that, you're telling me I'm pissed off and I'm not saying anything about it. So use the passive-aggressive phrase there. And then at the end, he refers to himself in third person. How do I make sure nobody says that about Brian Flores?
Yeah.
And so to me, it's like, I still get the sense of ego stroke and passive aggressiveness within your comments.
I need some help and expert advice on hail damage, and we preview Peyton's wieners next on Sean and Bobby. But we go from wieners to Twinkies, burgers, tostadas, pies. I'm sorry, Brandon Hurtado, for that very, very awkward segue. I'm talking about the official barbecue of
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Amazing Spec Sandwiches, the KNC masterpiece and Sagamore Spirit Rye from grain to glass. We'll see you there tomorrow with 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Back to the Cowboys at 7, a Cat Williams ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway.
Pimpin'.
Matt Pitman, a.k.a. Meat Church, with a humongous announcement at 8:20. Brian Broaddus for the final time from Oxnard at 8:40. I'm Sean Sharif alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And at 7:40, we needed a replacement. This could be awful radio, but we needed trust. We needed trust, and more importantly, we needed a replacement for Choppy's segment since he's in Michigan, where Peyton Russell is going to do a cooking experiment with us.
Now, this is a question you can ask, why'd you think of it? A lot of Tolos last week in the payload when I brought this question up were like, were you high when you thought of this question? No, I was not.
Isn't there weed soda or something in there?
Yeah, there's like there's Delta soda or THC soda or something in there.
But the question was, why don't we season our hot dogs, our wieners? We season pork, ground beef, chicken, seafood, everything else but hot dogs. And I'm like, are we just satisfied as human beings about the taste of the hot dog? Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, I think you can spice it up a little bit. You don't have to put a ton on it. Now, Sean, you and RJ were saying the sodium and all that. So I was like, I agree with that, part of it, but I was like, there's got to be more, some dry rub, something else to spice up the wiener a little bit. So we're going to try it today.
All right, so how many different combinations, how many different experiments do you have? Would you bring in like a microwave the hot dogs?
I have an air fryer.
Oh!
You talked about the air fryer, and I never done that before with the hot dog. I'd only put on the grill or the skillet, and so I was like,
an air fryer.
My own air fryer.
Yeah, because I was not. I would rather eat a hot dog like in the end hot sauce than you microwave them in that microwave. My God, it's disgusting.
Microwavable hot dogs in general.
Yeah.
Not good.
Can you tell the difference?
Yeah.
Between that and just boiling it?
Yes, I can't. Boiling, I think, is much like it almost like it burns it almost on the outside. It gives it a weird taste.
So how many different things do you have to try it in?
So we have 5 different seasonings here, but we have the Blanco from Meat Church.
Okay.
Shout out Meat Church, 820 today.
Yeah.
We have a sweet heat seasoning, barbecue seasoning, sweet heat.
Okay.
And then we have salt, pepper, garlic. So
Okay.
you can put all 3 of those together, or you can just do garlic, or if the salt's too much, you can do pepper and garlic, something like that. But
so you're going to make like 3 hot dogs, just split them. Me and Bobby would try a bite of a half.
Exactly. Now I'm thinking, I brought hot dog buns. Will the bun, and I got ketchup and mustard. Do you eat it with like a full hot dog with ketchup, mustard, and the bun? Or you just eat the weenie? Because if you just eat the wiener, then you get the full experience. But I feel like the bun and the ketchup mustard might, deflect a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like in order to give this the review that it needs, you're just gonna have to fork and knife. Just eat the wiener. I think that's what you're gonna have
With
to do.
no bun?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna eat it straight and then be able to review just that taste alone, because the bread might dull some of it if it was actually too intense, or I don't know. We'll have to, of course, the argument could be made. I'm not eating a hot dog straight any other time, so I'd be eating it with a bun. So I need to see if it tastes better there. But I'm curious, are you going to be seasoning and then putting in the air fryer, or are you seasoning post air fryer?
No, I will season then air fryer. I think I have to cook it with it, or else the seasoning just sits on top of it. I don't know. I've never seasoned something after I've cooked it.
Isn't the air fryer going to blow off the seasoning?
I don't know. I mean, how are you going to keep the seasoning on it? Is the hot dog like wet enough?
Well, so I have like Pam spray,
perfect.
like that, so I can just spray and
good to go.
But I'm not going to cook it for 20 minutes and have the hot dog explode. Like it'll just heat it up a little bit, get a little brown.
Yeah. All right. So was this a big ass air fryer? Ours is like huge, the Ninja.
It's a pretty good size. I mean, I can carry it in one arm, but
wow.
Yeah.
All right, so there it is.
Yesterday.
We'll have Peyton's wiener experiment at 7:40 during the Cat Williams ticket giveaway.
What's your anticipate? Do you think this is going to go well or not?
For radio,
not as a segment, as like, are you going to taste and be like, this has changed my life?
No, but I don't think salt, pepper, garlic is going to be. I was hoping he wasn't going to screw with us. I'm hoping he doesn't have some type of surprise. I didn't know if he's going to throw something crazy in there, like truffle oil or whatever he brought back
pepper.
from Italy. Ghost pepper.
The bomb as a binder.
Yeah, the bomb as a binder. Exactly. All right, you sent an email last night saying, screw Madden, forget NCAA 25. This game is what it's all about, and I've never heard of what the hell you're talking about.
All right, this is very important that anybody who I know there are going to be some people out there who don't know what I'm talking about, and that's fine. Those who know what I'm talking about, I need you to respond on the YouTube, the Twitch, the fan text to back me up on what I'm about to say. And Peyton Russell, if you're one of these kids, I'm going to need you to back me up as well. You are, okay. Backyard sports is back.
Yes.
They made the announcement yesterday. Backyard baseball is on its way back. I don't give a damn about EA Sports College Football anymore. I don't give a damn about Madden. NBA 2K, the OG backyard baseball game on PC from the late 90s, early 2000s, is the greatest sports video game of all time. The greatest sports video game of all time. I still remember
it called?
Backyard baseball. Okay. And they made other iterations of it.
They have like backyard football as well.
Backyard football, backyard soccer, but backyard baseball is the one.
Okay, I'm going to blindly challenge you here.
Mm-hmm.
And I need your help on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. RBI baseball, and now it's blanking me. Oh, Baseball Stars. Wasn't that the video game? Baseball Stars, are you familiar with that?
Like the Ken Griffey one?
No.
I know RBI.
RBI baseball. It is Baseball Stars. It can't be better than Baseball Stars.
The fan text is blowing up. You're getting a bunch of LFG, Backyard Sports. Pablo Sanchez is back, baby. That's right. Pablo Sanchez, the greatest video game player of all time, is Pablo Sanchez.
So this is not real teams then?
No, so what it is basically it's a cartoon video game. Like, it's very cartoon looking.
Okay. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, but it's I always loved it because it was
looks like a bunch of characters off the movie Up.
It's basically a bunch of like kid characters, and it's Sandlot baseball. So you pick your teams and they have gradings and everything else. You get in there and you play the baseball game, and it's always in somebody's backyard. But each backyard looks like a unique stadium field. So it's like, oh, you've got one backyard where there's these bushes, and when you hit it over the bushes in left field, like it lands in a pool, or one is a sand lot. Another is like a football field where they've just set up, bases and stuff like that. So
Cam says backyard baseball is awesome. Joseph says, say what? Solo says bases loaded is what it's all about. And then Joseph is asking, what game system is this for?
So they've done PC, mobile, a bunch of different. I don't know. They were very vague about the release details yesterday. They said it's coming back. Sign up for details. But it kind of blew up the internet with some people yesterday. Ruben and I were talking about this in Oxnard because he was playing the game on his phone, the mobile version. Oh. And we just started like going back and forth about how we picked our rosters back in the day. 903, Bobby's not right often, but he's spot on this one.
Okay.
430, this game was the absolute S. People love it, man.
So you're going to get it.
I'm getting this, and I'm disappearing for a week. I can tell you, like, Mikey Thomas, a catcher, Pete Wheeler at first base. You had Keisha Phillips in left field, Pablo Sanchez playing center. Angela Del Vecchio was my pitcher. Her brother Tony was playing shortstop most of the time. I absolutely love this game.
Juan says Sean was too busy on LimeWire. No, Baseball Stars. Baseball Stars is my number one seed video game. Luke on Twitter says Bobby's not kidding. Backyard baseball is my favorite game growing up. Hands down, it is amazing. So there you go. A rare victory with the people for Roberto. All right, I have a humongous loss myself. Yesterday, I turned my wife's car back in off her lease, and I was like, all right, the only thing I'm worried about, cleaning up the ceiling a little bit. Ollie may have, thrown a drink up in the air once. The interior, my wife does a great job keeping the car clean. Are we going to have like a little cracked piece of leather? Well, I turned it in, and I need help with this, y'all. I need your expertise and advice on what to do because this has never happened to me before. The guy starts like looking at the car out in the parking lot, and I'm getting ready to like take the car off my insurance and not have a $6,000 car insurance with 3 different vehicles on there. I'm getting ready to deduct that thing by $2,000, and he's like, "There's some hail damage." I was like, "Okay." Like a speck, 2 specks. Like, she parks in the garage. My car has been sitting outside for 4 years. Hers is in the garage. And no, looking at it a little bit more serious. I'm going to have to get my manager, go ahead and take a look. I go inside, wait for my wife to pick me up. We're going to go to a lovely lunch afterwards. Comes back inside. I was like, a little more than I anticipated. That's going to be... Now, Peyton, have you ever dealt with hail damage, fixing it or repairing it?
No.
Bobby?
Nope.
I looked over. Now, this is a black vehicle, so maybe more difficult to see. But there was nothing obvious to me. Like, I could see, like, maybe like some little small dents from a hailstorm, in my opinion, unprofessional opinion. $2,000. $2,000. They're trying to sit there and tell me that that's what it would cost to repair the hail damage. So I'm like, that's gross. That's ridiculous. You guys are overcharging me. They're like, well, do you have a deductible? Like, just go ahead and, just go ahead and get your, pay your deductible, your $500 deductible, and then good to go. And I was like, yeah, I guess I could do that, but I want to find out if you're ripping me off. So, y'all tell me, what is $2,000 worth of hail damage look like? Like, if there's, let's say, like 7 little circles. I don't know how many there are. I'm just trying to gauge it because I was like, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come pick up the vehicle. I'm going to take it to my guy, Tolo Mike, best mechanic in the Metroplex, get him to do it, and then I'm going to turn it back into you. But then I got to go and pick it up and then drive it to Mike and then wait on any type of turnaround and then take it back. And now I'm like, I'm gearing up for a fight. I'm gearing up for a battle. But I need to know what $2,000 worth of hail damage is, or am I blatantly getting ripped off?
Are they repainting it, or are they having to paint it? Because I feel like that would be $2,000 worth if there's
not paint.
Not paint.
No way. It needs new paint.
Wow.
No way.
So we got the Sethnicity on Twitch says dealerships always overcharge for hail damage. 817, I had over $11,000 of hail damage repairs on my truck.
Whoa.
Yeah, somebody says 2K is on the low end. 903 says it's usually 6 or 7K.
Oh.
214, I had 6K worth of hail damage on my car a few years ago. Thank goodness for insurance.
$1,000.
So, yeah, this is...
All right, so it's sounding like I'm right
You got
now
a deal, Sean.
not getting ripped off. Man.
We had a guy tell us, this is 469, we had a guy tell us $750 for hail damage, and I said, screw that, filed an insurance claim. They wound up getting $4K from the insurance.
Wow. Oh, man. Yep, take it to your mechanic. Let him look at anything, let alone one of your adjusters. All right, so I just needed to know, obviously, Texas, big, huge issue here. What?
214, I had 10 small dents. The company charged $7,000. Damn.
Look at my phone. Lighting it up right here. Tolo, Dwayne. Oh, Dwayne's talking about the hot dogs. That's all he cares about. He's caring about Peyton's segment at 740 during the commercial-free expressway, where we also hook you up with Cat Williams tickets and how RJ may finally, he's been nailing it the past few years, how RJ may finally be wrong about the Cowboys season after this.
But first, what's more attractive than confidence? Nothing is going to make you feel more confident than a great smile. And that's exactly what you're going to get at Kissable Dental. Now, I know what you're thinking. I would love to have that sort of confidence in my smile. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Odyssey Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands. In case you did not know, for Turn It On, Leave It On, it is the Hump Day edition with Sean and Bobby. Thank you, Oliver Sharif. RJ Choppy is out golfing in Michigan for the rest of the week. We got Pay in the back running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We had a fire yesterday in one of the players' rooms in Oxnard. Fortunately, it was vacant. Everything ended up being okay. We'll recap it with Matt. Did Matt Pitman, Meat Church, cause the fire at 8:20, cooking and grilling for America's team? Brian Broaddus, final California appearance with us at 8:40. And Nick Eatman, final hour of the show. A Cat Williams ticket giveaway coming up during the commercial-free 720 Expressway. But this segment would be good with RJ Choppy here. Or be a bit better. We know it's going to be good because we're doing it. Every year, RJ says this is an 11 or 12-win football team, and he has been right for 3 straight years, and that this is a damn good roster. And he has ended up being right for 3 straight years. Will this year finally be the one that breaks Choppy's streak? By the way, Jerry Jones also saying, yes, we need to see more from him, but Trey Lance will make the 53.
Yeah, so this is a ranking over at ESPN from Mike Clay. So Mike Clay went and took each position group. He does this every year. He takes each position group, quarterback, receiver, running back, etc., and he then ranks from 1 to 32 who has the best position group on each, like in each group. And so this is something where I was kind of surprised at how frequently the Cowboys were ending up in the back half of the league in these position group rankings in a lot of different ways. And so we'll go down the list here. The quarterback group, the position group rank there: number 1, Kansas City; number 2, Buffalo; number 3, Baltimore; number 4, Cincinnati; number 5, the Jets; and then number 6, your Dallas Cowboys, 1 spot ahead of the Los Angeles Rams, followed by the Texans, 49ers, and Chargers. So off to a good start. If you say that the Cowboys have the 6th best quarterback room in the NFL, you feel pretty good about that.
Take it.
Running back room. I'm not going to read every single team in front of the Cowboys because that would just be reading the entire league. The Dallas Cowboys come in 32nd in the NFL in running back room. And in each one of these categories, they have the best room, the shakiest room, and then the unit to watch. Well, the shakiest room is the Dallas Cowboys, and here's what he wrote. He said, "This wasn't a tough choice, considering that Dallas clearly decided to deprioritize the position this offseason. Tony Pollard left for the Titans, paving the way for Ezekiel Elliott's return. Elliott is a franchise legend." Would you agree with that statement? Franchise legend?
Legend? No.
At 29, he's...
Legend would mean that your number gets retired in the Ring of Honor, and I don't think it should or will.
I love this description of Ezekiel Elliott. At 29, he's no more than an innings eater. That is exactly what he is at this point, is the innings eater in baseball. He says he posted his 4th straight season with underwhelming yards per carry, yards after catch, and yards per touch marks in New England. Additionally, Dallas is choosing to run by committee this season, but there's not much to get excited about with its other options. The San Francisco 49ers, very top of the league at number 1. The Detroit Lions, number 2. Wide receiver, Dallas Cowboys with Brandon Cooks, CeeDee Lamb. This is assuming Lamb is in here. Where would you guess that they fall across the NFL?
Man, RJ and I disagree about Brandon Cooks. He's more down on Cooks as a number 2 than I am. I will say that they're like in the 10 or 11 range.
11. Nailed it. The teams that are ahead of them from 1 to 10, Houston, San Francisco. San Francisco is going to be way at the top of a lot of these. Seattle, Cincinnati, Miami, Chicago, Philadelphia, Tennessee, Minnesota, and then the Rams at number 10. Tight end position. This is one of the first areas of real disrespect, I feel like. And it's I think a lot of it is just ignorance. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just they don't know who Jake Ferguson really is yet, even though he made the Pro Bowl last year. They don't know some of the guys behind him that they like John Stevens and Princeton Fant and guys that they hope click like Luke Schoonmaker. But the Cowboys come in the bottom half of the league in the tight end room at number 17 on this list. Tops is Kansas City. Then you've got Baltimore, Buffalo, San Francisco, Detroit rounding out the top 5. Consistently, you're seeing other teams that Dallas has put up there with. Detroit, San Francisco, Kansas City as teams is like, these are the contenders. They've got top 5 to 10 in almost all these categories. Dallas has a lot of these where they're back half.
Phil, have you been fantasy football preparing for your drafts?
My name's Peyton Sean. Thank you. There's no Phil here.
Yeah.
I have a little bit. I have my first one this Sunday afternoon, so I'll have to prep a little over the weekend. But
name the tight ends. Name the tight ends in the order that you kind of can, because it feels like it always like dries up after like 4 tight ends. I want to see where Jake Ferguson goes in your mind. So name the tight ends.
I would go Travis Kelce 1, Sam Laporta 2, George Kittle 3, Mark Andrews 4, Ferguson after that. Am I forgetting one that's up there? I feel like we're running out after 4.
You're going Ferguson 5? All right, here's just a random list I got. Kelce, Laporta, Andrews. Who's Arizona's tight end? Either of you.
Is it Trey McBride?
Trey McBride is on here in the top 5. I had no clue.
No.
Where's he from?
He went to Colorado State. He was a 2nd or 3rd round pick a couple years ago.
Then Evan Ingram bouncing back last year, 5. Dalton Kincaid, Buffalo 6. Kittle 7, Bobby. Njoku, Kyle Pitts, Jake Ferguson, number 10, right in front of Goddard.
That's a steal. Because, that seems like that's a 7th or 8th round pick. I'm all about that.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys end up being 17th on this list at tight ends with Jake Ferguson. So they are in the back half of the league on that front. Offensive line. Where do you think they have them? PFF has talked about Dallas as still being a top 10 unit in their opinion. A lot of other people still believe you got Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, Terrence Steele bounce back.
I'll put him like 14.
18. Ooh. They are 18th in the NFL. Again, behind a lot of teams. Importantly, ahead of San Francisco at 21. Best offensive line in the league is Detroit, according to this list. Interior defensive line. The Dallas Cowboys, who have had a lot of struggles at defensive tackle, 24th. So we're hitting a lot of these now where outside of the skill positions, you're talking about being back end of the league. Top interior defensive line in the NFL is Indianapolis. Edge rusher, Micah weighting this heavily. You've got DeMarcus Lawrence, Marshawn Nealand. Where would you think generally they rank?
6 or 7.
3. Oh! The only teams ahead of them, 2 AFC North teams, the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers are at number 1. San Francisco back at 8 with Nick Bosa. The Raiders at 7. Bosa and Crosby, I guess not enough to just push them up the same way that Parsons with DeMarcus Lawrence is. Off-ball linebacker. The Dallas Cowboys come in at 25 on off-ball linebacker. I don't hate that. I understand why people would have them back that far. I do think Overshown and some of the other linebackers are going to have better years this year, but throws them way back there. Cornerback, the top cornerback unit in the NFL. Where do the Cowboys come in there? It's the Jets at 1.
Really liking the corners. I wonder if they are loving the Cowboys' number 2 corner as much as Mike McCarthy mocked me for liking him. I'm going to say the Cowboys are 5.
Very close there, number 4. Just ahead of them, it's the Jets at 1, the Dolphins at 2, and Cleveland at 3. Boy, the Dolphins really are the Cowboys. I know you've made that comparison before, and we've talked about it.
How are the Dolphins still up there? I thought Byron Jones and Xavier Howard were a while back. Where's Jalen Ramsey now?
Miami.
Oh, he's still there.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey's in Miami. And then the safety group, the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. How did you say they were the Cowboys?
Just in terms of similar how they're at the top in some of the stuff, and then they're back half of the league, and you see where some of the disappointment comes from. The safety group.
Ooh.
Where did the Cowboys come in there?
The number starts with a 2.
It does not. Surprisingly, they are 12 in the NFL. Malik Hooker, and I've asked some people around the league and around the Cowboys before, like, have we been overly critical of Malik Hooker? Have we missed some stuff? And I've been told consistently by a lot of people, yeah, like you guys missed the mark on what Hooker does for the Cowboys. Like he's generally pretty disciplined in his responsibilities and takes care of things. A lot of times when you see stuff that you're pinning on him, it's not actually on him.
And here's a guy that I was expecting. Again, a lot of times when you go and look up number of games played, you're surprised that the guy maybe not as fragile or injury prone as you thought. Last 3 years, he's been here 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like less. 15, 16, and 16 games played for Malik, and one big Micah podcast take.
So then cumulatively, we have the top rosters in the NFL based off of these rankings. Where do you think the Cowboys fall down?
13.
No. Cumulatively, even though they have, I think, one position group inside the top 5 or whatever it was that we just read off, they're 6th. That cumulatively, they come out to 6th through the whole process. Here are the top 5. Number 1, the San Francisco 49ers, best roster in football. Number 2, this feels generous, and this is going to be the thing that's going to drive me nuts the rest of this year.
Philly?
The Jets. The Jets as the number 2 roster in football is garbage to me. Number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 4, the Cincinnati Bengals. And number 5, the Week 1 matchup against the Cleveland Browns. The worst roster in the NFL, according to this, the New York Giants. That is the worst team in football, according to this here. Washington comes in at 29. Philadelphia right in the top 10 at number 10.
Aaron Rodgers talking about how tough this training camp is. We were just talking about Bobby's beloved Jets. Here's A-Rod saying they're grinding.
I would say the camp is much harder this year and maybe the hardest in the last 7 or 8 of my career. I knew that. I had a little insight coming into camp that's what Robert wanted to do. So I think it's been good for us.
I've been warning you. I have been warning you about the Aaron Rodgers fall for a year, and you were bailed out last year. You were bailed out last year from having to see it. But bet the under on Aaron Rodgers. Universally, how much did we hear chatter out at training camp from people about these practices aren't quite what they used to be back in the day,
yeah, that's the state of the NFL.
That's exactly, because it's the CBA limitations. It's what they've negotiated. Totally get it. And yet Aaron Rodgers is talking about this as one of the hardest camps of his career. And that's after being nice and rested up for missing mandatory minicamp. So either the Jets are violating the CBA with more intense practices than they should have, or maybe, just maybe, Aaron Rodgers is old, washed up, coming off of an Achilles, and he can't hang with what everybody else considers lightweight training camp practices.
You're such a dummy. You really are. Your translation of quotes is so off. He's doing Robert Saleh a favor here. He's talking about how hard they're working and how Saleh is really just cracking down on everyone. This is an old, feeble man who can't handle padded, or what's this? Where they just put on the walk-through scrimmage?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What was that called?
The shells.
Yeah, the shells. This isn't an old man who can't get through a shell practice. This is him doing a favor for the organization and the coach.
When has this?
No haters, you ain't popping.
When has this been? When has this man ever been about doing favors to just let me do them a solid, make them look good? Never.
Bobby's other favorite quarterback, Lamar Jackson, who I think Tom Brady had as his third best quarterback.
Brother.
Yesterday, Lamar pushing back on the critics.
I mean, I'm motivating myself because I know what I want to do at the end of the day. Those guys had their time. I really don't care what the criticism is, what the critics say, because at the end of the day, I just came off a season in the injury the year before, and we made it all the way to the AFC in a new system, So it's nothing to be down in myself, my teammates, or anything like that, because we made it far and further than the years we've been. We haven't been to the AFC in a long time, so we started off, we're getting closer, I'll say that. We just got to keep going, and, God's will, we'll be there, because that's our goal. We criticize ourselves more than anyone else. So what people say on the outside, that's just their takes, and they can believe in what they want to believe, but we know what we want, we know what we're striving for. So that's all I can say about it.
All right, Sean, is this level-headed perspective? Is there are bigger things than football or basketball, like you hear Wembanyama and Jokic and other people talking about? Is it level, or is it loser mentality?
That's RJ mentality. Everything is fun. Live every day. I'm alive. The Baltimore Ravens have fallen short. They have been underachievers, Cowboy-esque, and they should have a ton of pressure on them to get farther in the postseason, in the playoffs, and Lamar Jackson should have all the pressure on him to get it done in postseason games as well. Little less pressure than Dak Prescott, because Lamar, I'm sure, if I'm remembering correctly, more playoff success, but I always think the Baltimore Ravens are going to fold up, choke, and get sent home early after their awesome regular seasons.
I like that he acknowledges the existence of critics, hears them, knows what they say, and he doesn't care.
It is awesome he won the MVP coming back from the injury.
Yeah, and I like the acknowledgement of here it is, because I think putting your head in the sand is a bad way to deal with criticism when there's so much of it like that, or acting like it doesn't exist. So I like that part of it, but to basically try and say, hey, I'm not going to apologize for falling short again, I think that's a little soft.
Let's send you to see Cat Williams, an old school NBA. We have multiple old school, new school basketball arguments, and we finally try Peyton's Wieners during the commercial-free Expressway next on The Fan.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
You're waking up with Sean and RJ in
Courtesy of Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air. We'll see you in Saxe this Friday from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free. We are hooking you up with a Cat Williams ticket giveaway, and we are maybe having Trainwreck Radio with Chef Peyton Russell timing out his hot dog cook for a little bit later on, 7:40, 7:45 on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we will ask Matt Pitman, a.k.a. Meat Church, to review at 8:20 when he joins us with a huge announcement.
He is, I think Peyton is feeling right now a little bit of that pressure that they have on Chopped, where it's like, all right, chefs, 20 minutes, go.
Yeah.
And he's trying to like Frankenstein some sort of creation here. I think he's feeling, because he was like, well, I'm seasoning him now, so then I'll pop him in the air fryer by 7:30. He's trying to time it all out right. I don't know if the timing is going to work exactly the way he wants. When we say, all right, chefs, put it down, then when he plates it, it might be a little undercooked.
I personally think everything he has said makes sense. I'm huge on, I get in this debate with my wife all the time. When people come over to eat, I want the food hot for you. I thought about it. I prepped it. I cooked it. I timed it. And I want people to be like, oh, you can cook. And that's not going to happen if I got food that's sitting there for 30 minutes. My wife has changed me. If we have big pool parties or big gatherings, all the food now, I used to wait until people got there, because no matter what time you give people as a start time, they show up 30 minutes later. So I would wait for people to walk in the door. We can chat. We can have some drinks. We can BS. I'm finishing up, and then I'm putting the food out. My wife has changed me now. Nope. The food is on the table at the start time we told people. And if they need to heat it up, they got to heat it up. But she doesn't like that I'm like over at the grill or doing this or doing that when I could be like socializing with other people. And she's like, just have the food out. Just have the food laying out. But I like to wait until people get there and have the finishing touches so the food is as piping hot as possible. And I think Peyton Russell is aiming to do just that.
What about a nice like middle ground there? Like if you suggest like, let me start cooking an hour before they're supposed to get here. Then it's I'm not spending all the time at the grill as soon as they get here, but it's a little fresher.
Well, it depends what you're cooking.
Exactly.
Sean's meal preps are, usually all day stuff. Ribs and barbecue.
Thank you.
It's all day.
Thank you, Bobby. Just,
I don't have a house. I don't know what goes into grilling.
Bobby, just say your sexist thing like normal. Like I don't know. I just wait until Kristen brings over the plates. All right, just say your sexist thing. You don't know nothing about what.
Better not be paper plates either.
Hey,
I better be able to see myself reflecting in those plates.
877-881-1053. Frankel injury attorney text line. So the Peyton Russell cooking experiment coming up a little bit later on, but. I got a collection and a Cat Williams giveaway. I got a collection of old school NBA topics, old school, new school, that I'm very excited about. Anthony Edwards ruffling some feathers when he said that Michael Jordan was the only skilled player in the 1990s. He gave an interview with the Wall Street Journal. He said, quote, and RJ would be loving this.
Yes, he would.
I didn't watch it back in the day, so I can't speak on it. They say it was tougher back then than it is now, but I don't think anyone had skill back then. Ooh. Jordan was the only one that really had skill, you know what I mean? So that's why when they saw Kobe, they're like, oh my God. But now everybody has skill. So that's Ant Edwards saying, I didn't watch it, can't really speak on it, but MJ was the only one who had skill. You want to go first?
No, you go ahead. You go ahead first.
I'm going to kind of defend Anthony Edwards on this.
Okay.
And I don't usually defend Anthony Edwards off the floor. But great basketball personality. The players in league today, I'm not one of these old curmudgeons that can't sit there and adjust, evolve, and recognize. I've said this before on the show. The skill level today in basketball blows away back in the day. And I give Steph Curry all the credit. I give that man all the credit for making everyone better shooters, deeper range, Kyrie Irving with your handles, the passing ability. I mean, even with women's basketball, save your jokes. You can tell the skill level when you're watching the NCAA tournament, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this girl's open. She's making that jumper. Like, it's going down. It's happening. Caitlin Clark with the passing skills. But Anthony Edwards, I believe, is right. The skill level of the shot-making ability and skill level is superior and better to back in the day. Is he exaggerating to a degree? Michael's the only one? Of course he is. I'm not going to take him literally. Like, Hakeem Olajuwon was amazingly, mind-blowingly skilled. Allen Iverson had crazy, awesome skills. But overall, like, a skills competition, today versus back then, I think today wins.
So, and Isaiah Thomas clapped back at this. He was on Twitter yesterday, and he said, propaganda works, so be careful what you choose to believe.
IT senior or junior?
This is the senior, which they're actually not related, but the senior. And I agree with Isaiah here, because here's the thing, and this is the issue I've had with whenever Chop talks about Magic Johnson dribbling with the left hand, or people talk about JJ Redick with who was Bob Cousy going up against, plumbers and whatever else. You have to adjust for era. If Anthony Edwards was born on February 17th, 1963, like Michael Jordan was, and grew up in the same era with the same resources and played in the same era as Michael Jordan, Anthony Edwards does not look like the Anthony Edwards we see today. That's just the reality of how things have evolved in terms of weight training and the different skill training that exists and the influences of players who push the boundaries that then caused other players to explore other things. Anthony Edwards is not Anthony Edwards if he's born 60 years ago. So I think the inability to adjust for era is a problem, because they always like to compare the differences between athletic testing and, the highlights don't look as awesome as they were back then. And it's like,
look at the radar gun on pitchers now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if someone was throwing 104, like 20 years ago, we'd be like, that person's on steroids.
Yeah.
It's evolution.
Yeah, and that's if LeBron James.
And it's also an evolution in what you care about, skill-wise, right? Like, after Tiger Woods, and Choppy could speak to this way more than me, or maybe Bobby, you are a golf expert. After Tiger started, like, bombing drives, it's like, okay, let's put a premium on power. Let's weight lift. Let's see who's the longest off the tee, Bryson DeChambeau. I believe that after Steph Curry, that gave hope to a brand new generation of undersized people to say, I can have sick handles and I can just shoot from deep, and it doesn't matter that I'm not 6'5", 6'6" like Michael. And I think Steph Curry put a higher premium on developing skill.
Yeah, and that's probably fair. I mean, I think you talk about Isaiah, though. Isaiah was very skilled.
Iverson category.
The free-flowing way that, like, Magic played and some of the stuff he did with, like, his passes. And, that opened the door for a lot of other players who played. Jason Williams, for instance, was influenced by a lot of street ball stuff. But there was also, like, a Magic Johnson influence in terms of the way you distribute the ball. And then people take it to another level. If Michael Jordan is born in 1995 and grew up in this era and came out, his body composition probably looks different. His skill set looks different. Like, it's not the same exact player. So that's the issue I have, is when anybody says, like, the dream team from 92 wouldn't be able to beat this one, or, they don't have skill back then. Like, it was just Jordan. I think that's a testament to how great Jordan is, that Anthony Edwards would look at it and say, well, he has skill that plays in today's game. Well, I mean, that should tell you just how incredibly dominant and insane Michael Jordan was.
Well, I'm glad you brought up MJ, because this next point I cannot defend. Rasheed Wallace has lost his damn mind. That is not a shocking statement to make in the history of Rasheed's career. This was Rasheed on the Sheed and Tyler show talking about MJ on the Bulls versus facing MJ on the Wizards.
Phenomenal player then, but I think he was a little bit more dangerous when he was with the Wizards. He didn't have the athleticism that we were used to seeing MJ have. Yeah. But I'm with Bonzi. His angles were a little bit more sharp. You know, you wasn't going to move him. He was a strong 2-guard, 2-3 guard. You wasn't going to just move him lightly. And his shot became more dangerous. You know, he became more solid as that veteran player when his years in Washington, as the question stated. You know, it was like one of them, don't leave him open. Yeah. Don't leave Michael Jordan open.
Yeah.
Really quickly, what did Michael Jordan shoot from the 3-point line while he was in Chicago for his career?
37%.
Oh, no, way lower than that. 33%. What did he shoot in Washington?
29.
24%.
24% from 3?
In his first year back, he shot 19% from 3.
Wow.
On an attempt a game. Jordan was never a big 3-point guy. There were a couple years where he shot it more efficiently than others, but he was always mid-range and drive and get to the bucket and stuff like that. But man, I don't know what anybody would have seen that makes them think like
now his jumper.
If he wants to say Jordan was more savvy or whatever, like he talked about his angles and stuff, all right, fine. I guess that can be something you just. But in terms of the jump shot, the actual ability to knock down a bucket, he was.
I don't know. If there's a mid-range jumper, I'm sure you can get the percentages of Michael mid-range. They may have been just as good or higher in DC, but you cannot make this statement off the athleticism point alone. With the threat of having no athleticism, it makes you less dangerous. 13 years, Mike averaged 31, 6, 5, and 2.5 steals a game in Chicago. So there's Rasheed. Not surprising, Bonzi Wells. I don't know what they were doing with the old Jailblazers back in the day, they called them. Michael averaged 21, 6, and 4 in DC.
I don't have the mid-range breakdown, and I don't know if those analytics exist from that far back, but just on 2-point shots, Michael for his career in Chicago was 52%, and in Washington he was 43%.
Yeah.
Like, he was not the same danger at all.
Yeah, he could dunk in Chicago.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I thought you were going to say he could dunk was like he could do in Washington. I was like, no, he missed that one in the All-Star game. So he never would have missed that in Chicago.
So that's Ant Edwards, and that is Rasheed Wallace going a little old school and new school with around the belt. Is that what we're calling this in honor of Eric Chiafalo?
Yes, we can call it that, around the belt. We're doing our rim sesh.
877-881-1053. Are we all agreeing that Rasheed is absolutely out of his daggone mind? And then the skill argument from Ant Edwards, old school versus new school. Pepe, I need you for a clip here. I know you're prepping. How you going there with your seasoning and everything? We got people suggesting how to score the hot dogs. How are things going back there?
Pretty good. We just popped the first 3 weenies in the air fryer.
Okay, there it is. All right, Aaron Judge in a little bit of hot water. We're not boiling the hot dogs. Aaron Judge in the air fryer after a Little League coach, you know, these teams showing up, Little League World Series, saying hi to the kids. But one of the Little League coaches is like basically calling Aaron Judge a jerk, that he didn't turn around, say what's up. He was a no-show for one of the events, so... the poster child right now, probably for Major League Baseball, the face, maybe a Major League Baseball, is getting called out by a Little League coach.
Yeah, it's a Staten Island coach, Bob Laterza, who is apparently one of the big figures in Little League managing. But it's for South Shore Little League, and they had a meet and greet set up on Sunday night for MLB's Little League Classic game between the Yankees and the Detroit Tigers. And apparently there was supposed to be an entire meetup with players who were supposed to show up and come hang out. Some Yankees players showed up. DJ LeMahieu, Tim Hill, Garrett Cole, Jason Dominguez, Aaron Boone, Nick Swisher. They all came up, met with the team later on at Bowman Field, and they were great and did a great job with the kids. And the manager was really happy with that. One of the guys who skipped, among the many Yankees, to be fair, was Aaron Judge. And this guy, Laterza, was absolutely furious about it, because then when they go to the game, we got seats like behind the on-deck circle. We'll be able to get his attention. He'll just turn back and wave to the kids. They called out to him all game. Nothing. Didn't turn around, didn't wave, nothing. And Laterza said, how about turning around or wave to New York and the kids that think you're a hero? They are the ones who pay your salary. They were disappointed. Maybe he'll want to make it up for it and come and see him. The veteran skipper acknowledged the Yankees, who did take time to sign autographs, to take pictures, were very kind and considerate, especially Garrett Cole, as he noted here. But he was talking about, and he basically feels like Aaron Judge is being a total D-bag by not showing up to the meet and greet and then not acknowledging the kids.
And Bobby thinks one of the voices of the Yankees is kind of a D-bag, Choppy's guy, Michael Kay. And he was trending the other day because people want to see him replaced by, is this a 9-year-old?
This is a 9-year-old who was on the Mets broadcast on, I believe this was Monday night.
This is not Jared Sandler.
No, this is not. But there was a 9-year-old Mets kid caster, as they called him here. And his name is Kingston. And Kingston doing play-by-play, I don't think it sounds so bad.
And it's Rogers' 65th pitch of the day. It is smacked through the hole, a base hit. That'll score an Alonso, and Alvarez pulls in at second with an RBI single for Tyrone Taylor. The Mets now lead 3-0 against the Baltimore Orioles in the fourth.
That's good.
I think the delivery, like he even does the MLB play-by-play delivery of his 65th pitch on the afternoon, like kind of that same deliberate cadence and everything. It's really solid. I'm not even kind of joking that I would rather hear him call games than Michael Kay, because Michael Kay is so bad. And I like Aaron Judge should have.
It's not your night.
Aaron Judge should have written a check or something to Eric Nadel, because he is blessed that Eric Nadel was able to call his 60-second home run, and he wasn't just stuck with "See ya, another Aaron Judge Bob." All right, he's so lucky for that.
Your favorite all-time play-by-play guys in each sport. It can be now, forever.
Enberg in football.
Oh, I love that you say that.
Marv Albert in basketball. Bob Costas in baseball, probably.
Ooh, okay. And college football.
Vern Lundquist is really good. I like Musburger. I know a lot of people have cooled on him over time, but I like Brent Musburger calling games.
I can smell the dogs. I can smell them being cooked up here with Pepe.
I smell the aroma coming off your wiener, Peyton.
That's right. Brian Broaddus for the final time in California at 8:40 on DFW Sports Station. Let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on and putting up with us.
All right, Tolos, right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Cat Williams at the WinStar World Casino and Resort on September 27th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, since we're about to eat hot dogs for breakfast here during the commercial-free Expresso, which, by the way, I'm very, very proud of my wife. She started the 10 a.m. lunch routine that she obviously picked up from me, where people look at you sideways when any other time, right? 10:15, 10:30. I have always felt there's too much of a negative stigma of lunch or dinner foods for breakfast. Like my wife, she used to look at me sideways because in other cultures, like if you like Indian food, biryani, a lot of people are eating like rice and a curry dish for breakfast, or Hispanic food. Just look at some of the dishes that are in there. Like if it's fine to eat eggs and sausage and bacon and waffles and pancakes, then why can't I just eat other starches and meats at a different time of the day? It's just the way that brains are conditioned.
Are you a fan of the reverse, the breakfast for dinner?
Sometimes I'll be like, I want scrambled eggs for dinner, especially if they were your scrambled eggs, Bobby.
They are fantastic.
Have you cooked those recently, or did you quit?
I made them like 3 days ago.
They're phenomenal and still good.
Yeah. Technically, they're not mine. They're Gordon Ramsay's, but that method just works really well. But
what time do you eat lunch?
Typically,
and did it change because of this show?
No, 11 or noon, depending on when I had breakfast.
Oh, if noon, I'd be starving.
So, I just drank this, for instance. This is the little soda hot chocolate or whatever.
Yeah.
After I drank that at 7:20, you can't go more than like 4 hours without eating. You need to eat every 3 to 4 hours. So I'll probably eat again at 11. But if I drank that a little later, I would go at noon.
A man who pulled a gun on a Burger King worker because they wouldn't accept drugs as payment in the drive-thru got 143 years in prison. And I was like, that's a little extreme until I read the rest of this out of Denver. Eugene Robertson sentenced to 143 years. He not only pulled a gun on the Burger King drive-thru worker, he ran around shooting at other people.
Oh.
So there's your extra problem. When he saw there was a surveillance video camera at the drive-thru, he shot at that too. Shot at the screen and left, then shot towards two people outside the parking lot. Apparently, he was talking about God and carrying a Bible with a purple cover while he was going around. So he went through, he tried to order his Burger King. He said, take these drugs as payment. They said no. And then 143 years after pulling the gun.
What city is this? Does it say, or what city, state?
Yeah. Hang on. Blake?
Yeah.
Blake would say it was in the city of Colorado. I was trying to get my show and reference correctly.
Yeah, so then this is just a Burger King issue, it feels like. Because
this is the Denver suburb of Aurora.
This is
Colorado.
Over in Ohio. We had the story in the junk drawer like 6 months ago and I wasn't sure if these stories were connected or if I'd missed details of it. But that was the one where the guy was trying to give him a deal. Remember, he was trying to tell him, hey, I bundled it up and it costs this much now. And he was mad that it was cheaper than it should have been. And so he pulled out a gun on him and was trying to So I guess it's just the Burger King consumer might be drawing weapons on you.
Alicia Silverstone, we could be suffering the same fate as Alicia Silverstone after Peyton cooks for us. People are worried about her because she posted a TikTok eating a mysterious fruit. Well, the internet thinks that it was poisonous berries.
Uh-oh.
And they have not seen or heard from her since. Fans were quick to identify the fruit as a Jerusalem cherry, which is indigenous to South America and poisonous. Despite their cherry colors, the fruit of the Jerusalem cherry houseplant is toxic and should be kept out of the reach of curious children and pets. Ingesting can cause poisoning and even death. It can affect the central nervous system, leading to stomach pain, fever, diarrhea, paralysis, slow breathing, and delirium, among other things. So she's on this social media eating these berries, and people are like, you're ingesting poisonous stuff. And now people are waiting for an Alicia Silverstone update.
And we have one early this morning.
Oh!
She posted
and cue all the she's clueless jokes.
I don't know if we can take this as real though. Look, I mean, we've got so many conspiracy theories about Damar Hamlin and other individuals. Alicia Silverstone does not provide a video. It's just a still image of her, like a photo of a Polaroid. And she goes, alive and well, don't worry, ...
Oh.
I didn't swallow.
Peyton,
and
do
then
me
she
a
has
favor.
a little wink face.
Bring me a roll. Bring me a roll. I'm going to do a... Now, look. I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything you just said.
She said, alive and well, don't worry, I didn't swallow. And then she put a little wink face.
Okay. Peyton Russell has just brought us the hot dogs. Number one, do you believe me on the air fryer thing?
Yeah, they look good.
They look awesome.
Yeah.
Well done. They split. It's got the crunch. It looks perfect. And I will say this. Peyton, this smells phenomenal.
It smells good.
It does smell fantastic. When Peyton first brought it up in the payload last week, why don't we season our hot dogs? We all reacted and looked at him like he was a total freaking idiot and moron. And he's like, hey, let's just go ahead and experiment with this. So, Bobby, you start off trying. So we're both not trying to do radio with mouths full of
wieners. Yeah, I get it.
That'd be good. Thank you, Peyton.
Peyton, really quickly, just what is the seasoning on each one of these so I can know which one is my favorite? Sweet heat. Salt, pepper, garlic. Okay. All right, we're gonna start with Blanco.
Okay.
Oh, I don't have a palate. Oh, I got water. I got palate cleanser. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Like Will Chambers. All right, this is the Meat Church one.
We got to go ahead and get these on the fan cam. So this is the Meat Church seasoning 820. Will this change the way that you barbecue in your backyard with Peyton Russell seasoning hot dogs? Bobby's going back for a second bite, which is a great sign. They smell awesome. I got to tell you.
Do they? So
Great.
on the Meat Church one, the taste is fine. It's not binding very well. Like I feel like it's just kind of I'm chewing two different things. Like the flavor works, but I'm chewing hot dog and then separately like crunching on seasoning.
Yeah, and that's what Atolo said last week was the seasoning won't absorb as much as it does in like chicken or ground beef and pork.
That's why you rubbed them up last night. You should have rubbed up your wiener last night and prepared it for us to take it into our mouths this morning.
Well, Zach, this is my segment. Let me do my job.
Damn.
This is all Zach can afford, hot dogs.
All right, let's try Sweet Heat now.
So
Here's Sweet Heat.
the first one I did, it has to be probably like the Blanco. Like it's not sweet. I don't taste like a ton of difference, although it is a little bit saltier. So I wouldn't love doing that extra, but I can't tell a lot of difference. And then what were the other two? Sweet Heat and what?
Salt, pepper, garlic.
Salt, pepper, garlic.
Just a little bit of salt though. I know it already. The hot dog has a lot of sodium, but it was mainly garlic and pepper.
I kind of like the Sweet Heat one. I smell it. I taste it. It's got a little bit of a difference. That's pretty decent, Bob.
And it's a barbecue rub. It's stuff that goes on, chicken and brisket and all that. So maybe that's the key here is get a barbecue rub.
It's a little. The Sweet Heat one for me was a little. Like if the idea is to season it and bring something else out of it, at least mine I felt like was a little. It was too subtle for what I wanted to get out of it. But
yeah.
I do like the taste of the Meat Church Blanco on it. I don't know that it's binding to it very well, but the flavor combo is really good.
Here's what I'll say. I can already make my. I'm done. I've made my Gordon Ramsay decision. Bobby is eating. Get the fan cam on that with the way that Bobby is taking this thing down. I think the number one takeaway from this is you air fry your hot dogs.
Yes.
I mean, how long did you do this? These look immaculate.
I think these were 9 minutes on 400.
Oh. Don't you think that they look great?
So much better. Yes.
They're so good. So don't boil. Throw them in the air fryer. That's the number one takeaway. Number two, I don't think seasoning it really does anything with salt and pepper. But if you want something a little bit different and you want it to smell and people be like, whoa, this is unique, I would do like the Sweet Heat thing to change things up a little bit. That's my opinion. Otherwise, besides looking at it, I don't know if I could tell a major difference with the taste.
Now, Sean, you had the bun, correct? Did you go bun? And that was,
I'm using the bun as like a chaser.
Okay.
I'm using the
Palate
salt.
cleanser.
Yeah, and I'll eat it in the breaker a little bit later on to see how much of a difference the bun has to take away from it. But just that it's something different. I'm like, it piqued my interest. I was like, what is that? And that's a sweeter smell.
Are these all beef? The fan text wants to know.
These are all beef ballpark hot dogs.
Okay,
and
and
I
then-
go with the Nolan Ryan beef, but I went with the all beef hot dog.
And you were a fan of the Sweet Heat. We know. So where's the Sweet Heat for? Is that a Meat Church or is that something? Is that something else?
Off brand, yeah, off brand.
Okay, so just a Sweet Heat. I think the Sweet Heat is pretty subtle. The salt garlic pepper is even more subtle. It's stronger,
Can't
but
tell.
it's saltier to me. It definitely has a salt taste. The one that was, I think the Blanco tastes the best. It's just, I wonder if you let it like set. If you had a binder or if you let it set overnight, maybe.
I think
Or a
you're
little bit
really
longer.
overdoing the seasoning of a hot dog.
I
You
don't
know
think
what I
I
mean?
am.
This isn't a pork butt.
It's the point of the segment.
Sitting here.
Bobby wants you to put like toothpicks in it to like put holes in the hot dog and then everything kind of
inject.
marinates.
Why
in
not
it.
inject it? Why not just
Yeah.
inject
What
it,
would you
Bobby?
say?
Like a turkey.
Oh, inject.
Maybe like I wonder if garlic powder.
And that's what I have. I was thinking all garlic, but I was like, garlic can be really strong, man.
Yeah.
If you do a lot of garlic powder, that
I
can
think
ruin it.
this isn't as dumb as I thought. You can, it's a non-effect for two of them for me, but I think you can play around with some different seasonings on there. I like the way your brain was thinking.
How seasoned did you find? I did find that the seasoning stuck better to the other two. The Blanco one is the one that I had trouble actually sticking to it.
All right, so we shall continue with the food here during the commercial-free expressway. Woman arrested at Indiana Applebee's after argument over all-you-can-eat deal. The all-you-can-eat deal in question that offers endless food for $15.99 per person. I've never done the Applebee's all-you-can-eat. Is this like you order a dish and they keep reloading the dish?
I've never been like the biggest Applebee's guy. So I don't. When we go to Applebee's, it's usually like the appetizers, the half price appetizer nights, and so I didn't know they even had an all-you-can-eat option.
The manager informed the table this was not the case. Each person would have to pay $15.99 for the deal. You know, they have the sharing clauses, right? Like, you can't just sit there and get one plate and then split it and hand it over to other people. And words were exchanged, and this couple was not having it. They're like, no, all you can eat. We all have to sit here and pay this to take advantage. The woman was placed under arrest for arguing and fighting. Another person in the group eventually went back in and paid the bill after realizing the menu said all you can eat deal was per person.
So they thought they found a technicality, and they got run in the end. This is sort of what they were trying to avoid, and what Choppy got kicked out of the Korean barbecue place in Oxnard for, was because Choppy just wanted to sit there, and they're like, no, dude, because there's all you can eat plates around here, and we don't know that you're not just sitting there fishing off of it, and that's why he got thrown out.
Yeah.
But he went without incident.
Can you, and I would never do this, does anyone get the to-go box for like their final buffet plate? Because that's frowned upon.
It is frowned upon. So Kristen, to this day, regrets not getting the to-go plate the last time she went to Sweet Tomatoes, which was a salad bar chain that she absolutely loved.
Yeah.
And she, like, the last time we were there, she was thinking about, like, oh, should I get this? She's like, nah, it is weird. I'm just going to go. So we left. And then a couple weeks later, they went bankrupt and shut down. And she was like, I could have, like, saved that and brought it home and enjoyed it and taken my time with it a little bit. It was a little bit of, she had some regret. So because of that incident, I think that Kristen's approach would be, don't ever walk away from a to-go plate at a buffet.
My mom would like wrap up the lamb chops for my dad when we went to Texas Day Brazil, which, damn, I love Texas Day Brazil. Shout out Miguel. And she would just wrap it. It's humiliating, embarrassing. My parents wrapping up lemons to take, old French fries you can't reheat. I mean, that's where I got my stinginess from with my leftovers. It's bad.
Who's most likely to take to-go leftovers at a buffet from the station? It's Eric, right?
Eric.
Yeah, 100% Eric. Peyton would do it, I bet. I can see Peyton being thrifty.
I've been denied, though, doing that. Usually buffets or all-you-can-eat places don't let you do that. They have, like, a special.
And what is, like, the buffet? Like, if someone can talk me into a fantastic, great buffet, I'm down to try it. Who was it who went to, was it RJ who went to a Chinese one with some?
Yes, with Ruben and Eric in Oxnard. Yeah.
Went to a Chinese buffet. Like, has someone talked me into an awesome buffet? If you can talk me into a rare seafood buffet I know it's dangerous. I would try it. I don't know what buffets are out there anymore. Eric had a barbecue buffet that he did. Was it Cousins? Did Cousins have a barbecue buffet?
I think they had a buffet. Yeah, the Cowboys buffet. That's where Ruben cleans up. Ruben goes up there, and I had no idea. He just walked up to we all think, okay, there's the food here. He walks up to the workers at the Cowboys buffet and he goes, hey, can y'all make to-go plates? Can you just and so they will make him a plate, put another plate on top of it, and then saran wrap it and send it off with him like they're his mom or something. But he will load up a plate. Ruben's very thrifty is the word that I would use for Ruben.
All right, so there it is. Commercial-free expressway. Cat Williams ticket giveaway. Peyton Russell's cooking hot dog experiment not as much of a disaster as we thought. Are all these Cowboy draft picks a disaster? Some of them are in trouble. Back to Inside the Star with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But we're talking about food. We're talking about barbecue. We're talking about everything, so we may as well talk about Hurtado. With Brandon Hurtado's brand new book out with all the barbecue tips and tricks. The book is Barbacoa. You can get it at hurtadobbq.com. And it brings me great joy when someone trusts my food taste, and like you were right about that, Shreve. That brings me absolute great joy, and I'm getting all these messages from Tolos who said, you've been talking about Hurtado? You nailed it, dude. Absolutely right. Been hearing all the hype, and it was matched with Brandon Hurtado and the prime brisket, the beef ribs, the bacon burnt ends, the spare ribs, the house-made sausage, the pulled pork. I tried the smoked fried quail last time I was there. And don't forget about the jalapeno glazed chicken halves. They have seasonings as well. The seasonings and all the sauces are available for purchase. And don't forget your sides, loaded mashed potatoes. My wife is in love with the tater tot casserole. Why didn't anyone ever think of that before? It's all available with 2 locations inside the globe: Fort Worth, Arlington, and Mansfield for the barbecue triangle, and coming soon to downtown Dallas. The official barbecue of the morning show and the Texas Rangers is Hurtado and HurtadoBBQ.com.
You can either go to Bobby's Place after the show to hear more, or it's probably easier to hear everything you missed this morning on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. If you've got 2 quarterbacks, John Madden once said, you have none. The Steelers may be facing that scenario with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields both battling for the starting job and both failing to light it up in preseason. I guess they're going to start with Russell Wilson, and he'll be there opening day. But will he be there by week 18? That's another story. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Lowe's knows our great paint savings mean you can get the colors you want at prices you'll love. Right now, get 20% off 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense paint or Cabot Stain. Shop now because it's the perfect time to maintain your deck and paint your outdoor spaces. Visit us in-store or online today because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/21. Selection varies by location. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
Fall's coming. You have a lot to prepare for. Back to school, family gatherings, and staying on top of your health. The virus that causes COVID-19 continues to evolve, so this fall make a plan for COVID-19 vaccination. Ask your doctor to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2024 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com. Febreze.
So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Fall is the perfect excuse to update my wardrobe. So I went to Kohl's and fell in love with dressing up all over again. And all for less. With their friends and family sale, I saved 20% on polished pieces for me and my husband. Like dresses, button-downs, and shoes. Plus, I earned Kohl's Cash. Don't take my word for it. Get to Kohl's and discover fall faves for yourself. Select styles. Offers end August 25th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Ellington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Inside the Star on the home of America's team, it's Sean and Bobby on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. That's what Peyton Russell runs, much to the chagrin of the G-Bag Nation.
Well, runs it into the ground.
Did they return more shots at us yesterday? Tolo D was spying for me.
They allegedly did. Here's the thing. I didn't like the Zach Wolchuk energy that came at me in text yesterday about this. So he was.
We were gonna have Wolchuk sit in tomorrow or Friday as a guest host, but now Dawson's out sick, so I don't think that's happening.
I said, or he texted me at noon yesterday. He said, "Glad you got 2 segments out of all that." LOL. No.
Whoa.
Okay. I said, "LOL. I needed it." I said it was a little dead, and he replied back, "Do better prep." Whoa. Okay. I said, I said that is good prep. He goes, I don't know. Debating if given Peyton's response even some airtime, I don't know if it's worth it.
Oh.
So, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Zach.
Made it sound like we were kind of like dragging this out for content purposes.
He was. I think that.
I guess we need 8 more people on our show. Prep will be easier. You know,
best show payoffs. Once a week during NFL season.
That's right.
Take a segment and a half.
Just say 7 words a day, and prep's easy. Right? Exactly. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. And no, we did not need it, and we don't need Zach tomorrow.
We don't need you. We don't need anybody.
Although I would like to have one of them Friday in Saxy.
Yeah, it would be good. We are going to be in Saxy, yes.
With maybe the coolest looking giveaway we've had. This flask.
The flask is super cool, and it's it's like red, and it looks like it's like got this faux leather bounding around it, and it looks really nice. It's got Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour on it. But yeah, we will be out there in Saxy, which is close to the Wiley area, where Wiley was one of our best, turnouts last year. And so Saxy, make sure you show up big. 5805 Bryan Street. That's Saxy, Texas. 75048 is the zip code there. But we'll be in Saxy from 6 to 10. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp will be out there. Thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air. So come on out, hang out. We'll have a good old time.
And I think Palmer is one of the 10 finalists of the 2024 Big Tex Choice Awards. And then he sent me whatever this concoction is with powdered sugar on it. That looks absolutely dangerous. But the chicken sandwich for me, it is an awesome chicken sandwich from Palmer. So come on out Friday and enjoy it.
Love Nashville hot chicken, and his is good. His is very good.
Very good. All right, Inside the Star, Bobby, some updates on draft picks.
Yeah, I think that the Cowboys have had a lot of success in recent years with, obviously, their draft and develop strategy. That's how they've been able to stay competitive while not dipping into the free agent market, is because they've hit so frequently on so many of their draft picks. And we've done studies before and comparisons across the league that show in a variety of different ways how the Cowboys drafting strategy has hit at a higher rate than just about anybody in the league since Will McClay took over. So that's all very positive. This cut down day might be a little bit of a tough one to swallow on a couple of different players here. So Junior Fehoko was a guy that they drafted last year in the 4th round, defensive lineman, a guy who had defensive end, 3 technique flexibility, could go inside, outside. And this was a guy that Dan Quinn was pumped about, was super excited about Junior Fehoko. Junior Fehoko didn't really get anything going last year because of a shoulder issue and dealt with injuries all season. So didn't really get any opportunity to contribute in a meaningful way. And this preseason, with a pretty full defensive line room in terms of bodies that they have in there and guys that they're trying to figure out what they can do, Fehoko in these games and in these practices has been invisible. Just completely non-existent. And I know a lot of people tend to hear that the Cowboys will say, well, they don't give up on their draft picks that quick, typically. Not typically, but they've done it. In 2020, Reggie Robinson was a guy they took in the 4th round out of Tulsa, and he was there for 1 year, and then he was released. Junior Fehoko, this is his 2nd season. His sponsor is gone from the building in Dan Quinn. I would be interested in at least calling the Commanders and seeing about two guys, actually. Let me talk about the second real quick. Eric Scott, who is a 6th round pick, and you go, okay, well, what's a 6th? A lot of 6th round picks get cut. The issue is they gave up. They didn't just trade up. They acquired that pick by giving up a 5th rounder in 2023. So they used 2 draft picks, a 5th and a 6th on Eric Scott. That's how much they wanted in here. And Eric Scott has fallen pretty far out of favor. Brian, you've heard him say it, thinks they've already made up their mind on Eric Scott and that he's out. And so if you're going to end up moving on from Eric Scott and cutting him, those are 2 big Dan Quinn guys. Do you call up the Commanders and just say, what can we work out here?
Jonathan Allen.
Can I swap you Fehoko for John Ridgeway? Can I swap you Eric Scott for a 7th round pick? Just cobble something together there. But those are 2 picks that are not looking great at the moment in terms of the return that you're going to get on them. The other one that has been a bit of a disappointment from 2022, 5th rounder Matt Waletzko, who most people around the league, I think, in the immediate aftermath, I wasn't as familiar with Waletzko when they picked him. And I had talked to some people around the league, and consensus was Dallas got good value there, that he was picked about a round later than a lot of people thought he should have been. A lot of folks thought he was a 4th round pick. A lot of good athleticism. He has been banged up the entire time that he's been here, the first 2 years. This year, when he's gotten into these games, some of the run stuff has been okay. Some of the run blocking's been okay. But, man, it was eye-opening watching him against the Raiders in pass protection, I thought. Ultimately, they didn't give up any big sacks, or there wasn't any issues in terms of like a bunch of negative plays from him. But there were throws having to be rushed because Waletzko was not providing even minimal resistance. And for a team that is so desperate for tackle right now, with Udoka likely going to IR, and you've got just basically Guyton and Steele that you feel comfortable with, it would seem like Waletzko should have an in to be on the roster pretty easily. I don't think it's that easy for him. Even with no pure tackles on the roster outside of those top 2, I don't think as of today Waletzko's making the team. As essentially a 5th round pick from a couple years ago, it's just there's been no development. In fact, Broaddus has said he thinks you could make the argument Waletzko has gotten worse. Ooh. Like he's regressing. And so Waletzko is another one. The guy that maybe is turning things around a little bit and could be an argument for patience with Waletzko, patience with Fehoko, is that the guy that they drafted in 2021 in the 4th round, that was Josh Ball, who Ball has been bad for the first 3 years he was here. And they've tried to work him at left side, right side, guard, tackle, tried to do a bunch of different things with him. It hasn't worked out to this point. Josh Ball has been better this training camp, and with all the flexibility that they need for a guy to play both sides, play inside, outside, he might have saved himself from getting cut. He might make it to the end of his 4-year contract, which after his first year, I thought there was no chance that was going to happen. So he might be an argument for staying the course, running things, seeing things through to the end with Waletzko, Fehoko, and Eric Scott. But right now, those are looking like 3 day 3 misses that they had felt pretty good about when they first picked him.
I want to check in with the Cleveland Browns since you're talking a lot of offensive line here. Like a nerd, I'm looking at preseason updates over the weekend and week 2 recaps, and it looks like the Cleveland Browns may have a lot of problems up front. Of course, Cowboys week 1 opponent. That's the only reason we're talking about them. A concerning offensive tackle situation was only exacerbated against the Vikings, already practicing without starting tackles. Jedrick Willis Jr. and Jack Conklin, who are on the PUP list. Cleveland lost 3 more tackles on Saturday. That's 5 gone. James Hudson, Hakeem, whatever. You don't know the names. All of whom have taken reps at left tackle, did not return after leaving the game with injuries. The ailments left the Browns to play Lorenzo Thompson, an undrafted rookie at left tackle, during the second half. There's been no update from Stefanski. This was on Sunday, so maybe he gave an update like yesterday or Monday. But Willis and Conklin had season-ending injuries in 2023. And he recently said one of them injured the MCL on his right knee last November, closer to returning. But they got a lot of problems, it sounds like, up front injury-wise. Checking in with the Browns going up against Mike Zimmer's D.
Yeah, when Cleveland's healthy, their offensive line is really good. They have one of the better ones in the NFL.
Yeah, because Broaddus talked about yesterday how much this run defense can be challenged game one.
Yeah, and this is one where they've had so much success running the ball because of the way that they get movement with their offensive line and the things that they're able to do there. And so they've got one of the better units when it's all good, when it's all healthy. But this is also one of the reasons why so many teams are hesitant to get rid of any offensive line depth that you have. When you look at the offensive line and say, oh, we have a surplus here. I can move somebody. Maybe I don't want this. I've got 5 guards. I'm not going to need all of them. Let me trade one of them and try and get something else here. Let me figure out some depth that I can get with these guys on the offensive line. The reason why teams are so hesitant is because of what the Browns are running into right now. It's the classic line of it's a war of attrition and, all those sort of changes that the roster goes through with injuries and everything else that you find yourself in dire straits pretty quickly. Dallas feels like they're in that realm similarly right now in terms of tackle. They at least have their starters, though. But outside of that, they don't have anybody behind there. It's setting up right now where it feels like you'd almost prefer to be the Cowboys right now heading into week 1, starting a rookie tackle across from Myles Garrett, than have to have Micah Parsons going up against maybe your 6th tackle if guys aren't healthy. And I think a couple weeks ago, nobody would have envied the Cowboys having to go up against Myles Garrett with either Adoga or a rookie. But this is something where now they look like they're in a better position.
Inside the Star, continuing here with Sean and Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider. Did you cover Schoon?
I did not cover Luke Schoonmaker. Let's touch on him. So Luke Schoonmaker, I think that there's some positive momentum in that direction. And I think the Cowboys feel like there's some positive momentum in that direction. Saturday's game against the Raiders was one where the thing that they thought Schoonmaker was going to be good at right away was in the run game. They thought he was going to provide strong blocking and be able to, contribute in the run game and be an extra offensive lineman out there essentially. And it wasn't good last year. I remember Dalton Schultz, when he was coming out of Stanford, was thought of as a pretty solid blocker. Got to the NFL, had a lot of issues with it, and had cleaned it up by the time he was leaving here. He'd become a better than league average blocker. So we've seen this kind of regression before when they get to the NFL, and I think there was a concern that maybe that's Schoonmaker. Maybe Schoonmaker's not the guy in the run game that we thought he could be. And we know he wasn't contributing in the passing game the way that the Cowboys had projected that he might. The stuff you saw on Saturday against the Raiders was really encouraging. He was able to handle Max Crosby one-on-one at one point to seal off the edge and open things up for Deuce Vaughn. Broaddus talked about it. The combo blocks that he got with Guyton on a couple of instances looked really good. He contributed in the pass game a little bit, was able to help be a security blanket for Trey Lance in this game. And the thing that I liked is there's a little bit of a opinion, it seems like, or an air around Luke Schoonmaker of too passive. He's always hurt, is dropping tough contested catches. Does he have like that nastiness to him that you want in tight end? Yeah.
Ferg.
And he was mixing it up with Raiders players throughout that game. Getting into shoving matches, stepping in, and Brock Hoffman got hit by somebody after a play with the Raiders, and Schoonmaker ran right in there and blew the guy up. And so I think you're seeing the pressure starting to build on Schoonmaker, and it's giving you the type of results you want. He's showing a nastiness and edge and finally contributing the way you'd like to see.
Was Matt Pitman responsible for the fire at Cowboys training camp yesterday? What does he think of Peyton revolutionizing the hot dog game and the huge announcement that we have from Matt Pitman, a.k.a. Meat Church? It's a Meat Church Hump Day brought to you by our friends at Mr. Electric. Matt joins us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound
And
right.
it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Brian Broaddus, final time from Oxnard, at least with us, coming up at 8:40 this morning here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out golfing in Gaylord, Michigan. Thanks for being a Tolo. And it is a Meet Church Wednesday with our boy Matt Pitman with a humongous announcement coming up here in a matter of minutes. But first, Matt, I don't know whether you heard, but our very own Peyton Russell is trying to change the game. He's seasoning hot dogs. What do you think of the idea and concept of seasoning hot dogs?
You know what's funny was I first saw someone do that last week on Instagram, and I kind of laughed out loud, and the video had done pretty well, and I was like, well, I mean, I guess you season everything else. Like, why? I mean, game changer, I guess.
What did they season it with?
I don't know. It wasn't Meat Church. I know that. So
These were
so good.
There's some Blanco on them.
See, I mean, you're just ahead of your game.
I know. He's going to steal my sponsorship like Bassick did back in the day.
I need one.
He went salt, pepper, garlic. He went with the Blanco, and then he went with like a sweeter type of rub.
Sweet heat.
Sweet heat. And I got to say, like, after mocking and laughing him last week, and no offense to you, Matt, but, you know, hot dogs don't need more sodium. So, like, the salt, pepper, garlic, the Blanco was a little bit salty. I couldn't tell the difference, but the sweet heat, like, it brought out, like, it was a different smell, it was a different flavor. And in the air fryer, man, don't hate on air frying hot dogs. So I just wanted to see what you thought of it.
You know, I would probably go with more of an all-purpose. If it just, you know, I do whatever you want is what I tell people. But if it were me, I'm thinking you actually set it to sweetness. So, and I may even want a little heat, like honey hog hot. But did you cut it open? Did you like slice them open to like score them a little? Because that's something I saw too.
No, I didn't. I just cut in half so it was easier for the guys to eat. But yeah, a lot of Tolos on the fan text were saying, you know, cut it open a little bit, you know, slit it a little bit.
That was my biggest problem, Matt. Sorry.
Jared Sandler just cringed.
That was my biggest problem with it. I liked the taste of the Blanco on it the best.
God, you're such a whore.
No,
you're a Blanco whore. You really are.
I put Blanco in everything. I really do. Like it is on everything. But the only problem was, like, it didn't stick to the hot dog. I felt like I was chewing the seasoning and chewing the hot dog, like, separately. So how would you, if you were going to season a hot dog, would you score it, Matt? Would you put some mustard on it as a binder? What would you do to the hot dog?
Binder.
Yeah, the main thing, I think you got to have a binder. And, I mean, I'd go mustard. When I'm at the State Fair eating corn dog, mustard is the only answer, so it naturally goes. So I would definitely go that. You know, I don't know if I think there's nothing wrong with scoring it, but I definitely put a binder on it. You know, it's really hard to stick to that. I don't even know what a hot dog or bologna is. You know, it's like butts and lips and who knows. So, you need a binder.
Have the Dallas Cowboys launched the investigation into your whereabouts for the fire that happened yesterday at training camp, coincidentally, the day that you left Oxnard, and there were grills going out there.
His second fire, because you were not here for us at the firehouse last time when Matt disclosed to us that he burned like 5 acres as a kid.
What?
Okay, well, I don't know why you have to bring up old stuff. And for the record, Bobby, I would not report that it was 5 acres. It was 600 acres. I'm a professional.
Damn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Listen, no, I mean, let the record state that my flight landed in DFW at 5:30 yesterday. I was nowhere near that when it was reported.
Okay. And what was the experience like there? You got the behind the scenes VIP treatment with the Cowboys. Who'd you run into? What'd you do?
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. I was a guest of football operations staff, and so, you know, I was staying there at the hotel with all the staff and the players, and you know, ate with everyone, and, you know, got to be at practice, and it was amazing. I mean, I've always said the Dallas Cowboys have been totally amazing and gracious to my family, and so, you know, to be able to catch up with a bunch of players in kind of a more low stress environment than it is during the season was awesome, and just, you know, build better relationships with a lot of the staff that I work with over there through classes I've done with those guys, and feeding the team and things like that. Like, they treated me like family, and it was awesome.
Matt Pitman on the D&M Leasing Hotline. It's a Meet Church Wednesday, and let's not waste any more time. I think 2 huge pieces of information with the announcements. You want to take it? You want me to set it up? What do you want to do?
I feel like you should say it.
I do.
I mean, let you break it, man.
I'm the professional broadcaster. Matt Pitman, maybe the face of Texas barbecue, viral, national, throughout the entire country, is going to pair his lifelong dream and obsession of the Dallas Cowboys with his lifelong obsession and dominance of the grilling game. And Matt Pitman is, as of today, the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys, number one, and number two, a Dallas Cowboys Matt Pitman Meat Church rub is going to be specially made. Congratulations. That's big time. It's not even a bucket list thing because you probably could never even have imagined it.
It's so crazy. You know, like I'm blessed that I've turned my passion into a business. And so, you know, and I'm able to like travel out to training camp. Everybody thinks it's a vacation or whatever. And I grew up thinking like it'd be the ultimate to be an athlete. And then as I got older, I realized, well, there's no shelf life to what I do. And so, you know, this is like my 26th year or 27th year of going to every game, starting out with, you know, I was an usher at the old Texas Stadium, was a water boy for the cheerleaders for a while. This will be, I think, my 21st year of season tickets. Been a fan my entire life. And really, you know, my love of cooking really took off in the red parking lot at the old Texas Stadium. And it really crafted what I do today. I always say that my cooking is very seasonal. So obviously, I don't just do barbecue. I grill. By virtue of the Cowboys having a Thanksgiving game, you know, I learned to fry turkeys. I did seafood boils in the parking lot. You know, so I have these old photos of me cooking out there, not knowing what the heck I was doing. But, you know, someone saying we need someone that can cook at the tailgate, and me raising my hand is really what started this whole thing. So, you know, to go this many years later and officially work with the iconic, you know, most iconic team in sports and one of the biggest brands in the world, frankly, I never could have dreamed this up. And we did so much with the team last year that it just made sense. I got asked all the time, like, are you official? Are you working with these guys? And have a lot of, you know, player relationships. And it's just been like so much fun. So I never could have dreamed up that this could have happened. And it's so natural. We work with the coolest brands in the world, and to add this to it is like, I mean, to say it's a dream come true is, you know, obvious, but it's pretty crazy. I'll say that.
Now, we're not going to have to hear and deal with like you doing commercials on our radio station or anything like the Dallas Cowboys radio network or anything like that, with Peyton professionally runs and dominates, as we found out this week.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was told that basically I'm like a Matthew McConaughey. I mean, the thing that my voice does with ladies and such. So I've already recorded 3 commercials, three radio spots, I would say.
Oh, wow, you got more spots than Bassick.
Yeah, learn from the best, you know.
All right, so Matt, first off, congratulations. What is I'm curious, what goes into the process of developing this rub? Like, do you have a rub in mind where you're like, oh, I'm already going to do this? Yeah. Or is it like you're getting commissioned, like when a studio says, hey, we're commissioning you to write 3 movies? Are you developing it now? And when you develop it, are you trying to, you mentioned it being seasonal, are you trying to make it like, all right, let me come up with a rub that's going to be more oriented for food you would eat during football season or something like that?
So we are developing it now. It's not a recipe that we have on the shelf. We're not going to white label something that we have or anything like that. But I do feel like it's important to be used at a tailgate because, you know, I was called the king of tailgating on Barbecue Pitmasters by Myron Mixon. Wow. And I've kind of stuck with it ever since then. And so I want it to be able to be used during football season. You know, it doesn't have to go on everything, but I do think it needs to be an all-purpose. So that's currently where my focus is. We're working on developing art concepts that would be, you know, attractive. Because I've said, if I'm a Cowboys fan, you know, first off, you love barbecue, but I'm buying a seasoning, you know, that's developed for tailgating with the Dallas Cowboys and Meat Church. So it's a grand slam. It's a touchdown.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so I'm actually developing it now, working on it fast because we want to take advantage of football season. So I'm hard at work on it right now.
So official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys means what in terms of game day or other responsibilities? Like, what are you going to be doing?
So, you know, unfortunately, I'm not going to be on the sideline next to Big Mike coaching the boys up about barbecue, but a lot of it will be, you know, kind of determined. I mean, as you guys know, I cooked a few times for some of the players last year, and And I have a lot of mutual partnerships. So between Miller Lite and Yeti and Lucchese, brands that I already work with, they're going to want to do some things together. I hosted Q Barbecue Fest last year that's coming up in October. And so as part of this, I'm like, look, there's no better person to host that. So a lot of the things that we already did, but a whole bunch of it is now, we're in meetings now discussing what it's going to look like with those various partners and things like that. I've worked with a few of the players to help get them grills to cook throughout the season. And a lot of the guys eat really healthy and clean through the season. So like I was visiting with Jalen Tolbert for a long time, helping him with fish 2 days ago. And he's got a Traeger coming, I think in a week. He's already got one, but he's getting one at his home here in Dallas. And I'm going to head up and help him with specifically how to teach or how to cook some salmon and things like that. He eats a ton of fish during the season. So it'll be a lot of what we're doing, but I suspect that now that this is out and people will see the star on things that I wear that, people are going to be like, ooh, we need to do a little more.
And Bobby, we made a tremendous mistake at training camp not getting Brandon Aubrey. Not only were we told that Brandon Aubrey was a fan or listener of the morning show, he's a barbecue foodie. Matt, Brandon Aubrey talking to you about grilling.
Yeah, this is actually really cool. So I did you guys know that I did a class at Dak's house for some of the boys in the spring. And he was there with his wife. And we hit it off because we both used to be in IT. And so we were just talking about that. His transition is amazing. And so we were chatting about that. And he reached out to me a few weeks later and he said, I've never been a griller, but after your presentation, I got really interested. And so I helped him get a Traeger. Unfortunately, it showed up 2 days before he left for Oxnard. But I ran into him right off the bat at camp. And first thing I said was, I think that kick is still in the air. And secondly, let me know if you want me to come up and give you a hand when you get back. So yeah, that's really cool that a guy just says, man, what you did inspired me and I want to get into it. So we'll see where he goes with it.
Matt Pitman, a.k.a. Meat Church, with the big announcement. A Dallas Cowboys rub is coming out, and he is the official pitmaster of America's team. So did this get to Jerry level? Did you negotiate with Jerry Jones over salt and garlic and pepper and
No,
his deal got done. So
yeah, exactly. I work with an amazing team: Marshall, Rala, Brett, Jacob. These guys they didn't have to go. They didn't have to go to Jerry, but they got it done. So
all right, rank the California celebrity sightings 1, 2, 3 between Adam Levine, Cameron Diaz, and who you told me you saw at the airport. Flying commercial.
The first day got off to a crazy start. I show up to DFW and I'm in the TSA. I'm walking up to the TSA line and I see these guys in front of me and I'm like, that's a very rock starish look. And it ends up being Tommy Lee of Motley Crue. And no one, he sat beside me for 10 minutes. I didn't say anything to him and nobody budged. So I thought that was nuts that he was there with us unbathed on a commercial airline. And then, we went to dinner in Montecito and we're sitting there at a table and there's these steps in front of me. It's a super nice place, by the way. And I look up and Adam Levine comes walking down the stairs and in his party, not with him, is Cameron Diaz. So it's kind of a trip. I snuck a little picture and I'm pretty sure Cameron Diaz was yelling at me. So everybody gave me a hard time forever that my shot of one of my top 3 celebrity crushes was ruined in California. So that was the only bad news. But
Adam Levine was a top 3 crush? He's a good-looking man.
The Tommy Lee sighting was the best. That was in Dallas, but I'm a huge Motley Crue fan, so that was a pretty cool fanboy moment for me. I can't believe I didn't say anything, to be honest with you.
Was Cameron Diaz yelling at you angry, or was she going oh my God, that's Matt Pitman from Meat Church?
It was definitely that. It was the latter. Yeah. No, I actually don't think she was yelling at me, but someone I had my phone on the table, sneaking, just to kind of see the moment. And so I think someone closer took her picture because she's like, don't take pictures. And we were all just cracking up because we didn't realize it was her. We were taking Adam Levine's picture. I'm like, oh my God, that's Cameron Diaz.
The worst is if it's dark and your damn flash screws you over. Boom, there's the flash that goes off there. But maybe he's used to taking photos. Q Barbecue. What?
The Fantex has a great name for the rub, Matt. They say you need to call it, 469 says you need to call it all in, all purpose.
Oh! Yo, we need the Tolos to name it. We need the Tolos to name the rub.
The Tolos are undefeated.
That is awesome. Hey, man, congratulations. You deserve it, brother. Thank you for allowing us to break it here on the show. You know how much I love barbecue and grilling, and I can't wait to keep us updated. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. It's going to be awesome. I think it's going to enrich our spot. It's going to be super cool every time we get together, be able to talk about this stuff.
Yeah, Rich is right for some of us here. Matt Pitman, a.k.a. Meat Church. It's a Meat Church Wednesday. Every other hump day. With Sean and RJ. It's Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair, and Brian Broaddus will join us in the chair one final time from Oxnard. Let's get the latest from camp. How did practice go yesterday? Double B, Brian Broaddus is next.
player in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Who are the winners and losers from Oxnard training camp? The biggest winner is Brian Broaddus, who's been a champion for the last couple weeks, showing up here at 6:40 California time every single day to hang out and talk Cowboys with us. For the final time before he heads back to Dallas, Brian Broaddus joins us from the tennis courts in Oxnard. Brian, how you doing? And are you feeling the sadness today?
Yes, I am. I'm very sad. Everybody talks about, is this your, it's Super Bowl day, it's opening day, it's all that stuff. And then, and then they say, well, you don't get to do this anymore. And so I'm disappointed. I'm sad. Yeah, you know what? You guys asked me to come on your show. I was happy to come on the show because that means I start my day talking football. And unfortunately, though, it all stops today as far as the training camp aspect of it. This thing went pretty fast for me. It usually, when you're working on the end of it, sometimes it goes pretty slow. But this end of it, getting to talk about it every day and being on podcasts and things like that has made this a lot of fun.
So do you think you'd feel the same for if you just lived out? We got your room in Frisco for OTAs, mini camps, and then I'm going to throw in the combine for that week. How do you think your love of those would compare, broadcasting like this compared to what you've been doing in California?
I love the practice aspect.
And let me throw in Senior Bowl too. Sorry.
No, I love the practice aspect of this thing. I love the every day of knowing that I'm going to go on a practice field and watch, them trying to build this football team. And, I know you guys are going to ask me a bunch of questions about the best players and the disappointing ones and all that. And you kind of figure that out watching practice, and watching these games. And the fact that they had a couple of workouts against the Rams, I thought was really, really cool. And so that part of it, I enjoyed that the most. I love the combine, though. I'll tell you what, you guys next year, if you don't go to baseball, and I'm putting this plug in our boss's ears if they're listening right now, you guys need to go to the combine.
Yes.
And broadcast. If you're not going to broadcast from training camp in baseball, we need to start our day in Indianapolis, Indiana with your show. Mm-hmm. And you guys, you will learn more about what your team's going to try and do and run into people that can help you with that. Your shows are good. They'll be even better starting the day in the combine. Throw that thing to us in Arizona, and we'll cover that baseball stuff. So, if your sponsors out there, think about sending that morning show to the combine because they will learn a lot, and then the shows will be really, really good.
I have tried to tell Sean Sharif, which, by the way, Brian Broaddus joined us this entire time out there in Oxnard, California, is presented by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Thank them. Yes, thank them.
Speaking of sponsors, who do a great job.
Yeah,
thank you, Sagamore.
Thank you so much.
Brian, I've tried to tell Sean repeatedly over the years, and not that he hasn't believed me,
sure.
but you can reinforce this. I don't think there's a setting Sean Sharif would feel more content drunk than being able to go out to the steakhouses at night and run into top NFL people just every night of the week.
Sean, you'd never get into a car and you walk everywhere. Yeah, it's a little chilly. You bundle up. It's kind of like dealing with the Super Bowl. But the potential guests that you get, it's better than the Super Bowl. It is. Yeah, you're talking to I talking to actors and actresses and people trying to push, their products and stuff. That's cool. These people are there talking football. They're there, breaking it all down. If the Cowboys do have a high pick, and for our sake, I hope not, just because that means they had a really, really bad season. That's tough to cover. But the content you can get from the combine is incredible. And the nighttime too, you learn more walking around and, like Bobby says, going to eat dinner and bumping into people and stuff. And it's really, really good. Training camp, combine are my two favorite things that we ever do.
All right, Brian Broaddus, I got some Oxnard awards for you since this is your last day out there.
Sure.
All right, just in a vacuum, the best overall player you saw out at training camp this year.
I think there were three. And I'm sorry, I gotta do this. And you can rank them whatever order you want.
Sure.
Tyler Smith was by far one of the best players I saw. You talk about every single day lining up and doing something that you go, okay, I see why this guy's kind of a Pro Bowl, all-pro type of a player. Micah Parsons wrecked shop every day. It didn't matter if it was his own team or the Rams team. They couldn't block him when it came to that kind of stuff. And then Dak throwing the football, having to deal with Mike Zimmer and what they were doing in the, kind of putting this defense in, the disguises. They challenged him in this camp. They really did. And I thought he was consistent throughout throwing the ball, whether it was down in the red zone, in the field, wherever he had to throw the ball, and I thought the decision-making and things were good. So I'd say Tyler Smith, Micah Parsons, and Dak would be the three guys that I would point out there.
What addition to Micah's game did you notice him add that stood out in the practices, if any?
He looks actually slimmer, and I mean slimmer in a way. He's still a good-looking player. He doesn't look as bulky as he was, and I think it's helping him. He's had explosiveness. He's got quickness. He just now can take his body and turn it sideways and still get up the field. He has found ways to attack these blockers by getting small. And I mean getting small where they can't get hands on him. If you watch the really good pass rushers in the National Football League, they will never let an offensive tackle or a blocker get their hands on him. They will find a way to contort, move, get small, turn. Mike is getting this down now where it's like, okay, when you put your hands up on him, he's not going to let one of those hands is not going to hit him. The other, maybe you'll get him with the one, but you're not going to get him with the second one. And I think that's what he's done a really good job of figuring out how to break people down. And when you can break people down, you can pass rush.
Now the about him or some of the questions have been physicality end of the year. If he's lighter or smaller, is that a problem?
I think that I don't know if it's a problem. We haven't seen him be lighter. And maybe lighter means that his conditioning might be better. You tend to lose weight as the season goes along anyway. He might be the opposite of that direction. Yeah, there's some things at the very end. I'm just saying what I've seen from him, his bag of tricks has expanded. And I mean the bag of tricks of how to free himself from blockers. And if he's freeing himself from blockers, that's saving wear and tear on him.
Brian Broaddus joined us talking about final Oxnard awards from his time out in training camp, which ends today. Brian, the most disappointing player for you at training camp?
Yeah, I think there were a couple of them. Eric Scott, I felt like had a really good OTAs and mini camps and stuff, and I kind of felt like that he was going to compete for a position or a roster spot here. And then Brevin Spann-Ford, I was told nothing more that this guy was a blocker. This guy was a big-time blocker. Kind of study him. Yeah, you saw that at Michigan. There were things that he was able to do in the running game. I don't think either one of these players is going to make the team. And I know Jerry came out yesterday and told everybody that the tight end room is going to be a tough cut. If Brevin Spann-Ford is a tough cut, it's because they guaranteed him $250,000. That's why it's a tough cut. But those are a couple of guys right there that I kind of felt like, maybe Eric Scott was maybe on the right path. His sponsors are gone. It looked like he was doing well in minicamp and OTAs. He really didn't carry it over into training camp. And then again, Spann-Ford, they're looking for a big body that could block at the point of attack and tight end. And I don't think they found it in this kid. I could be wrong about that, but the initial indications are that's not the case.
The most surprising player, in a good way, the guy who when he got out there.
Maris Leofau. There were things at Notre Dame that he did well. I had questions about the pick because I was thinking about, man, they're going to need a running back here at some point in time, And I really probably didn't give him enough credit. The kid's got really good instincts. He's around the ball. There's some questions about his ability to tackle coming out of Notre Dame. I don't think that's going to be a problem initially from what I've seen. But he's been the most surprising because I didn't give him nearly enough credit after he got drafted. But when you watch him live, the way that he's able to diagnose the play, find the ball, get in position, and be close to the finish. I mean, they're not tackling people in practice. He made improvement from the Rams game to the last game against the Raiders. This kid's got a chance to be pretty darn good for you.
The most maddeningly inconsistent player you saw during camp?
It's Mozzie Smith. I just can't figure out exactly, there's really some good days, and then there's some days where he reverts back to a guy that really, doesn't have a clue about technique, and they try really hard to work on his technique. And so he might make an improvement 1 or 2 plays, and then the next they go to another period, and he looks like he kind of reverts back to the guy that that you're kind of saying, wow, he needs to get off that block better. Wow, how did he show a pass rush in that previous period, but can't get any pass rush right now? Why is he not playing off the ball here? Yeah, he's been a little maddening to watch during this training camp practices.
Was all of this on his Michigan tape, or something surprisingly different?
Michigan played him in a what they read and react system. And so read and react means it's almost what they call two-gap, Sean, where they extend their hands, and then they look left, they look right, and then they react to the football. Okay. And so if you even watch Chris Jenkins, who was just recently drafted from Michigan, Michigan's got some players that that are good pass rushers, but they're all edges. They're all edge guys. They're inside players or more read and react guys. I'll be interested to see if, in fact, because Chris Jenkins, when you watched him at Michigan, you're like, okay, now I see what the deal is with Mozzie Smith. They felt like that maybe they can convert Mozzie to more of a guy that could probably play with his hands and then get off the block. But there's times where he reverts back to his Michigan scheme, and it causes him to be a little late off the ball. I think he's gotten better getting off the ball, but there's times where you still see he's the last guy going.
And finally, who was just flat out the most exciting highlight reel player you saw out there?
I don't know if I would call it an exciting highlight reel, because I don't think there were always highlights. I'll tell you the guy that I felt like that I was excited to see make plays, and that was Jalen Tolbert. I was when we came into camp, I was thinking that Brooks and Tolbert would be in a battle for maybe even for that third spot. It was really close when it started, and then Tolbert clearly pulled away from him. I know that Brooks had a couple of plays down the field and stuff like that. You watch Tolbert practice, he makes plays during practice. That's exciting to me, that he came in with the attitude of like, okay, I have to be better. I can't play at the level I was where I'm getting 18 catches and not doing anything, that kind of thing. He's got to be better for this team, and I think that when he had a really good offseason, he got himself in condition, he got himself ready to play, he's been more consistent, and it is good to see that the way he's taking it to his job, it's exciting that he's going to be a contributor to this offense.
You made our show better, our life easier, and thank you so much for doing this. I'm down, please, every single year. Brian brought us the football machine and the hardest worker at the Fan, at least for this week.
Yeah, and Brian, we got we'll have a gift bottle of Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey waiting for you when you get back.
There you go. I appreciate that. You guys, thanks for having me on your show every day here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about football. I do enjoy this so much, but you guys helped me a lot along the way, and thank you again to you guys.
Safe travels. Thank you, brother.
Brothers. Take care.
Brian Broaddus leaving Oxnard. What an absolute treat that was for 2 weeks on DFW Sports Station. Around the rest of the NFL, we actually liking the new rules. 5 trades that could still take place. And how has your woman changed you the most? Final hour, Hump Day edition. Hump Day. After this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. Get it, get it, get it. Middle of the week, hump day edition.
Hump day.
On Sean, RJ, we got Peyton and Carter in the back. Everyone's getting it live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we try to get you to your Friday and your weekend as quickly as possible. Man, I felt like a little breeze this morning walking out to the car. I said, are we breaking? Are we breaking with the temperature?
You live in a privileged community then, because I didn't feel that. I woke up.
I have privilege because I have a wind gust.
Yeah,
it got through the walls, my moat, my drawbridge.
We have all sorts of privileges out there. You have wind privilege, okay? And so that was where I felt quite balmy this morning.
I am not seeing a triple-digit high the rest of the week. We're only getting up to 99 5 times. 5 times over the next 7 days. So a balmy 102 yesterday, 105, records being set. Insane out there. The evaporation out of my pool. I had to check if I had leaks, which I knew was not going to be the case with Emerald Custom Pools. But my kid, my parents, thank you, Mom, for sending me another, 48-piece set to put together of this like little outdoor bucket thing with my kid. All the water out of that, gone. Just like that. The grease catcher in my Blackstone, gone. Everything's just evaporating out there with the water disappearing in the heat.
The only thing not evaporating is the sweat from under my arms and trickling down my side. Anytime I get in the car, it is within 2 minutes of getting in the car, even with the AC on, that I start I feel like a bead of sweat trickle down, and it's just this is brutal.
I'm hanging on for dear life with my electric bills, man. With my air conditioning bill, it's ugly. It's really ugly.
I'm really understanding now everybody who got upset with us while we were in Oxnard for talking about what the temperature was and it's kind of chilly, or it's kind of a hot 78. By seeing choppy post screenshots of just in case you were curious what the weather's like. Nobody was curious.
54.
Nobody was curious, douche. You don't have to post it.
Dude, why can't we just get a little cooler summer, man? I'm sitting there watching the DNC last night, just like I watched the RNC.
I was about to say, of course you were.
Just like I watched the RNC, and their high is 73 today. This state would be absolutely perfect if we could just fix, adjust the global warming and the ice caps a little bit more to get it to
a political take from
84 degrees, 80 degrees. No, it's just a climate. Well, I guess that is political. All right, so that's where things stand. But this morning I felt a little breeze. I was like, whoa, it may have broken. I'm trying to get a screen door.
Make sure you open it.
Yeah. The screen door that can look out to the pool and the patio and open it and keep it. And my wife's like, for what? What are you going to get a big sliding screen door for? You're going to let all the air conditioning out. You can use it 4 weeks out of the entire year here. We had an amazing spring. I thought I moved to an area of Texas where oh my God, there's a weather pocket here. This is amazing. it just turned out to be like the most comfortable and awesome spring weather ever. And I think that maybe lasted for 2.5, 3 weeks. We might get a couple weeks in the fall, so it's not worth doing it.
No, but you lucked out with the breeze. That's why I say you have breeze privilege this morning, because I did not get any of that.
The breeze. All right. NFL around the league, and before Nick Eatman, 9:20. Around the rest of the NFL here on Sean and Bobby. We got new rules, 5 trades, and how your girl changed you the most. Which one would you like to start with?
Let's just knock out Travis Kelsey. I don't even know what to make of the Kansas City frat boy anymore. Travis Kelsey is officially whipped, ladies and gentlemen.
Bobby and I do share this. We lose respect. We don't say, yeah, I get it. We lose respect for you if your girl changes you that much.
And she's changing him. So
look at Bobby and I. We have not been changed.
It is Taylor Swift, though. A little different.
I don't think it is.
He's Travis Kelsey. It's like they're talking about with their prenup. What do you do? Am I the only one? Like, boil it down, simplify it. You each keep your own. Travis Kelsey's going to be fine. He's got generational wealth as well. They're talking about a prenup before he gets down on one knee or whatever. You keep yours, I keep mine. I'll be good. We're both going to be good forever.
Yeah, they should be. Now, why do you say, Peyton, are you saying that you would fall that hard for Taylor Swift too? Or are you saying because
he's saying Mackenzie's not good enough to change for? Mackenzie's not good enough to change for.
Or are you saying, what exactly is your point here? Of like, because it's Taylor, it's different because she's powerful, or because she has more like clout than him, or because you think she's just like
or hot,
that attractive?
I think it comes down to attractiveness. I think and fame. I think think of your.
So why is Taylor different then?
Shut up, Bobby.
She's hot. Yeah, I said it. Think of like your all-time celebrity crush that, let's say Amanda's not listening right now, so you can say it. You're safe here. You know, if they say change this, change that of you, like, are you doing it? Because if you say no, then, you could lose out in the relationship.
Yeah.
Or are you changing yourself?
What are you changing? What do you want me to change?
Well, let's say if she's like, hey, I need you to do laundry. I need you to do this. I need you to clean up. Change diapers.
I do change diapers.
Let's go through the list here of what he's changed, apparently. Okay, so first off, the off-season workout animal, no more. He's been jet-setting all summer, going to Europe to watch her performances. She made him dress up in a tux and a top hat to jump out as like part of one of her shows over there. All right, so any woman who successfully gets you to dress up because she wants to, as Bill Burr has pointed out before, that's you've lost control of the relationship. She's now being involved in. He brings her into the gym to train alongside him.
Okay,
so they're doing couple workouts together, and she's now dictating his haircut. So Patrick Mahomes, who talked to The Athletic for this piece about Travis Kelsey's, off season with Taylor Swift. At the start of camp, Kelsey continued one of his traditions. He shaved off his beard, leaving just a thick walrus-like mustache to resemble Reed. But Patrick Mahomes shares that Kelsey's haircut was not the same as it has been. We've all become familiar with the buzz cut or the tight fade that Kelsey loves so much. No more. Instead, Kelsey is letting his hair grow out throughout training camp because of a request from old Taylor Swift.
I wrote down all those things, and I'm going to defend him.
Oh gosh,
these are not that bad. They're really not.
The haircut.
If Amanda was like, "Hey, you should," I think you could look even better, like growing your hair long. I would probably try it. I don't care that much. I don't care about my hair like that. So she knows what is more attractive or less attractive. She's like, maybe the buzz cut, or maybe try this, styling it that way. I would do it. I would not consider that whipped. I would consider that help with style, which I desperately need.
Has Travis Kelsey ever struck you as a guy who like needs help with his style, or is not, or needs to level up his attractiveness?
No.
This seems like
she might like it even more.
This seems like a controlling narrative, and like she's
the top hat, one outfit for one of her shows. Nothing wrong with that. You put on this outfit. She's not changing the way he dresses daily, like Choppy got changed and altered. And then having the gym partner, that's cool. That's good. He may want that for her.
She's also making him cook in the kitchen with her.
Not whipped. That's a together. That's a couples thing.
That's a bonding.
You know what you should be doing instead of every night? at 9:30 p.m., us getting a text from Bobby.
Shouldn't be worried about cooking. You should be worried about cereal.
You know what I did? I simulated on ChatGPT Joe Biden. Y'all, I'm not exaggerating. Bobby, shut your mouth for 30 seconds. I simulated like this football team quarterbacked by Biden by this other team that was quarterbacked by. I need you to talk for 1 second. Who was the other person?
Biden. Oh, where it was Biden as quarterback for the 49ers and Bernie Sanders at left tackle blocking Micah Parsons.
That's what he's doing. That's what this man is doing. He's getting on Travis Kelsey for cooking or working out with his girl, and Bobby's burning time with fake Madden simulations on ChatGPT with DNC figures. So I don't know if you're the one to be lecturing right there.
I'm saying that there's
your wife would kill. She would kill to hear that you copied Travis Kelsey just a little bit.
But exactly, I need to establish a baseline for who exactly is in charge here. By the way, just while you were talking, just as an example of this, I decided to ask. I was like, hey, who would win a presidential election between Donald Trump and Travis Kelsey? Solidly Trump. Trump appears to edge out Travis Kelsey here in this one with 300 electoral votes.
I want to know the biggest, admit it. Well, we can leave your name out of it if you want. The biggest change you underwent or your friend. Throw your friend under the bus at 877-881-1053. That just folded like a tent. My best friend growing up, I don't talk to him anymore after his first wife. She was such a biatch. Totally, completely changed him. And I'm like, you're a coward. You're a spineless coward. And we can't talk anymore. They got divorced too, so I ended up being right. But no, did not rekindle that friendship.
I started eating broccoli. That's about the biggest thing she changed on me. It was broccoli. She still to this day gets so mad. I think you've heard her talk about it before. The whole dancing thing. That she's like, I won't dance. And I told her I wasn't going to dance. I don't dance. And
that's it?
Not in the Lee Bryson.
Dancing the three times out of the year that you're out, that's your biggest change?
No, I didn't do that.
But that would be your biggest change if I didn't dance.
Next time you see Kristen, ask her, just bring it up and see how worked up she gets at the idea that I don't dance.
I know what happened to Billy Bob. Pay you. Either
Silver Fox.
Be honest. Either yourself or a friend, they got totally worked over.
Him and his Texas Tech shirts.
It was my style. I got Lululemon shorts because of Mackenzie. She saw my shorts and she called them Adam Sandler shorts because of how long they were. Yeah. They were right at the kneecap. I thought they were fine. I even rolled them up a little bit. She's like, no, these are awful. These are off-brand, terrible. Go get some Lulus. And she bought me like 3 or 4 pairs. So it was the style, really, for me.
Okay.
Some of the answers here on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. 469, my wife wants me to keep hair on my chest. Hell no. 817, I don't watch.
See, that's not a problem to me. That's like something behind the scenes, undercover. It's not like outwardly showing the rest of your friends that you folded up and you melted.
I mean, I've missed out on a few like casino trips, which I know isn't a big deal to a lot of people.
My God.
But yeah, she's like, dude, you just went last week and you don't need to go again.
Yeah, you're winning in that department big time.
817, I don't watch adult videos any longer.
Okay.
So that's one. 469, my girlfriend is a 10 and I'm a 6. I do whatever she tells me to do. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him.
Who else that you know here? Like Eric and Zach.
Mm-hmm.
You see any of them like getting changed and most likely to?
I think Zach has been changed more naturally by like having a baby more than like his relationship.
Yeah.
I would say like I definitely see him like I see differences in him since he's had a baby. But Eric, no.
But no one can match this guy, right?
No, like I mean, that's,
no one can match
this gal. Yeah, nobody can match.
No one can match Ralph.
No, because he's. I mean, it's just it's evolving. It's constantly changing. It's he's there's no consistency. It's yes dear. It's very yes dear. Like with him.
You got a nominee or anyone that you think?
No,
you're surprised.
I mean,
Zach or Eric.
Aren't you the only single guy in your Los Hombres, or you were the only like non-married guy in your Los Hombres?
I was, yes.
So who is it that like who out of that group changed the most? Because you knew them pre-spouses.
Yeah, no one really. I mean, like there were some that maybe they were like, "Hey guys, like I can't go out to drink. Like my girlfriend wants to hang out with me this weekend, so like I'm gonna do stuff with her."
I got a wild card.
I got one. I just thought of that I changed for Kristen. I don't go clean shaven anymore because she's told me, she's like, I won't look at your face if you go clean shaven.
Okay, all right. See, that to me is the hair thing.
I have to go to shadow minimum.
I got a wild card, and I'll say it now that we don't need him anymore. I think Broaddus might adjust in a relationship big time and just do what she says. I think he could until a certain point, and that point would probably be breaking up. But up until the breakup, I could see him changing things up. And you think I'm off on that?
He is a yes ma'am, no ma'am person.
Hey, that's his sweet Southern charm. I don't know that the last time I was around Brian while he was actively in a relationship, I don't remember him changing too much.
Yeah, well, he changed my backyard because he took my damn pellet grill, and that's gone.
I don't remember a lot of changes there, but I'll say this, that he would cut off that relationship the second she said, hey, why don't you put that tape up? And he goes, hell no, you can go.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Did he start the fire yesterday in Oxnard? Let's catch up with Nicholas. Dang it, I keep forgetting he's back in Frisco. We'll talk about the Cowboys and Nick Eatman next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40. Right now, it's Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, did you panic and freak out when you heard about the fire yesterday in Oxnard?
No, not really. I was like, better. I mean, I'm in Dallas, so I was just like, okay, guys. I think I got out when I was supposed to.
But is it telling if you sent your first text message to someone, and that would tell us who you cared about the most? Like, was it all over to Mickey? Was it Nick Harris? Was it Derek Eagleton? Like, are you okay? What's going on? Or did you not send one at all?
No, I didn't really send one at all. I got a call quickly, and then I also got a video. And I just I got the sense very quickly that it wasn't really a big deal. Okay. So now wasn't really.
Now you stayed in those rooms. Obviously, you've been staying in them every single year for a long time. What could start a fire in an unattended room?
What could start a fire? Like potential?
Yeah, is it just like the AC unit?
I don't know. I don't know. I've heard stories. They're funny. I'll leave them at that. I don't know what it would be. I mean, there's a lot of reasons of what it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wasn't there, so I'm just gonna say I don't know because I wasn't there.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hit you with one last hypothetical, Nick, and it's not gonna do the players. We know it was not one of the DC.com people, but if you had heard, Nick, it was somebody on your staff. It was in their room. Who do you immediately go? Oh, it was probably this person's room.
Mickey.
That came out quick.
Maybe smoking cigars.
I don't know. That would be speculating. Again, I don't know. Mickey. Let's just go with Mickey. Yeah.
All right. Reaction to this, if it's possible, for the 500th time. Jerry yesterday with a CD update.
I don't mean that to be insensitive to our fans or to CD, but we're in good shape there, and we are having our promising talks. Say, well, why you keep talking? Won't you do something? Again, as in anything, it takes both of you there at the same time. But I believe it's got the proper amount of everything, emphasis, importance for everybody involved here, and we'll see how it goes.
What do you think, if anything?
That seems about on brand here, because I don't think that there has been a huge sense of urgency for either side to get this done. And, Jerry said it a week ago or so, and everyone went up in arms about that. And, oh, my God, Jerry's no sense of urgency while CD's agent is at the Olympics. So, I mean, it hasn't been a huge sense of urgency for either side. And I think as we get closer and closer to this, and one thing that needs to be pointed out is, when you're off for this long and then you get back in and start playing football, I mean, you're risking a chance for an injury there. And so hopefully everybody knows that this isn't a Saturday in Cleveland type thing and go play. I mean, hopefully this is a situation where, hey, to get ready to play that first game, you need to be here, I would say 2 weeks, 3 weeks before that. So we'll see if they think that way. I would think the sense of urgency, though, is going to start ramping up here. It has to, if they want to play this game and he wants to play at that high level for this game.
Nick, we were talking about earlier, Sean and I, kind of noticing when Jerry's talked about this the last couple days, it's almost like it sounds like it's bracketed with like a, hey, I don't want to offend anybody or I don't want to work anybody up, or anything like that.
Yeah.
Is that a direct response, you think, to how things were interpreted last Friday? Or is this more he feels a need to have a different approach with this one than he did with Zeke, for instance, where with Zeke, he kept throwing out Zeke who and didn't seem to bracket with any apologies at all?
Yeah, well, same with Zach Martin, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he actually threw some zingers at Zach, which was kind of surprising, too. So both of those, I think that was the tactic, and I think he tried to go down that road a little bit here, and it's not the same. I think all players are different, and all people are different. And so I think he senses a little bit more sensitivity with CD situation here. And I think, that's why he knew that what happened last week was probably not the best thing that could have happened. So let's change the tune a little bit. And I think what he's trying to say is there's no sense of urgency right now. We lost a player for the season in Trayvon Diggs in a practice. So get ready, get ready to play, get ready, on your own, and they'll get this thing done. But I'll say another thing. Like, the fact that they don't make any moves in free agency and they're in cap hell or whatever, I mean, isn't there blame on Jerry and Steven for that? I mean, they're people. Well, who do you blame for that? They blame Jerry and Steven.
Right.
But at the same time, if the same people that are blaming them are also like, why don't they just get it done? Well, getting it done is the same philosophy that puts you in that cap hell, because they can get it done. They could sign all three of them tomorrow if they just said, oh, let's just get it done at all costs. And so I think that it's very hypocritical for some people that are saying, why don't they get it done? And then also, why don't they have more money on the salary cap? I mean, that just seems kind of odd, and I don't understand why. I think the same people are saying both sides.
I think for me, I would look at it and say it's probably more related to if you would have gotten it done a year ago, for instance, with CD, you could have made it a more palatable number across the board because it gives you more years to spread out and a way to break up the signing bonus and do different things. So I think for a lot of people, it's more just a general frustration of the longer you put this off, the more it's cost you consistently. So why don't you get more out ahead of it? And to be fair, those same people aren't clamoring right now for, hey, get Micah done right now. When in reality, if you don't want to run into the same thing next year, you should probably get Micah done right now.
Get Micah done, yeah. But I'll say this, though. So yeah, people that would say, well, they could have gotten CD at 28 last year, and now they're going to have to pay 32, 33 or per year. But knowing the Cowboys and knowing any business people, they probably were trying to get them at 25. And they weren't thinking at 20. They're trying to get the best deal. And then he goes out and has a record-breaking season, and next thing you know, yes, the price goes up. So it's all cat and mouse type game. All I'm saying is that, like, I think if everyone knew what the asking price was for like Dak and CD, I think they would maybe understand of why it's taking a little bit longer. These asking prices are up there. And so I think that's part of the negotiation.
Do you know both asking prices?
I don't know the CD one. I know that the Dak one is Kansas City, like a few years ago. I mean, so it's up there. It's in the. It's kind of like where the weather is right now in Oxnard.
Nick Eatman on the D&M Leasing hotline here on 105.3 The Fan.
Just on the.
I thought you were going to go to the weather in Dallas.
No.
On the CD question, you mentioned there that maybe they're dealing with a little bit more of a sensitivity to that sort of rhetoric. And I think that that's fair and to be expected because, and I don't mean this in a negative way at all, because it benefits them in a lot of ways. CD is one of the more emotional players on the team, I would say, in terms of just he openly talks about it. I get frustrated sometimes, and it takes me out of my rhythm at times. And it's San Francisco last year where he kind of isolated himself because he was upset and he was frustrated. Right. Is it one of those things where the Cowboys, not just we shouldn't worry about offending him in these negotiations. Do you think there is a consciousness within the Cowboys of this is somebody who it could potentially turn sour into an irreversible state if we don't handle it the right way when we talk with him?
I think so. I think you have to weigh all that into this. He's an emotional person, but he also, he also understands things as well. And he that whole San Francisco game. I mean, I think that whole thing. He grew up a lot that week. Him and Dak both did. I think. As far as this is how this looks, and you can't really do this, but you're not really wrong. It's like any 88 that's ever been on the sideline that's wanted the football. One way to shut him up is to give him the football, and that's what they did. He wasn't wrong. He handled it in a way that probably wasn't right. And maybe you could say the same for this right here. Is he wrong for wanting his money? No. Is he wrong for the way he's handling it? You can debate that. I don't disagree with him. Not after seeing number 7 go down for the season last year in a practice. He did it last year. Why should he do it again? I understand exactly what he's doing, and I don't think that they're at a point now where it's like they're hurting the team. I think what you've seen some receivers step up. The one that stepped up the most is Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks, to me, has taken that leap to a number 1 level receiver, and his connection with Dak has been off the charts. And that right there, I think, is as good as anything that's happened here. So maybe the two of them back on the same field, when that happens, I think that's going to be the biggest benefit.
I'm having a mini debate with Bobby. This isn't anything important. It's just about me being right again, like Mayor yesterday. Listen to this clip and tell me if you think that Jerry is saying we're good with Lamb's contract where we are, or we're good in the wide receiver room right now without him.
I don't mean that to be insensitive to our fans or to CD, but we're in good shape there, and we are having our promising talks. Say, well, why you keep talking? Won't you do something? Again, as in anything, it takes both of you there at the same time. But I believe it's got the proper amount of everything, emphasis, importance for everybody involved here, and we'll see how it goes.
What do you think, Nick?
The part about we're in good shape?
Yeah,
we're in good shape there. Is that a reference to the negotiation or a reference to the position?
I think it's to the negotiations. I thought everything that was said there was about the CD negotiations. I don't know who I just pissed off, but I think
didn't piss off anybody. And my argument,
love you, Nick Eatman.
I said when you hear it, when it's spoken, that's what it sounds like. I said it reads like he's talking about the receiver room, but when it's spoken, it sounds like the tone is saying the negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think he ever goes back to anything else. It's all we're in good shape there. Yep. It has a good level of everything.
Yeah, true.
I think the whole thing. Now, to be fair to both sides.
No, that's all you need to say. We'll talk to you Friday.
Okay, the reason why Bobby is thinking that is because Jerry has said that too 100 times. So, because he knows that's what he's thinking too. He thinks both of that. In this particular case, just reading that or listening to that, I think he's talking about contract. But we all know by listening to him all camp that he feels good about the receivers as well.
Would have been golden. Just 20
awesome
seconds.
Job, Nick. Awesome job.
He still favored me a little bit. Thanks, Nick. We'll talk Friday.
Pig.
You're right, Sean.
Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I don't know where they are, but we're going to crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next. But let me
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Tough to make out exactly where they are, but they're definitely on the road. It's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece, and I do not hear Kevin Hagelin speaking yet.
Oh, no, you can't hear us.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me
now?
Got you now.
Okay, there we go.
What do you mean you don't know where we are? Weren't you promoting that we're at Globe Life Field all day long?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. That sounds like a no.
Corey, it looks like you're at Globe Life Field. What's coming up?
That's a good one. We are right out of the gate. What's the biggest X-factor for the Cowboys this season? And then we're going to talk about that kid who couldn't make that catch in center field during the Little League World Series.
How did they call that
yesterday.
a catch to start?
Yeah, come on, man. Get a new center fielder out there. Bruce Bochy's supposed to join us around 10:20 this morning. And my buddy's an idiot coming up at 11:20. Short show as we lead into the Rangers and the Pirates today.
Hey, Sean, tomorrow we'll be at Specs off of 75 if you want to hype that up all program.
And I'm going to just throw this out there. Thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye, my hat right there. I am told there is going to be a free whiskey tasting.
What?
So if you want to come out.
All right, well, I guess I'll see you there then, Sean.
Yeah, if you want to come out to Specs, it's right around the corner from the station. Come out and see us, and I'm told free whiskey tasting.
Oh, it's this Specs right around the corner?
Yep.
Yes!
Yeah.
I love that store.
Oh,
my God.
It's a sick, sweet wine collection in the back, too.
Yes, they do. Yeah, it's awesome.
That glass room back there. What's wrong, Kevin?
No, we just said it was off of Central, and you didn't think it was that one that you know?
I'm just trying to make it, like, more hype.
Okay,
Central's a long road.
Tell me about the glass room.
There's a glass room, and there's a lot of bottles. I think it's temperature controlled. You keep your wine at your different temperatures. You know, a lot of people are like, "Oh, only white wine's supposed to be cold," but no, your red wines are also kept a little bit chilled as well. That's where the big box prices are back there in that back room.
Do you have a wine cellar at your house, Sean?
Not a cellar.
You have a wine fridge?
I have a wine fridge.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have nothing in it. I went through a bad period. It was I like to call it an educational period. Like
that.
my DUI, it was an educational period.
Drink at home.
I needed that. I needed that to learn not to drink and drive. Although I didn't have any Ubers or Lyfts in my 10,000 person town. But this wine period, educational, not to spend that much money on wine, at least for me. I signed up for these wine clubs and these discount sites, and I'd probably say I was buying like 6 bottles a week and ordering them online and getting this wine fridge and everything. And it's not for me. So my wine fridge is currently empty. It's pretty pathetic and lame.
What's the most expensive bottle of wine? I know that's not really what you were getting at right there, but I'm curious. What's the most expensive bottle of wine you ever did or have ever done?
Oh, I would never pay. It might have been like whatever the Camus Special Select. It might be $175, $180.
Camus.
But I would never I was signing up for discount sites. I was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is
He's getting in bulk. I'm
yeah,
getting bulk here.
It's a $100 bottle. Like maybe I'd pay $60 for one to try it, but
I gotcha.
Never was I gonna consistently buy $60 bottles of wine. I'm trying to find the $60 bottle for $30.
Yes,
and and having a wine fridge full of even $30. Well, it was a little bit too rich for my blood, so that emptied my bank account real quick, and I learned.
I gotta say, guys, I don't blame Sean for not knowing where exactly you were. I don't know what it is about y'all's lighting or whatever else. Does it not look like they're on a green screen?
Yeah,
like that they're fake at the ballpark right now. This looks as if they are on a green screen of Globe Life Field.
We're in Studio B, and we're like, hey, we're live at the ballpark, everybody.
Yeah, it is the lighting behind us more than anything. But I'll give you a shot of the field there. And then there's Ruben.
I turned it the wrong way.
Ruben's hair is just, there's no product.
Looks like he's dating Taylor Swift.
No product.
It's nice that he has it, though, right?
That is right. That is nice. Me and Ruben, we can talk about
Are you a little
this.
envious? Of the...
Sure. I wish I had hair.
When did you start? When did you know it was over for you?
Oh, man. It was super, super early.
I've never known you with hair.
Yeah, it was probably like 20,
never.
No,
25, 26. It was really early.
When I met Kevin, he wore a hat for the first 2 years that I met him.
I did used to wear a hat all the time.
It was a backwards Duke hat all the time. Yeah.
I love Duke.
Or A&M. It was one of those two hats all
So
the
did
time.
you shave it at 25, 26? You did that?
I think that was the sobering moment is because I'd always wanted to shave my head, and then I shaved my head, and then you could just see the patterns. You're like, well, that's not going to come back strong. That's not good. And so it was like,
Sorry.
You remember when Gavin Dawson shaved his head, and he's like, I have hair follicles of the gods. I do not. And at 25 or 26, I was like, okay, well, that's not coming back.
Everybody always will. We get people on the Twitch, the YouTube, whatever else. A lot of times they'll be like, "Why does Bobby always wear a hat? Why does he always wear a hat?" I didn't have a hat on in a photo we posted to social one time or something, and it was a flood of comments of "Tell Bobby to put back on a hat." Dear God, tell Bobby. I used to have a flow, and then it in the last 2 years, it's really gone back.
I'm a firm believer that no one actually looks bad when they make the shaved bald head decision. Kevin, looks good on you.
Jada.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
I'm trying to figure out for Bobby if that would apply Can you take your hat off?
Yeah, one sec.
What do you guys think in judging this? Do you think it would go for him as well?
Yeah, I think you could go for it, especially if you just embrace it. I think people will accept it.
I think you should do a comb over. I think you should grow it out real long on one side and just fold that over the top.
He's a comb over candidate.
Okay.
Damn, Bob. Damn, son. I know.
Here's my next question about that.
There's less Rex out on 75 right now.
Oh, man.
When did people stop doing like a wig or a hairpiece? And like, when did people know that everybody knew it was a comb over? Like, I know there's still some people who are like, no, man, it just got lots of product in it. And you're like, yeah, but like, you just took the right side and combed it all the way over. You don't have any hair in the middle. Like, when did people acknowledge that, like, that's not fooling anyone?
When big wig got too expensive, whenever it became
Is that
too
like Big
expensive.
Pharma?
Yeah, Big Pharma, big weed, big water. Yeah, absolutely.
One of my favorite days ever at the newspaper was we had an older reporter who wore a toupee, and it was very obvious that he wore a toupee. And then one day, I guess over the weekend or something, I don't know if he got a new toupee or got the toupee he had bleached, but he came in and it was an entirely different color, and man.
Bobby, I'm going to tell you a fan dinner story off the air that you're going to pee yourself. You're going to lose it. You're going to go crazy. Kevin, when are you breaking down the DNC last night?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Speaking of things getting more expensive,
I did not really watch. I have not watched the first 2 days of the DNC. I didn't really watch the RNC either, though. So hopefully I don't get any political hate. What were your takeaways? I heard it was Obama Day there.
Yeah, I was only really bringing it up as a segue to play this Theo Von Trump audio.
Oh, no.
That's amazing. This is Theo Von sitting down.
Is this the cocaine one?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I would just do cocaine. That was really, yeah. So not just, yeah.
That's down and dirty, right?
Yeah, and this is, I mean, it was,
But you don't anymore?
No, I don't do it anymore, man, and I'm not doing it.
Is it too much? Too much to handle?
Some of the stuff started to get a real rattle in it, too. I don't know where we were even getting it from in this country, but yeah, it started to make me feel like I was a mechanic or something.
So the thing you go back to then is alcohol for the most part.
Right, yeah, but what I want probably is cocaine, but I know that if I have a drink, then it'll be like, okay, well, I had a drink, then I can do this.
Is cocaine a stronger
oh, yeah.
up?
Yeah. Cocaine
so you're way up with cocaine more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie, you know what I'm saying? You'll be out on your own porch, you'll be your own street lamp. You're freaking...
And is that a good feeling?
No.
It's a miserable feeling.
Good follow-up
question.
Anyway,
just like the guy you're saying with the scotch.
Dude, how awesome is it?
I love Theo.
All right.
That mechanic line, I listened to that 5 times because it just moved on to the next thing. Man, I feel like a mechanic, and then Trump comes in.
There's a few things. That should have been at the RNC. But also, it feels like Trump vacillates between he's really concerned and has questions, but then it seems like he's like, tell me more about cocaine. I'm intrigued by the effects of it.
Yeah, he actually sounded like he'd never done cocaine based on the way he was asking. that. So I'll give him credit.
So he went between I'm concerned versus what kind of price are we talking about, So I appreciated the back and forth. There were some solid follow-up questions asked in there.
Where's Michael?
I think he might be.
He's talking to some.
Yeah,
he's talking to a doctor over there. I think.
Oh,
it could
because
be.
I just saw Barry Fish on the YouTube.
What'd Barry say?
Barry said he's responding to Josh Fulton. He said, I only need 2 glasses to hit it, and that's the ones on my head. I don't know exactly what that's in reference to.
Okay, so I have gotten more and more, let's say, ensconced in YouTube culture over the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
It is amazing how often that devolves into something that has nothing to do with our show. Like yesterday, I watched a pro versus anti-union debate happening in the YouTube chat, and I was trying to think back, like, what did we even say that might have sparked any such thoughts of this? I couldn't figure it out.
Okay.
It was fascinating, though.
They're a group unto themselves.
That's
good.
fair.
That's a good thing right there.
You have a comment?
I think Barry Fish was talking about fish. There is what he was talking about. So
Mike Fisher?
No.
Exclusive.
2 to hit it.
Like fish? Like
come on, Sean. You got to know what he's talking about, right?
Well, Fish the band.
Meow.
Oh.
Too innocent.
All right, that's
who's the real homeschooler here?
Man.
I didn't know if fish was a term like.
Are you kidding me?
Fish?
You never heard somebody laugh when they go, I wanted some of that fish taco. You never heard anybody laugh about that?
Oh, my God. Kevin.
You never heard anybody laugh at that before?
Oh, yeah, Payne's Wieners today, and now that. The KMC masterpiece with their fake background is next.
It's real!
On the Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field in Arlington, getting ready for the Rangers today. Pregame will start at 1, first pitch at 1:35. I think we're going to have Bruce Bochy in about 20 minutes or so, but I want to start things off. Me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick. Back in the studio, it's Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
What's going on, man? Oh, no, Mike. We don't have Mike up right now.
Oh,
Ruben.
dear. Okay.
We'll have to
we
take
might
care
have
of
to
that,
get
though.
back. Try it again.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. He's back in the game.
Let's go.
I like it. Good to have you here, Mike.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, man. I see you wearing your Rangers polo.
Yeah.
Surely we'll get more hits today than yesterday, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, maybe a perfect game's going to be thrown today.
Hey, how did y'all feel yesterday when Reggie started texting about all the runs that the Astros were scoring? And he's like, this is kind of cool and everything. Like,
he's a jerk.
Yeah, I was rude to him to start bragging about the team he's covering.
Yeah.
We won the World Series last year, though.
Yeah,
So I'm
and
gonna
they
rest
never
on that.
have.
Yeah, I'm gonna not legitimately, at least that I know.
Oh, we don't count the second one as legitimate?
How can you, after the first one was not illegitimate? How can you count the second one? You know,
Oh, man, sounds like you do great in politics. All right, 877-881-1053. Frankel
Stop the
and
count.
Frankel, stop it. Frankel, I meant to you, not the count.
Keep
I
counting.
meant to
Okay.
you. Stop it. If you want to text in, also hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. But we're going to start with Cowboys. We'll probably talk with Boach in about 20 minutes, but let's start with Cowboys here. Who is the biggest X factor for the Cowboys this season? So I'm particularly looking for a player. I know there are lots of different things that could pivot this Cowboys season, but I was curious if there is one particular player that you look at and you're like, this person could kind of change the trajectory of this season.
Well, I'll go without saying a player because right now the starting running back is Zeke. If somebody actually is an NFL running back on this team, like that would be an X factor. Right now, I'm assuming they're going to be one of the worst run offenses in the NFL. And they're going to have to do everything based off of passing to score points. So X factor for me would be, oh my gosh, if the Cowboys actually have like an average or above average run attack, and I don't think it's going to be Zeke. I think it will be Rico or Malik Davis.
I don't even know.
I saw a story this morning, Mike, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I really did.
Okay.
And it was a Mike Fisher article. Suggesting should the Cowboys trade for Miles Sanders, and would that be the missing link?
Mama's boy.
That was my first thought was that we would have a field day with that. But I mean, it seems like it would be an upgrade over the rest of the group right now.
Yeah, a lot of people do think that the Cowboys are going to have to do the Amari Cooper trade again.
Yeah.
Now, I hope the Cowboys' record isn't that bad. When they did that, they were like 2-4 or something.
It was a rough start.
They were in a bad spot.
And but I think that they might get to the point in week 4 or week 5. I think they're going to run with their guys right now and then hope and pray, and then possibly 5 games or 4 games into the season go, can we pick up a Miles Sanders or can we pick up somebody? Because we have now established that this isn't going to work.
That's one of the reasons, Kevin, I think that position might go a little long. Because I think I think Deuce can help you on special teams for one, but I also think they have 3 guys that all kind of do the same thing and are all the same guy.
So maybe
and they're not good enough.
Maybe my roster building thought is off base in terms of like, let's just say I think the 4th tight end is better than the 6th wide receiver, and I'm like, that's why you go with the 4th tight end. Where, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm getting this right, you're saying it might go heavier running back because they're like, yeah, we're trying to figure it out, kind of. Still.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Thinking
actually.
that hey, we can use one of these guys on special teams, but also we're not sure which one of these guys is good enough. Like I think Royce Freeman might make it because of that.
Yeah.
Where they're like, well, him, Zeke, and Dowdle are all kind of the same guy. we'll hold on to these, and we'll also hold on to Deuce just in case. So that's where.
And then Lipke too.
Oh, and Lipke. So yeah, 5 there. Well, and I guess I just don't consider him running back in that.
Okay,
I do consider him fullback. But yeah, the opportunities. Maybe that is the ability to move on from Freeman, or maybe even somebody else because of that.
I wanted to throw this out as my player. If we can go to cut number 4, I think this is the person I'm focusing in on the X factor for the Cowboys this season.
Looking to tie the game. Oh, they get him! DeMarvion Overshown comes in like a missile.
I think about the hype level that was on him last year, and then I think about what he can add to a defensive group that you're like cautiously optimistic about, I suppose. And I really think he could be the dude that could help us change some stuff, whether it's just fundamentally doing better at run defense or, I mean, you just heard getting pressure on the quarterback.
I love that person. I love the idea because of the dynamic ability to make plays, his speed, his ability to cover sideline to sideline. I just concern myself with his health.
Sure.
You know, he had the injury.
Fair.
He had the injury last year, and now he's got a little knee tenderness right now. Yep. So that's the only thing, and I need to see a little more of him. Is he going to play in this upcoming preseason game?
My guess would be no.
Yeah, you probably want to keep him as fresh as you possibly can, but. Dude, he's got it. He's got the ability to flash on your screen and make big-time plays from all over the field. And that's one of the, then having Micah running around at linebacker too, that's 2 really good playmakers. And you hear Broaddus talk about Micah this offseason here. He's saying, I'm watching a guy that's not letting offensive linemen get their hands on him. He's making moves to keep their hands off of him so he can get in position. All the great pass rushers, that's what they do. They don't get caught up by offensive linemen. You saw it too many times last year where they just get pushed around. And so if you got 2 guys like that, and Damone Clark and Eric Kendricks, I think that's a nice bunch that you got there. I was going to go with Kendricks. As my guy, because I think he's an intelligent player that understands what the scheme is supposed to do. I really think that, and I know the personality. I think he understands as a veteran, Mike, what it takes to kind of grow throughout a season. You don't have to hit everything running immediately, and you can add some things to it, gaining the trust of other players and getting them into the fold too. One other person I could throw on this list. I'm probably the only one that has this person on their list is Jalen Tolbert. I think.
Ooh, I actually picked a different receiver, so that's interesting.
I think he's going to be your 3rd receiver on this team. He's been making some really good plays. If you're watching some of the stuff that's coming out of camp, he's making good plays in the absence of CeeDee Lamb. And as I was listening to Broaddus talk about Brooks and Tolbert this morning, and he said it was looking like it was going to be a competition between those 2 and that Tolbert would probably lose it, right?
Yeah.
Because Tolbert just hasn't done anything else. But he said he's completely separated himself from Jalen Brooks, even though Jalen Brooks has had some really big plays in the preseason game so far. But I think he can be a big factor for this team.
All right, I was actually going to go with cut number 3 if we can.
Snap is back, 3rd down. Throwing it left side of the end zone for Cooks. Leaping up. Cooks. Did he catch it? Yes! Touchdown, Cowboys!
So specifically, I was thinking if you can make the same impact touchdown-wise, but maybe give the Cowboys 200 to 300 yards more. Now, I know if you get about 300 yards more, you're going to be like on the cusp of hitting 1,000, which he did for several seasons. I think he's a quality player, and you see the connection last year at training camp. You've seen it again this year, and you're like, man, if you could translate that more to the games, I really feel like he could make people feel better about the receiving core, because it feels like people are kind of iffy on the receiving core in general.
One of the things I believe we were hearing late in the season about Dak was, look, yeah, his pre-snap reads are really good. He lines things up. He gets the offensive line in place. He does a really good job with his pre-snap stuff. But once the ball's in his hands, his first read, if it's not open, he panics.
Yeah.
Is that? Do you guys agree that we heard that a little bit last year?
I've heard that, yeah.
Okay. I feel like if you can say, okay, you know what, both of these receivers I trust on either side of me, and so I can make them read one, and it's not just always CeeDee Lamb. Look, I want to feed CeeDee Lamb the ball as much as you can. Well, you feel very confident in his ability to catch and then his ability to make plays downfield while he's doing it. But if you have both sides of the field and the defense is kind of caught off balance by what you're doing because they can't just hone in on a CeeDee Lamb and they're like, okay, we stop him, we stop the offense, then I think you have a better opportunity. Dude, we saw plenty of it last year. I think that's a great option there.
Now, there's one person who hasn't come up yet. By the way, let me ask you, this is a serious question, because I just saw somebody text this in, and I kind of think it might be worth a long-form discussion. They said, what is it going to take for y'all to eat, what kind of receipts are you going to keep to make you eat it over Zeke? And then they said why you shouldn't compare it to last year in New England and this and that. I kind of want to do a long-form segment, maybe tomorrow, maybe another day, about Zeke and just get more info about why so many people seem to have such high expectations for Zeke. And maybe we'll find out like it is just a fringe part of the fandom. But it feels like we see that pop up a lot. So maybe that's a discussion for another day.
I, real quick, would tell those people this. Maybe we will be wrong.
That'd be great.
But we keep seeing nationally the Cowboys ranked near the bottom, if not the very bottom, 32nd. Like, nobody nationally thinks Zeke can play in this league anymore. I hope they're wrong. I hope my feelings are wrong on Zeke and that he's way better than I could have ever imagined at this point in his career. But we're not making it up. No. We're not going against what the scouts are saying, the national people are saying.
Pro Football Focus, ESPN, both had them dead last in running back.
So I understand where people are like, I love Zeke. I think he's going to be great, and he's going to have new life here, and I hope you are right. But literally nobody believes that outside of the Cowboys organization.
Here's something that'll change my mind a little bit. He's had over 100 rushing yards 0 times in the last 2 years. He's had up to 100 rushing yards 0 times in the last 2 years. Game 5 3 years ago was the last time he had 110 rushing yards. Before that, 143. And since then, he has not had 100 rushing yards.
Now, there are a ton under 50 in that span, too.
Now, again, I always want to add up yards at the end in points.
Sure.
I'll take all those things. But he hasn't been that type of a playmaker. And honestly, if you look at that going back, Kevin, in that 3-year span, he's only had over 80 rushing yards twice. 3 times. So, it's not promising that you're getting an average of 2-3 yards per carry. And I need to see more than that from him. Now, if this offensive line can block it for him, Tyler Smith's had a great camp. Tyler Smith's going to be really, really good. Zach Martin's a little different than he always has been, but he's still damn Zach Martin. And Guyton's he's looking good in pass pro. How can he be in the run protection as well? And what are you getting from Terrence Steele and your center? If your center can get to second level, whoever it is, Hoffman or Cooper Beebe, it's going to give whoever the running back is more opportunities in between the tackles to get upfield and get bigger yards. But Zeke has to show that explosiveness and that step once he has the opportunity for me to go, all right, that's the Zeke I remember. Right now, it doesn't look like it. And even Mike McCarthy said, look, the guy had more carries than anybody a long time ago, and we're not going to wear his body down that same way.
So I want people to help out on the fan text, on the Twitch, on the YouTube, because it might just be a tiny minority. But if you do really expect something big from Zeke this year, I just want to know a little bit more about it, because I'd be fascinated to dive into that another day.
I'll add one other name to this conversation, Kevin, before we get over to Boach. Jordan Phillips. That addition right there, just seeing how he came out ready in that first preseason game. He already understands this defense. He knows what his role is supposed to be. He wants to go get the quarterback at the 3, but also he can fill in other roles at the defensive tackle position. I think that's going to be something that Hankins was missing. It felt like he was missing, and we didn't have that because we just had Mozzie. If Mozzie can learn anything and grow into it, that'd be great, but Phillips is going to fill that role right now.
What if I teased for tomorrow, not me, not you, not Mike, none of us listed the real X-factor for this Cowboys team?
Jerry Jones and his
No,
ability to sign.
it's not
Des
Jerry
Bryant.
Jones. It's
Des
not
throwing up the X.
It's not.
Bring him
Des
back,
Bryant.
man.
I mean, at this point,
If we
what's
just
the
had
difference?
Dez, everything would be fine.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field, getting you ready for Rangers Pirates. Coming up next, though, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105 through the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, the Rangers know that big wins come from bold plays. That's why the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold. It also brings to you our interview with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. How's it going?
We're doing okay. We're doing okay. Now, I've always been curious about this. I don't know if I've asked you this before, but we've got a day game today. I'm sure it could be a little different if the roof's open or if you're playing outdoors. Do you like the day game as opposed to the night game, or do you prefer the night game because you just get into that routine and that's a lot of times when you'll play?
You know, I've always liked day games. I don't know. I guess probably because that's when I played a lot, those Sunday day games. But no, I'm good with day games. I mean, we're flying out after the game. We are off tomorrow, so we could have had a night game. I'm guessing the players' preference probably would have been have a day game today. It just breaks it up a little bit, gives you a chance to relax in the evening, have a nice dinner, whatever. There will be some families, I'm sure, going to Cleveland since we have a day off there.
Now, Chris Young was on our station on Monday, and he was just talking about the season in general, and he said, this is not what we expected, and I expect our players to be as equally embarrassed as I am about how we've played. Do you think that's a fair way to put the season, and do you get that sense in the clubhouse?
I missed the first part of that. You broke up on me. What?
Oh, yeah. Chris Young was with us on Monday, and he said, just talking about the season in general, this is not what we expected, and I expect our players to be as equally embarrassed as I am about how we've played. Is that a fair way to put the season, and do you get that sense from any of the players?
Oh, I think so, yeah. I think they're all disappointed at how it's gone this year, with the offense. I'm sure as a group, it is, embarrassing for us to, play the way we did last year and, to end up having the season go like this. And it's not over, but I'll say this, I check with guys, if they need a day, whatever, they all want to play. They all want to try to finish strong. And I think that's important for the club, for the fans, for all of us. And, you never know. You still could get on a crazy streak. We've been saying that for a while, but ran into a buzzsaw last night, obviously. But, I think we got to look at, each of us got to, look at each other and, ourselves and us as a group collectively and just say, hey, we got work to do. And I've said, this game is for the humble or the guys who are about to be humbled. And, it's a humbling season for us.
Boch, as a lifelong Rangers fan, we never experienced what we experienced last year. All three of us been,
amazing.
Since we were a kid, it was the pinnacle of our Rangers fandom. And the other thing is, we've never experienced defending a title either. And, you've gone through that a few times. How trying is a season after defending a title? It's got to be a long off season. I've just always been curious of, is it kind of this like a little bit of a lull after that, or how do you get the guys to rally back after winning the big one?
It's obvious. I haven't had a lot of luck because I've never repeated. I look at every championship, and next year they've all been a little bit different. The first one, I go back to San Francisco, and Posey got involved in that home plate collision. We lost him, but we hung in there. We played pretty good. One year it was the pitching that we lost 2 or 3 starters that year. That made it tough. But still, and we all have injuries. The teams, and you got to find a way to overcome them. And we've had a tough time doing that. And I'll keep repeating myself on this. You need you guys to have their normal years, and that has not happened. It's hard to put a finger on why. Are they tired? I don't think it's complacency. They adjusted to us, but this is why we got to look at ourselves and figure a way that we can come back and be the team that we were last year. And that's what we're hoping to do here the next 6 weeks is figure that out now, so we go to off season and have a lot of confidence about where we're at and the guys that we have, because you look at this core group, it's there's not a better core group, I think, in baseball. But we're playing up to our standard, and so it's important again that we realize how important these games are, and for us to finish strong.
Boach, you talked about having kind of the normal season or ordinary numbers, the numbers that at the end of the year are usually consistent for your players. What's interesting, and I was looking at this last night, didn't know you were going to say what you just said, is I was looking at certain players on your team, and last year they never had a better year offensively in their life, especially if you look at the last 4 years of their career. And this year they've never had a worse year in their career. And so I was wondering, I know you're not the general manager, you're the manager, but when you're evaluating your players and you've been with these guys for almost 2 years, is it tough for you to evaluate when you look at certain guys and go, well, they've never been better in their life for me last year, and they've never been worse in their career than they are this year?
Yeah, these are things that CY and I are talking about, and I know he's talking about with his group. Where we're at with these players, who are they? What's our identity? Both as we look at the individual players and us as a group collectively, on what we want to be, and that can cover everything, not just hitting. It can cover defense, base running, athleticism, of course, pitching, number one thing, and. But it's pretty obvious this year. I think you can look at the offense. It's just the numbers are way down, and that's been our big issue. And as you saw last night, we didn't see many games like that. So, to your point, now you have to evaluate. Okay, are we the team that we were last year, or are we closer to being in the middle between this year and last year? And so, these are decisions that we have to make in areas that we need to get better at, where we can get better. And again, you look at the position players on the field. I mean, these are our guys, and so this is what we got to address and find a way to get back to where we were last year. And trust me, the hitting guys are working every day, man. They're trying to find a way to come out of this thing, but I will say right now, as a group, they've been beat up, and they're fighting hard to come out of it, I think. But it's just been going on really for the most part this season, and so I think at the end of the season, these are going to be some tough. Discussions and decisions on what we end up doing.
Okay, so this is something I was also wondering, Boach. I don't think I've ever seen you write into a little notebook. I've watched as much as I can. I don't think I've ever seen that. How do you keep notes on players whenever you're trying to evaluate them? Do you just say I'm saving paper and I'm keeping it locked up in the ironclad box in the brain here, or how's that go?
Well, mostly, you're just keeping it. In your brain. I mean, you're not writing down notes on your players. You know them. There's times when, during the season, things happen that, we need to fix. I'll write down on things we want to work on.
Okay.
It can be anything. For example, that bunt defense yesterday, a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, and Josh knows he's got to come get that ball. We didn't. But, just little things that I like to jot down. So now during the winter, I have them down as we go in spring training. Hey, guys, this is what, as I talk to the staff, these are things that we got to get better at. So anyway, yeah, but for the most part, you won't see me write down notes during the game. I like to get locked into the game and watch it. And if I'm looking down, write notes, I feel like I'm missing something going on. So I just focus on the game. And that's why you have the prep before the game and all your meetings to get ready for the game. So to me, if you're having to write down stuff on what you want to do during the game, you really haven't spent time before the game to prepare for it.
So, Boach, when I played, obviously there were no iPads in the dugout, so that makes me really old. What would happen if you played one game where you said no iPads in the dugout, we're all going to watch the game, and we're all going to kind of, I guess, do it old school, where everybody's really engaged in the game and not maybe looking at their previous at-bats, or I don't know exactly everything they're looking at on the iPad, but they were just kind of sitting down or kind of standing on the top step and just kind of watching the game and being, like you're saying, totally engaged in the moment of the game.
Yeah, you sound like me during the game. Let's throw those iPads away. Actually, yesterday, they were down for the first 3 innings, so that wasn't working either. And and then they came back on. But no, there are teams that have taken them out. We've talked about that, cutting it down. Trying to keep things simple. As you said, get involved in the game, watch the game, and I'll be honest. I would be fine. Baseball said no iPads in the dugout. I would be good with that. There's times when I took the video out in the past because guys were running up, look at the video. This is before the iPads, but you had the video. They run up there and look at it, and then they have to hustle out on defense, or they'd be looking at the wrong thing. They'd be not looking at what they're doing, with their swing or whatever. They'd be looking at the call. So now they're coming out ticked off at the umpire, so they've lost focus on what we're trying to do, and that's win a ball game. I think that's a legit point there. Yeah, sometimes I think it would be good. Just put the iPads down. Let's play like college girls softball game. You see how they're all in a rail yelling, screaming.
They got chance.
Yeah, it's fun to watch that.
Now, I know the other night Dane Dunning got removed from his start, and there was concern about a dip in velocity. Any updates on how he's feeling or what he's told you about how he's feeling?
He's feeling well. There's no pain or anything. He just says, I know it's not coming out right. And so we had him looked at. He passed all the tests. He's fine there. He thinks it's mechanical. He and Mike Maddox are working on some things now to get back to where he needs to be with the stuff and the location. But, when he's throwing well, he's 90, 91 with that sink. But, it was coming out of 87, 88 in that area. And, that's – and the amazing thing, going back to that game, is how well he was staying off the barrel, even getting strikeouts until the 3-run homer when he hung that slider.
Now, to stick with pitching, Tyler Mahle went on the injured list, and y'all activated John Gray. I'm curious for both of them. Are you more cautious with Tyler Mahle just because of the lack of pitching and what he's come back from? And then John Gray pitched in relief last night. Do you see him as being, maybe both a starter and a reliever to finish out the season?
Oh, he'll start coming up here. I think we got him opening up here in Chicago, I think the second day.
Okay.
So anyway, we want to give him some work before he started. So actually the game, you hate for it to go like that, but it worked out well for John because he could go out there and get a couple innings, get his feet wet again, and kind of prep him for his start coming up. It'll be kind of sort of an opening where he'll go maybe 4 innings in that area.
And then in terms of Mahle, do you have to be more cautious with him just because of what he's been through, or are you like, no, he's good to go? It's just now he's had a different setback.
I think you have to be more cautious. Yeah, he's he's come up along rehab. We want to find out exactly if there's anything going on, and so that's why he's getting this 15 days. It could be longer. Once we find out all is well with him. I talked to him yesterday. He feels nothing in there. He says, in fact, it feels great today. But anytime you have a guy that's coming off a major surgery like that on a Tommy John, you got to be careful. They're going to have their ups and downs, and they may need a break. And we think that's the case with him.
Well, we appreciate the time as always. Obviously, y'all got a game coming up in about 3 hours, so good luck, and we'll catch up with you next week.
All right, guys. Good talking with you. Thanks.
Thanks, Coach.
There you go, Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold and brings you that weekly interview with Boch.
Yeah, go get Rangers,
I'm not going to live that down anytime soon, am I?
I think after this season, we got to let that one go, though.
Okay.
Right? Is that you think
so,
Mike?
I mean, this is a big game today. This could be a series win if they win today.
I'd love to have something
Let's
like that.
do it.
happen.
All right.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Hey, Barry Fish says
Oh,
enough
my
of this baseball talk. It's football nuggets coming up based off of these Texas Rangers. Nobody thought that this would be a bad offense this year. What would you say that you do not expect? I cannot expect this from the Cowboys this upcoming season. Next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Runner goes. Here's the pitch. That's lifted high into the air, deep right field. Going back is Adolis Garcia. He leaps at the wall but can't make the catch. It kicks off the wall, far away from the wall. Headed to third is Cruz. Here's the throw. It's late. O'Neal Cruz triples off the right field wall. Brian Dela Cruz scores, and the Pirates lead at 3-0.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's pretty much more exciting than any Rangers highlight I could have played you.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
We're live at Globe Life Field, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so instead of Baseball Nuggets, and Barry Fish is on right now. Now, a lot of people are getting jealous of Barry Fish. Like, Kid Cowboy, number 66, Tejano Boy. I'm just throwing out names.
I've seen Tejano Boy. In
Larry Reed
said he was at Fanbowl.
Larry Reed said Barry Fish left again, Mike, but he's on. He's watching, and Barry Fish. Hey, we just talked 20 minutes of baseball, but I am going to use the Texas Rangers season as an example. Nobody, when everybody was picking the top 10 offenses in baseball going into the 2024 season, the Rangers were anywhere from, let's say, 1 to 7. They weren't going to be ranked like outside of the top 7 of offenses in Major League Baseball.
And if you would have put them at 7, I think I would have been offended.
Yeah,
I was like, how are they not 1, 2, or 3?
How are they not top 5? Look at every category says they're a top 5 offense, but I'm just throwing this out. So nobody expected the Rangers to be a below average to bad offense this year. So now I pose this as a football question. As we get prepared for the Cowboys season, what is something that would shock you? And I am going to say right now in a negative way. We can turn it to positive possibly if we have enough time, but it's been totally negative for the Rangers offense. So it wasn't expected. They were supposed to carry this team. So what would you go, I cannot believe this will go bad for the Cowboys this year?
Sorry, Corey, if I may.
Go ahead.
If they get the deal done, and for whatever reason, it's because it takes time to get into football shape, or he just regresses because he got paid, if CeeDee Lamb doesn't have another monster year, I feel like that will be a pretty shocking regression and very problematic.
Oh, man. Yeah, absolutely. Unless it is that Brandon Cooks is equal to him.
Sure.
Because of
then we have a whole different slew of discussions.
Which, man, was it? I can't remember the last time the team had 3 1,000-yard receivers. I believe was it T.O. and Terry Glenn?
I'm not
somewhere in that room. I'll have to go back and look at that to be sure. But yeah, man, like if you could have that kind of balance again across your team, that'd be awesome. Maybe I'm missing something with Dak here. So I'm sure there's a fan out there that's like, "Hey, idiot," and that's fine. I appreciate you. For me, it would be if they were last in the league in interceptions, because you have two of the in the last 2 years the best cornerbacks when it comes to getting interceptions.
Yes.
It's in their nature. That's just, and I don't know if it's something that Al Harris taught or if it's something that Dan Quinn's scheme created, but those two guys, they look for the football, and I don't think that's there. It didn't sound like when we were out in Oxnard that they were changing anything about their instincts. Maybe the scheme changes a little bit, but the instincts are still going to be there. So if they're last in interceptions, then that'll be something that I'm like, man, I just didn't see that coming. And that's where you can give the ball back to your offense and give them more opportunities to put points on the board.
I like y'all's answers. Here's mine. I'm going to be shocked if I think Dak Prescott will finish top 5 in yards this year, passing yards. He's a guy who does put up a lot of passing yards for the most part, and especially with this running game, I think he's going to have to. And we thought going into this Ranger season, the Rangers are going to have to average 5 or more runs because of the pitching. And they didn't. In fact, I don't have it in front of me because we're doing it off of TV. When the Rangers score 4 runs or more, and 4's not a lot.
Nope.
They're like 20 games over 500.
We can't score 4 runs?
I feel bad that the unbelievable job the pitching staff and the bullpen has done this year is just going to get washed away because of how terrible this offense has been.
If the Rangers score 3 or less, they pretty much lose almost every game. Like they've won, I think it's under 20 games, I believe. It might even be like, I don't know, 12 to 14. I can't remember the exact number, but when the Rangers score 3 or less, it's almost an automatic loss, but you'd be shocked how many times they've scored 3 or less this year. So
Do you have numbers on Dak whenever he throws for certain numbers?
I don't.
Okay.
Well, I feel like when Dak does throw for a lot of yards, they're playing from behind, usually.
A lot of quarterbacks, if you look at the fantasy points, you kind of want one of those quarterbacks that's plays from behind a little bit because he has to.
I could see that.
But I look at this team, the Cowboys team, going into the season, and I think Dak is going to have to throw for a lot of yards because I just don't think you're going to get a lot of yards on the ground. I think you can trick them by running maybe a reverse here, or CeeDee Lamb goes in motion into the backfield, or, but I think they're going to have to get some of their running yards off of screen plays, off of
for sure.
I get that's considered passing yards, but when you're throwing the ball 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage to a receiver and hoping your athletic guys can get out there and make some blocks so CeeDee Lamb or Turpin, whoever it is, can get some yard. That's to me kind of like a running play, but I know it goes down as a passing play. I totally get it. So I just think if Dak were to be 15th or lower in passing yards per game, or for the whole season where you accumulate the yards, because he, against like the Giants, I think he's going to throw for, they're going to win easily, and I do think he's going to rack up 350 to 450 passing yards in games like that, as long as the game stays kind of close. It gets tough in the fourth quarter if you're up by 24 points to then keep piling on passing yards. But for me, it's Dak. I think Dak is going to have top 5 NFL passing yard season.
You'd be surprised if that doesn't happen too, because that's
I think
that's
I
just
would.
the nature of what
I
he is.
really do.
Do you think this could be because it is contract season? And Kevin, I'm not going to lie, this kind of got me a little bit yesterday when we were discussing Adolis and the mindset of Adolis not being the same player that he was after getting paid. And I'm not saying that he tanked it this season on purpose, but he's an emotional guy. And
Sure.
I often wonder this also. Dak has a lot of control over what the Cowboys season looks like. They get into the playoffs. Is he looking at that going, hey, I'm taking this contract thing, you know what? Screw the Cowboys, man. Whatever. I'm throwing a couple interceptions in this playoff game. Or is he like, hey, man, I put a Super Bowl on this thing. I don't know. Does his money go up? I don't know how
For sure.
the contract is motivating to him.
Look, I think he's just motivated first and foremost by he's a pro. Like, even right down to the answers he gives to the media.
Yeah.
He's a pro at this. So I think pride leads the way. But you just brought up another thing. If Dak Prescott were to lead the team to a Super Bowl, the last 2 years, and let's say, because his contract would be up, and maybe he stays here, maybe he doesn't, he would hit the free agency market and say, look at my last 2 years. I was runner-up to MVP, and then I took a franchise back to the promised land for the first time in 30 years. I mean, he might get paid now, but you could back up whatever hell money truck you want.
The Mahomes contract.
Yeah, because people are going to be thinking, this is an unquestioned top 5 quarterback. Like, if he followed up last season with they made a run in the playoffs and he was awesome in the playoffs, everyone's going to be like, what the hell are the Cowboys doing? We have to have him.
Why doesn't the NFL have a Shohei opportunities in their contracts? Look,
because Mahomes cares about his legacy.
I'll pay
He's
you
like,
7
I'll
years
take
down
less.
the road.
Yeah.
Out of all the things, Corey, the one you brought up, I'm not saying is likely, but I would say would be most likely, not last, but that for some reason turnovers, I'm not saying they're lucky. I really hate when people say sports are luck. I think you make your own luck, but
being
I
prepared.
understand a lot of times people will say turnovers are kind of
Fluky.
luck of the draw, fluky, but I'm not saying last, and I do think they're going to get their turnovers, but I could see where we are in
Down.
week 10 and we're like, how do we only have this many interceptions from Diggs and Bland and a few of the guys that we think are ball hawk guys?
Those two guys specifically, though, just listening to him talk, Diggs, I remember him saying this. He's like, look, I don't really study receivers. I study route trees. And I know what routes guys are going to run based on where they're supposed to line up. And so I just run the route with them. And whenever I run the route with them, if I run it properly, the ball's going to land in my hands because I'm in position for it. And so I really like the way he said that, and that makes me think that it's less about scheme and more about the player. But I agree with you completely. And he didn't have he had what? How many did he have? 11, and then he turns around and has 3. You know, it's one of those like you're okay. What's going on here? So I understand what you're saying there. On the other side, Mike, if they were to lead the league in rushing.
Oh, my God.
That would be the biggest surprise on the positive side of it.
Hold on. Maybe tomorrow we tease that for like a whole
sorry, I didn't even see what time it was.
Because I'm going to challenge that. I think I have a different answer.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm really intrigued by this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
So
Fan.
football nuggets again tomorrow.
Hey,
I
YouTube.
like it.
Hopefully YouTube. You like the Cowboys talk. Twitch, I'll check in on you.
Yeah, we'll be at Specs tomorrow, Kevin,
True.
so we can have that conversation during football nuggets.
You don't like it? Well, there's stuff there to help you out. Coming up next, let's go out to Oxnard and talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field, where one of the things I love about, well, first of all, you come out to the ballpark. It's going to be baseball time. You can hear the Rangers against the Pirates 1:35 with the pregame at 1 right here on 105.3 The Fan. But also all the people you get to know now. Mike, I know you know them really well, but It's so cool that all these people come over and, like, some bake us homemade goods, some bring by like old giveaway stuff. It's awesome.
One of the guys walked by as you were talking, Mike, and he was going, "Oh, it's the Mike Bassick. That's the famous Mike Bassick."
Famous Mike Bassick.
And I thought that was really cool. And Kevin, here's something else that Adrian hit me with this morning. Is that a Tolo reached out to her, and he just started an apparel company, and he was like, "I want to know how I can help MP." And so, because he heard it as being a Tolo, so that's awesome.
Hey, yesterday I started my pitch to get World Cup tickets for the 2025 Peace-a-thon.
I got to give you a phone number. Tolo is reaching out. Who I think, I'm just going to throw this out. I don't know if he's going to do this or not, but he usually gets tickets to OU football games, and I don't know if there's
Oh, I know that person.
But
yes.
The thing is, I was like, it might not be that, because by the time we get to Peace-a-thon, the season's over. Does that make sense?
We'll figure something out.
But hey, real quick, Big Serg, 36, badass mofo, Lady T. I'm just trying to throw these out here. Mike, ex-Cowboy. A lot of people on Twitch were like, look, we're the old schoolers. Bassick's now shouting out all the YouTubers. They're the new people. So if I haven't said your name, I'm sorry, but thank you for sticking on the Twitch. I know that the Twitch is the old schoolers, and you guys are great. I've been saying YouTube people, but, Shoot Brown 78, I see you.
Also, sorry for the delay with you, Mickey. I appreciate you hanging in there. Right now, brought to you by Ford in your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
I just wish I knew what you were talking about.
You don't know Twitch? You're not a big gaming person? You're not doing gaming live on Twitch?
Not streaming on there yet?
Fair enough.
So. Well, welcome to another glorious day here in Oxnard.
Okay, Nick, you know what?
I don't need to hear that. I know.
Not supposed to be 100 degrees here today. So
is that true?
I think.
Great.
Can I ask Mick the first question?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Mick, you ready for the first question of the day?
Do I need to sit down, or am I?
You might need to.
I think you'll be okay with it. So, the Rangers were expected to be a top 5 offense in all of baseball this year. Nobody was ranking them kind of outside of that, and it's just been shocking. They're one of the bottom 10 offenses in all of baseball. What would you be shocked at that you think is going to be really good for the Cowboys, whether it's a specific player, a unit, whatever, that you'd be shocked if they kind of turn into what the Rangers offense has turned into in 2024?
I think this team, the offense, will be pretty productive. I think more so than I think people are expecting. I think that they will run the ball better than expected, just because everybody's like, well, they didn't sign a veteran free agent running back, high price. They didn't draft one. I think from, what we're seeing and maybe what you saw the backups did against the Raiders, and I know the Raiders, didn't look good, but they played their starters, and the Cowboys were able to run the football. So I think that's going to be the surprising part of this team, that the offense, once they get CeeDee Lamb here, will be very productive, more so than I think people are expecting.
I like that one.
I do too. When we talked to you yesterday, you told us on Monday that I believe Cooks, Overshone, and Clark were all doing work on the chords. And any updates or progressions from those three?
Cooks had
personal matter, right?
Personal matter, so he's gone. So he'll meet the Cowboys back in Dallas. Clark did not practice yesterday. Overshone had his uniform on. He was doing some things, but I don't recall seeing him out there in the 11-on-11 drills. So they're keeping an eye on him, kind of. They were originally bringing him back slowly, and then I think he had a little hip thing that was going on, and so they're being careful there. So from an injury report, yeah, that was those were the main guys I think you were looking at. And then the one guy that had been dealing with an injury, Redwine, the defensive back, he got released, yeah.
Not a big shocker there, though.
No, yeah. And you just kind of always keep an open spot in case, you just happen to see the waiver wire and somebody shows up and you go, oh, I would like that guy. I can, put a claim on him because I have an open roster spot.
Now, we've gone to you, Mickey, in the past to make sure that you will take the credit or blame if you've done something wrong, like that one time that you didn't like someone's question in a press conference and we heard you over the mics.
Not me.
Yeah, no,
it was
never.
You. It was definitely
never.
You.
I'm sure you love all of our questions, too. I'm just going to ask this one time. You had nothing to do with the fire yesterday, right?
Yeah, so, it's not a funny story, but where it broke out was across the parking lot from where my building is. You know how they have the different buildings?
Yeah.
So I'm working, and a fire alarm goes off, and it's going and going and going, and I'm sitting there going, Jesus. I said, can somebody turn that thing off? Because you're thinking it's another,
We never assume it's a real
false
fire
alarm,
alarm.
right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And it was going and going, and finally I heard some commotion, and I got up and looked out my window, and I see the smoke coming out of the building across the parking lot from me. And guess what number the building was?
4.
13.
13.
Oh,
yeah.
bad luck.
Lucky number.
Bad luck.
So I'm going, there's a reason why this fire alarm is on. So I go down, and smoke's kind of billowing out. We never saw any flames, right? And the people here right away grabbed a fire extinguisher and kind of went in, and then all hell broke loose when all the fire trucks. There were 5 fire trucks here.
Wow.
Right? Including the snorkel unit, and they had the whatever you call the.
I'm sorry. One second.
Unit?
Is that in case the fire is underwater? What is the snorkel?
No, the thing that has the big. What do you call it? It's got it's like a thing that you could crawl up and over the top of the building and spray water on it, right? You never heard of that, huh?
I guess I've never heard it described like
that.
But
they had that going just in case it broke out on the roof. So all we saw was smoke. And then I see where the battalion chief was here, Steve McNaughton, and said that they had 35 firefighters here. I don't think I've ever seen more firefighters in one place in my. You know what? I'm not sure I've ever been at a fire at like a place like this. A couple of years ago, several years ago, we were doing our podcast, and a grass fire started past the golf course here.
Oh.
And they had to bring in the helicopters to drop water on it, right? And we're sitting there going, I hope it doesn't come this way, right? But anyway, there were 5 trucks, 35 firefighters. They were going in there with axes. They were going in with power saws and these things that you would, kind of rip out the ceiling or whatever to contain it. But they contained it pretty quickly. So it didn't get in the way of anything, the Cowboys were doing other than whoever's room it was. And we
didn't find that out, did we?
Yeah, whose room was it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
I saw somebody say it was an empty room, and I was wondering.
No,
if
it was empty when the fire started.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. And then I saw another thing reported that it was a guest room. Well, it's a guest room. That's how they called it, right? There's no guests over there where the players are staying.
Interesting.
So they had to shut that building down, and I was thinking, whoever room it was. The smoke, you're going to have to just throw your stuff away, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of smoke. But anyway, it got contained. They did a really good job of, the other thing, and then there was 2 more fire trucks on the street. And I found out that, because I was joking, like with all the fire trucks were here, I said, boy, I hope nobody else has a fire because they're out of luck. Everybody's
real.
here. Well,
That's a good point.
Right? And what you found out was that the neighboring towns around here send their fire trucks here for backup just in case that happens. So they would have somebody to go take care of the other fire.
Man,
so they don't
firefighters are awesome.
Yeah. Oh man, they had their equipment on. I mean, this was they treated this very seriously because you never know, one building, if it really catches on fire, could go to the next building.
Sure.
Right? You know, they were scampering, so did a really good job.
Well, and the ocean's not too far. You could start a bucket brigade just in case, if it takes too long.
There was enough water, there was enough oxygen. And by the way, I saw them, and I didn't even think of this. So when you have a fire like that, they had actual, like, coolers that we would have with drinks in it just in case, the guys get thirsty, or make sure they're hydrated if the fire really breaks out.
Somebody gets mad. They're like, "This isn't orange Gatorade. Get this fire going."
Then dump it on the fire.
Hey, Mickey, I'm kind of curious on the progression of Jalen Tolbert throughout this camp, and we're seeing a few plays out of him yesterday. And just what have you seen from him? Because we go back to his rookie season, and he's had to grow, and this is a really defining year for him. So what are we seeing right now?
I think he's grown.
Good.
Just looking at not only the catches he's making, but seemingly the trust that the quarterbacks have in him to go to him, and with no hesitation. So as a third receiver, I think he can handle that job. And it looks like, he may be even be able to step up if there's somewhat of an injury. So, unfortunately for him, it was a slow start. But look, South Alabama to the NFL? Think about it. So, he's done a really good job. And I thought the guy that was really impressive yesterday was Jalen Brooks. I thought he was kind of on the border, can make it, not make it. He, a draft choice last year, basically just played special teams, got a few snaps, but not many catches. He made a catch in the corner of the end zone that, would have been a touchdown if we were scoring. Over his head, in the corner, got his feet down, and went to the ground with the ball. And I just said to myself, he just made the team. The coaches saw that catch, and then he had another one later in traffic. And I'm going, okay, because sometimes, guys like that, it's like they flash and then they disappear, flash and disappear. He's had a pretty good preseason in the preseason games, and then what he did yesterday, I think he's made the team. And the other guy that's coming on, so I'm talking about the guys at the end of where the wide receiver group would be. Ryan Flournoy, the rookie draft choice. He had another good day, too. He keeps making big catches. So I could see them keeping 6 receivers. And I was trying to do the numbers, and I did them, maybe more in some spots than maybe it will be, and it came out to 52. So I had one extra guy I could pick.
Oh, great.
How about that?
We still got, I want to see that roster. I like it. Good stuff,
Which,
Nick.
by the way, in your tent here?
Yeah.
There's a fire extinguisher.
Yes, there is, just in case, because when we're in there, hot opinions coming out of our mouths.
That's right. Good point. Yes. I like that. So, Mick, let's say no one was around and there were no firefighters, but you saw it. Were you prepared to spring into action if need be?
Oh, yeah. I could have came in here, got your fire extinguisher. By the time I ran here and went to where the building was, we probably were in big trouble. But we had somebody ran in there with a
it's
fire
not exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah, I know.
We probably would have been in big
trouble. We're a little bit of ways from where the building was, right?
Great stuff as always. We'll catch up with you again, hopefully in the fire-free Oxnard area tomorrow.
I should be still here, yep.
There you go. Thank you very much, good sir. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field. And coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did he think basketball players used to not be good? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by Mexican Bar Company.
Football season is heating up, and so is the flavor at Mexican Bar Company. Watch all the college and pro action on our big screens. From zesty tacos to handcrafted margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Mexican Bar Company in Plano. Voted Best Mexican Restaurant and Margarita in Plano 2024. Visit mexbars.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thomas for three. He feels it all the way, and you can sense it here. 18.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Live Field as we're getting ready for Rangers Pirates 135 right here on 105.3 The Fan. 1 o'clock pregame. If you're coming out here, please say hello. We're out in center field on the second level.
Hello.
And it is also Dollar Hot Dog Day, so I hope you brought your appetite.
Did you hear what the morning show is doing with hot dogs?
Armor hot dogs?
Well,
I
they could be.
Yeah.
They could be Nolan Ryan out here.
Sure.
They're seasoning hot dogs. Peyton is now seasoning hot dogs.
That is the fanciest thing I've ever heard.
Is he scoring them? Is that what he's got one of those scorers?
Well, I think they said that they need to do it that way. They were talking to Meat Church, and
I would trust him.
And so they're just saying, like, okay, like maybe that we need to season our hot dogs.
Yeah.
Which seems like a little too much.
Yeah.
You take what you do. There's now this. There's this scorer, Kevin, that you can like put the hot dog in, and then you just close it, and it cuts little diamond shapes in it.
Aww.
And then you put some seasoning on it, and then what it does is that gets down into the cracks, and it makes flavor all over it. So yeah, that is something that is a big deal right now.
All right, so that is a good decision.
I learned that from the Meat Whisperer, by the way. He was always telling us to do that.
The Meat Whisperer?
Yeah, he's on Twitter. He's a good follow, man. He's got really good recipes.
Okay.
Now it's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel text line if you want to get involved, or the Twitch or the YouTube. I played a highlight of Isaiah Thomas, 1980s Isaiah Thomas. He responded because Anthony Edwards said, they say it was tougher back then than it is now in terms of playing basketball.
Okay.
But I don't think anybody had skill back then. Michael Jordan was the only one that really had skill. To which Isaiah Thomas quote tweeted, "Propaganda works, so be careful what you choose to believe." Man, that is a hard stance that nobody except for Michael Jordan had skill. So in your face, Kareem or Hakeem Olajuwon. Yes, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, any number of people that played, I guess, a long time ago.
Mike has pulled up a video.
I just
like he wants to show me
this
skill.
Is going to be really tough. Now, this isn't skill. Let's see if Anthony Edwards would ever go to the basket the way he does. Like, he has some incredible
he would get knocked
dunks
on his ass.
This is where Karl Malone gives Isaiah Thomas 40 stitches in the mouth.
Oh, no.
Because he was tired of him going to the basket, and he's like, I'm going to get him. I don't like the way the Pistons play, and all it was a technical foul. So there's Isaiah going to the rim, and whack, your face is done.
Yeah.
So you have
cow.
no more face.
What did he hit him with his elbow?
His elbow. He made sure to just, as soon as he went in, elbow right, like make sure the elbow goes right into his mouth, and he gets 40 stitches. And so I'm like, okay, fine. I understand there's more skill. The rules have changed, and the guys have improved. There's definitely improvement in skill. But there's also, hey, do you think getting clotheslined when you go to the basket would be? Because they had to worry about that.
Yeah.
If they went to the basket, there was a worry that the kind of the goon on the team, and I know Karl Malone was a superstar, but the strongest guy on the team might just put you out for a month or so because they decided, you know what, little guys aren't allowed in here. Anthony Edwards, you're little. I am now going to ram my elbow into your face before you elevate, and see what happens.
By the way, Kevin, a couple texts come in. Fouling is not a skill. That proves nothing. There was no skill back then, so they resorted to violence. I go back to...
But not like Magic Johnson, right?
They couldn't carry the basketball. So you have to realize now the moves they're making are incredible. I'm not saying they're not. You weren't allowed to do that. You weren't allowed to Euro step. It was not allowed. It was a violation.
Yeah, and then to add to that, I go back is the team, the dream team video. When you hear guys like Jamal Mashburn and those guys that played against them, and it's like, hey man, we went out there, and I'm pretty sure Chuck Daly just let us beat them, and then the next day they beat us by 100, and then we didn't. I don't think we scored the rest of the week. Those guys just beat us up for a week because their skill level was so far beyond that group of guys. They were skilled players. They were just. It was a. I will say, skill is different now for sure because there's new technology. Back then, guys weren't making moves. They were just like, I just got to score points in certain ways. They weren't shooting threes the way they're shooting them now.
Just to say no skill, besides Michael Jordan, that feels a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, your coaches didn't even want you to shoot threes back then.
Skyhook didn't take any skill. The frame shake didn't take any skill.
The granny free throw shot.
Dominique Wilkins.
Yes.
Like, I mean, I get Dominique Wilkins is not considered one of the greatest players in basketball history. Man,
he was awesome.
Dominique was doing things at the time that elevated the game. And also, I know it was a little bit before Michael Jordan's time. Are you telling me Dr. J didn't have any skill?
And that being said,
like, have we ever seen a dude, and I get this, do the reverse layup that he did in the NBA Finals against the Lakers?
Beautiful. Yeah, it was amazing to watch him. And I didn't even get to really watch him. I just get to watch highlights of him. But that being said, what we are watching today is still a beautiful sport. Like, these guys, I think there are more players, more skilled players than there were back then for sure.
I'm not against that whatsoever.
You have teams that have maybe a couple guys, maybe three guys that have a tremendous amount of skill. And so we're very fortunate to be in the era that we are with sports.
I'm going to go
basketball.
I'm going to go to cut number.
Basketball's a sport, Kevin.
That is true. Movie watching is also a sport. I'm going to go to Lane Kiffin. Cut number 11. He's doing his press conference, and there's a bottle, like a 20-ounce bottle of Dasani, and then a 20-ounce bottle of Coke. So, you know, they're
like
sponsors.
The Theo Von?
No, not the Theo Von one. Exactly. So he decides, hey, let's talk about one of these products.
Does anybody drink Coke? You realize that 130% of your sugar for the entire day is in this one bottle.
I can't hear.
Don't worry about that.
65 grams of sugar.
Sorry, maybe that was the end.
Facts.
All right. But that's a sponsor.
Coke Zero.
Okay, but if that's a sponsor, shouldn't you just, I don't know, not say anything?
Well, there's a part of me that says I'm not getting paid by that sponsor.
I don't know that I've ever
Why
heard
does
Mike
that not
say that
surprise
out loud
me?
Like, not my sponsor.
It might be the companies, but it's definitely they're not paying me. No,
True. That's true. Like,
I thought he was going to go into, does anybody drink Coke? Because all I ever see is people drinking Pepsi or something. But the other day I was thinking to myself, Plano is a Pepsi city.
Oh, is it?
Really?
Yeah, you go to restaurant, you go to places, and you're like, they're always like, oh, we don't have Coke, we have Pepsi, and
it's
you're
a
like,
Jerry Jones city.
I think so. Maybe it is. And I grew up a Coke person. I grew up Coca-Cola. Kevin, is what I meant to say there.
I do like Coca.
I like the way you said
I like
it.
Coca-Cola better than Pepsi.
Yeah, I do too.
I do like Dr. Pepper better than Coke.
I agree.
But if I'm having a mixed drink, I would rather have Coke.
That makes sense.
As the main.
Probably
like,
with a whiskey, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, if I'm having what's your sponsor? I'll just.
Oh, Sagamore Spirit Rye.
Sagamore Spirit Rye. If
Yes.
I'm having one of those, then I would say a Sagamore Spirit Rye and Coke, please. I
Okay.
wouldn't say and a Pepsi.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to really make some,
Or a Dr. Pepper.
some rye whiskey drinkers mad. But it's okay,
I'm
Mike. It's
sorry.
okay. It's okay.
Whiskey strong.
There's a lot of discussion about that. But yeah, maybe Kevin, maybe he shouldn't have had that. He should have just left that one alone.
Yeah, just don't
There's
say
so many
anything.
players on your team to talk about. Why are you going in on this?
Now,
water has nothing in it.
It does. I think Dasani has salt. It has some sort of sodium in it.
Really?
Yeah, there's if you look at it,
I don't like that.
They don't have their ingredients
Purified
on there.
water enhanced with minerals for taste.
Yeah. Sulfate, magnesium sulfate, and potassium chloride. So there you go.
Pure water.
In your face. Pure water. Thanks.
Sounds delicious. I'm super excited about that. All right, let's go from that to, this is a tough one. Aaron Judge. Is Aaron Judge an idiot because they did the Little League matchup, obviously.
When they beat the kids in baseball?
No, they did not play the kids. That is not
it
what
said the
happened.
Yankees had arrived at the
they
Little League
probably
World
struggled
Series.
because it says, hey, that's really 95 because it's 72 and it equals and then the major league hitter hit it a million miles and killed a kid.
Do you think that the major league hitters would be able to hit off the little ones?
It's still 72.
So the coach of...
And on those fences, too.
The coach of the Staten Island team said there were multiple Yankees who came over, but then Aaron Judge was like 10 or 20 feet away, and all the kids were yelling at him and everything. They're like, hey, Aaron Judge, you're my favorite, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, cool, and just walked off. Or he didn't even look at them. And so the coach of Staten Island said, how about turning around or wave to New York and the kids that you're a hero for? They're the ones that pay your salary. Debatable. They were disappointed. Maybe he'll want to come and make up for it.
This is a rich team, man. They're paying $40 million a year to Aaron Judge.
Yeah, man.
It did feel like, I'm not saying this didn't happen, but it definitely feels like he's like, hey, maybe you should come and make it up to us. And I'm not really that upset about what happened. But can Aaron Judge just turn around and wave?
I've heard Aaron Judge is a great guy.
Okay.
I don't know any different. To the fans and everything, I don't know any different. And maybe something happened in his day that day. Maybe MLB made him do something and sign 1,000 baseballs. And he was like, I'm not signing anymore.
Yeah.
I'm tired of signing. You guys made me sign these 1,000 balls for the kids that are in. I don't know.
Maybe he had a loose stool and he had to go.
We don't know. Yeah.
That's
we
happened to
don't
people.
know
It's
everything that was going on in his life. I'm going to put that at a small percentage. but
Thanks, Mike.
I think that's always tough that you want, and I get it, you're heroes. Man, Troy Aikman, he's a little bit older than Troy Aikman's one of my heroes. Darren Woodson's one of my heroes. And I get it. I've been around Troy before. And Troy maybe wasn't the most cordial person in that moment. But I get it. Everybody at every moment of their life wants every second of their time. And it's tough to be on all of the time.
Sure.
And people,
I get that.
People like Dirk, that is what makes Dirk kind of special. Somehow, some way, Dirk is always
available.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's crazy that Dirk is like that. And maybe Aaron Judge isn't like that. And I know Troy Aikman ain't like that. And I know Emmett and Michael ain't like that.
Yeah.
I still love those guys. They're still my guys. But I know if you want to be kind of shunned, go meet Michael, Emmett, and Troy most of the time. And they will shun the crap out of you. But it doesn't mean they're not good guys. It's just that they've decided in their life where everybody wants every second of their time, they've decided sometimes the best thing to do is to be a super a-hole, and then people will leave you alone at times.
Sometimes it happens, man.
I like that. I like that descriptor. All right, and then one more I was going to throw out there. Yannick Sinner. So maybe it's his fault. Maybe it is the fault of the Tennis Integrity Agency.
Well, that sounds good.
He tested positive for an anabolic steroid twice, and he didn't get suspended.
Why?
Even your boy Nick Kyrgios is like, what the crap in hell is this? Is because
That doesn't seem fair.
He said it happened during a massage, and he did not know that one of the massage oils or something or other, and he said, I will now put this challenging and deeply unfortunate period behind me.
That's what Bonds should have said. I've just been getting
That's
the
what he did
massage.
say.
Twice!
Yeah, I've just got massages.
And the
he just
integrity agent's like, that's fine.
I just thought it didn't. I mean, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Bond say he thought the cream in the clear was for arthritis and pain?
Something along
So
those
now you're going to
lines,
hold that
yeah.
against him, Kevin, now that the center's doing his thing over there?
It's just interesting. They could happen multiple times.
His name is Center, Kevin.
good.
Like, they should know.
Oh.
He's not telling the truth.
Whoa, interesting point. We're all sinners, Corey.
That's right.
We're the KNC masterpiece right
We're just
here.
not all named
Yeah,
Center.
speak for yourself.
On
Just kidding.
105, jeez.
I've said more than anybody.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this team a true Super Bowl contender? Next on The Fan.
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Hill in motion. Goes to the right, looking for him. Deep down the field. And he got him! What a movement by Hill to catch that football. He was turned inside, Joe. The ball was hit. Throw it to the outside, and he weaved his way back. Another bomb. To Hill. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field, and right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, the highlight I played probably gave it away, but I was listening to some stuff that the Dolphins owner, Stephen Ross, said, and basically he said right now we have a great roster. I think everyone has great expectations, but it's the old injury bug. You got to make sure that doesn't happen like it did last year. Without that, and if we stay healthy, I think we're certainly a contender for the Super Bowl. When you look at the Dolphins, do you look at them as a good team or assuming health? Or do you look at them as, yeah, they could compete for the Super Bowl?
I think they're very talented, very skilled as far as what their skill positions can do. Tyreek Hill, super fast receiver, very talented. Waddle, I know they added Beckham Jr. Their running backs are really good. Their offense is good. They built and added to their defense all year last year, but injuries kept hitting them over and over. Their, where they would get their pressure from got hurt by injuries. And I'm still kind of trying to decide if they're a good defensive team or not. That they have a tough division. That they have to overcome Josh Allen in that thing, and then on that side of the conference, it's always going to be Mahomes that they're going to have to contend with. So yes, I do think they're one of those teams that's right there knocking on the door.
I say yes, but we know this throughout our lifetime. Miami cannot win on the road in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They play in such humid, hot weather throughout the whole year. If they have to go to, last year was the worst. If you have to go to Kansas City on a cold afternoon or not, you have to go to Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland, you name it, Pittsburgh. They can't win. It becomes horrible conditions, and they need, especially they're a speed team. They're the fastest team in the NFL. If they're not playing at home in the playoffs, they're going to lose. So I see them as a contender, but they have to win 13 games in the regular season. Because I just think they're going to lose if they go on the road in the playoffs.
Now, it's early. Some of this could be precautionary, but Tyreek Hill has a thumb injury, won't be participating in team drills today.
No,
however,
not the thumb.
Jalen Waddle is returning to Dolphins practice today.
All right, that's good because he's right there in that spot where I might pick a receiver in the second round, Kevin.
So you're not happy for him as a person. You're happy for clarity on your fantasy draft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely a big factor for me.
My baseball fantasy team has taken so many injury hits.
I get it, man.
More injuries, your fantasy team or the Rangers?
My fantasy team.
Okay. Wow.
The Rangers had a lot of injuries too. Did you have Trout?
That is true.
I traded for him.
Oh no!
When he went on his rehab assignment, and I knew that the person who had him didn't care about him anymore, I was like, "Hey, you know what? For 2 months, I'll take Mike Trout."
Why not?
And then literally, I traded for him, and 2 days later, like his career's over. So I guess his career isn't over. This season's over, but we're getting close to his career being over.
Have you heard of Giants running back Tyrone Tracy Jr.?
Who?
Fair.
My dad's name is Tracy.
He has a new nickname that might help you remember him better.
TTJ.
So you're going to like it even better than that. So last week, he got carted off the field.
Oh, no.
It turned out
His
it was
nickname's
for
Cart.
a very minor ankle injury. So now his teammates have nicknamed him Paul Pierce.
Damn.
Wow.
That's funny, right?
That is funny.
Wow.
So he got carted off for
and it's like your ankle might be a little hurt.
the cart in training camp and the cart in the regular season. Two very different things, right?
Was he trying to
For
get
sure.
like? Was he not going to make the team, and he was trying to like get?
I think he really thought he
Go
was.
on
I think he
IR.
really thought he was hurt. They're like, "Nah, you're good."
He's like, there's so much pain, and they were like, oh, hey man, we didn't even need to do X-rays. You're
When you
fine."
watch kids play a sport and they're on the ground for a while, how much of a percentage are you concerned about that kid, and how much you're like, this is just a drama kid?
You know, Bochy said earlier when I asked him the question about notes, I really thought that line was good when he said, I know my players.
Yeah.
And I think you know your kids. I think everybody knows if their kid is the tough one or if their kid is like when Carter broke his arm, whenever I tried to offer him a sucker and he said no, I was like, something's really wrong.
Yeah.
He was like, I need mom. And I was like, he never asked for mom. So those are I think you know your kids and you know the ones that are the whiners out there on the field.
Now, Brian Flores has responded to Tua, and I really appreciate what he said. Now, obviously, I like Brian Flores, but I think this was very well thought out. And what he was talking, and he had a couple players like kind of flanking him, which he said he appreciated. His voice was shaking at times when he was responding to it, but he said, I think part of coaching is correcting. I'm always going to correct. I'm always going to have a high standard. And I think, look, I've done a lot of reflecting on this situation, reflecting on the situation in the communication. I think there's things that I could do better for sure, and I've grown in that way. I've tried to apply the things that I could do better and those things that I've learned over the last 2 to 3 years. I appreciate, because he could have just been like, I'm not the head coach, I'm an assistant or a coordinator. But he came out, he talked about it, and I hope he has improved.
You know, there was another element to that story, Kevin, that I totally forgot about, and that was GM wanted a different player.
Yep.
Brian Flores wanted Herbert, and the owner wanted Tua. Owner wins, Brian Flores ends up that way. So I wonder how much of that got involved in that too.
That's a very fair question.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure.
Because I mean, we've heard Mike talk about that when the front office wants something and the manager wants something different. There's always this battle that's going on.
Yeah, and if your advocate's the owner and not there every day, I could see how that could get away from you.
For sure.
I know this is football. I just remember this. Did you guys see the video of Jacob deGrom throwing a bullpen yesterday down here?
I did not see the video, but I've heard about it.
Ray Davis was right behind watching it.
I get it. That's a lot of money we got invested in that.
Yeah.
He's like...
Yeah, and why am I drawing a blank on Neil's last name? But I was like...
DeGrasse Tyson.
I was like...
Patrick Harris.
O'Connell.
Yeah, sure.
O'Connell.
I was like, wow, how many times does the ownership go down to watch a bullpen?
Yeah.
I wonder if he was just here that day, you know?
Well, I mean, he was here yesterday, but I was like, that was just amazing to me when they were showing the video on the Bally's game last night. I was like, the owners are like watching it.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Remember when Jerry used to walk down to the sideline in the fourth quarter?
Yes, because everyone was like, why don't you just become the freaking coach already?
Or he'd go down there and he'd rub his hands together and Miyagi Larry Allen back to life. What if Ray Davis, he comes down into the dugout and starts, hey guys, let's get up. Let's
you know what?
Would that work?
We don't ever have to spend any more money if we've got an owner that can just walk up and Miyagi somebody, as you said. He's like, I think you need Tommy John. Not so fast, my friend. Like we signed Tyler Malley and and he's good to go.
And then
Okay, I know this was a long time ago. Was there any part of you that ever thought, I'm totally serious, that Jerry Jones was going to become the coach of the Cowboys? Because people would say that, and I know you're like, yeah. But did you ever think, even a little bit it could happen?
No, I didn't.
No, but my brother-in-law, Brian Broaddus took his job later.
Oh.
My brother-in-law was, I'm drawing a blank on the title of it, but he was the guy for TCU that would put together the scouts. When the scouts needed to come in for practice and everything for TCU practice, he'd make sure everybody's taken care of, everybody's on the list, that they're going to go maybe talk to Coach Patterson or not. Brian ended up taking that job. Remember how much he hated that job, and you had to get the hotel ready and make sure the buses were and so anyways, my brother-in-law said, Jerry was at like one of these kind of conventions, these college things where coaches are at and everything, and Jerry was like, refer to me as coach and everything.
Oh my god.
Oh goodness.
So
gracious.
this is back in like the early 2000s.
This is a fair question.
This was right before like Parcells, but he considered himself like a coach of the team.
Oh man.
I say wow, but I'm not really that surprised. All right, I have another fringy NFL player for you. Are you familiar with the punter known as Drew Chrisman?
Not
Drew
at all.
Christmas?
Chrisman.
Nope.
All right. So he's been trying out for jobs in the NFL this offseason. Like, he's played in the NFL before, and he social media'd it up. All right? So when he's doing tryouts and everything like that, he's been social mediaing it up. Well, the Commanders reached out to either him or his agent and said, will you please remove all video of your tryout from the Washington Commanders?
This.
All right. I get it if that was the only one, but if other teams are like, that's fine.
What's the reasoning behind? What were they against?
Inside kicking secrets, I guess. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, we had to remove a video that we did that had some other sponsors in it.
Just real quick, that video, so we'll just describe it. Corey was a member of the media, and I just replicated the essentially JFK's inauguration speech and just chopped up different parts to answer every single one of his questions. But our sponsor, I guess, worked in conflict with the sponsor that was out there, so we had to take it down.
Yeah.
It was a fun video, though, I thought.
I thought it was hilarious.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's see if you can name 5. Can you give me 5 breakout quarterbacks for this NFL season? If not, I have some suggestions.
All right.
Next on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field, which is excellent because it gives us an opportunity to chat with the Tolos and the Twolos who are stopping by, but also boo fans of the Pirates.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen any Pirates fan. Let's try this again. I haven't seen any children yet that are Pirates fans, but when they were Astros fans, I booed them for sure.
That's probably, I mean, for appropriate reasons.
Yeah.
They cheated to win a World Series and probably cheated to win another one. So let's go ahead and they deserve the boos.
But they're representing our Texas, our state of Texas in the playoffs.
No, I saw your text yesterday. It was like, "Oh, state of Texas."
Texas is going to make the playoffs.
Hell
again.
no.
Not ours. Not
You're
our
not
Rangers.
Be serious. You're not rooting for the Astros, are you?
Oh
my God.
Who are they playing?
If they're in the playoffs and the Rangers are not.
No. But it's good. Listen to this.
him?
Listen to this, though. It's good when those teams make the playoffs because you either watch because you like or you hate. And when the Astros are in, it does draw eyes because people want to see them lose.
Are you going to watch because you hate them?
I will watch because of baseball. I'll be in Italy for the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, he already planned
That's
that.
right.
Like, he was like,
So
yeah,
I'm
let's
changed
go
my
ahead and do
vacation
it.
because
So I'm
of that.
probably not going to watch too much baseball for some of the playoffs. I'll miss kind of the divisional. But then I'll come back for the ALCS, and most likely it'll be the Astros versus the winner of the Baltimore-New York series.
Are you telling me? So you're telling me you're going to go to Italy and not watch any baseball?
Let me ask you this.
You're going to be in the most
I'm
romantic,
sure they have
the
TVs
most
if that's going to be your
romantic,
question.
beautiful scenery, and you're not going to go find a
just
bar.
you and your wife?
You're not going to go find a bar and watch some
pretty much.
baseball.
What? I'm sorry. Hold on. Corey, my question was, is it just you and your
And
wife?
he said, yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. What does that mean?
Some very handsome Italian men there.
There's a
dude.
couple other couple friends that are going with us.
Oh, okay. So at those times you'll be with them.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then
so
for the
we'll-
most time.
Yeah. If she still wants to go with me. I'm not even sure if she does. But
Hey, let me know
but
how
in
it
Italy,
is.
I don't know. Do they put baseball games on TV? They don't seem to like baseball.
I'm not sure.
I'm just assuming
I'm
there's
sure
a
they have
whole
an
bunch of
American bar
Italian
somewhere.
cooking shows on, and they're teaching you how to make your own pasta.
Do you think everywhere you're going to go, it's going to be like,
Every house he walks by, there's going to be some old lady making a
Yeah.
marinara sauce somewhere.
your skin and
Yeah.
bones?
And Mike's going to walk around and crack some. He's going to break some spaghetti, and everybody's going to freak out.
more ravioli.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm hoping to meet Chef Boyardee while I'm there.
Let me know, because for Adrian asked the other day for our 20th anniversary, should we go to Italy or Greece? So let me know how much you like it. I appreciate that.
You've been married almost 20 years?
Almost 20 years. I'm on 18 right now.
Congratulations.
This is our 18th year, man. It's wild. And I still like her.
So
She's my lover.
The question was,
all right,
the 5 breakout quarterbacks for the NFL this season.
Brock Purdy.
Now, hold on.
It's good, interesting.
I have a question for you because I've already seen this come in a couple of times. Jordan Love. Has Jordan Love broken out, or do you think he's still in that category?
Yes, but I think he can be the MVP of the NFL this year.
Oh, and that would be a significant breakout.
Yeah. Okay.
I made a list of 5, but I only have 4 because I'm wondering this: did C.J. Stroud break out, or can he break out?
And
I think the expectations on him are so high.
Yeah.
I think they're very high.
I think anything short of maybe an MVP-esque year, people are going to be like, what happened to this guy? I think C.J. Stroud broke out more than Jordan Love.
It's wild because last year, early in the season, the way the season started for him, it was even the Texans fans were going, look, we know what we're up for. We have a new quarterback. We're still rebuilding.
Yeah,
and we're going to lose some. And then all of a sudden they go on this tear. They were unassuming. They were one of those
that
teams
surprise factor.
Yeah, and they were also in a division that just nobody really wanted to take a hold of. So I think numbers wise he could definitely break out some more and just show that it wasn't a fluke last year, a weird rookie season. But I have Kevin.
Okay, tell me the rest.
Jordan Love on my list.
Okay.
I do have, and they're all the rest of them are rookies after Stroud.
Okay.
But I have Stroud, and then I have Bo Nix.
Yes.
And then I have Caleb Williams. I think he's going to break out. I think he has 3 fantastic receiving weapons there for him, and he also has a really good running game there, as well as it's just kind of a matter of can they be organized as a football team, and you haven't seen that out of Eberflus's football teams yet. And I think Jaden Daniels is going to have a good rookie season, and we're going to be kind of going, oh crap, we're in this for the next few years against Washington.
Who has Dak Prescott never beaten his career, preseason or regular season?
Are you going to say Trevor Lawrence? He's going to say Trevor Lawrence.
So think about this. You guys are naming people that had very good years last year.
Or rookies, yeah.
Or Trevor Lawrence didn't. So I do think if he wins that division and he throws for – I know that sometimes this can get – because winning a game is more important than yards. And that
sure.
But if he's throwing for approximately 300 yards a game and they end up winning, let's say, 11 games, they go 11-6.
We're booing the Pittsburgh.
No, man.
No.
I like his jersey,
What are you doing?
but I can't support the Pirates. It's a cool throwback
He's a
jersey.
baseball fan. He's coming to a day baseball game. Congratulations.
And it's a Willie Stargell jersey.
Yeah,
so
Willie
pretty
Stargell.
cool.
Okay.
It's not like he's rooting on for any
But
of the current
I
Pirates.
do think Trevor Lawrence
All right.
can be a breakout player this year.
Okay.
Isn't he down on everybody's
All right.
list?
You know what? Fine. Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, hold on. Actually, hold on to that thought because you might have just opened the pathway for one of my suggestions. Does Deshaun Watson count in this?
No.
Since the end of the 2020 season, he has played 12 games. It feels like people have given up on him.
He's eligible for comeback player, Kevin,
Okay,
based
but
on
not
the rules.
okay, but we're not going to have a re-breakout.
Player, yeah.
Not a re-breakout.
No, not a
Okay.
re-breakout. Like that with Aaron Rodgers, I would venture to say, and I guess you could say this with Deshaun Watson, he hasn't broken out with the Jets yet. So maybe Deshaun Watson could break out with the Browns for the first time.
I saw somebody text this in. Does Will Levis do anything for you? Because you got Calvin Ridley, Tyler Boyd to go along with DeAndre Hopkins. So there are some older players there, but it feels like they kind of tried.
I've always thought Tennessee's game is just a little boring. And maybe it's because they had Derrick Henry and they could rely on that for so long and they could just hand that off. And I just felt I felt their game was slow, their feel was slow, everything just felt a little slow. But maybe it sounds like Hopkins is good to go. He's good to go for the season.
Yeah.
Maybe, as Mike's pointed out, Hopkins spent his entire career with nobodies at quarterback and was able to have a fantastic career. So maybe he can make Will Levis into something. I don't know that it's necessarily there yet.
Nobody organizations.
No, well,
does that make sense?
His quarterbacks in Houston were always miserable. Yeah. It was until he got with Kyler, and then even with Kyler, it was kind of up and down.
They had a good 11-game start, then he got hurt, and they got hurt. Will Levis, to me, is just – I hate saying this. This is too harsh, but he's just a nobody.
Okay.
He's the guy they drafted.
Man. He's a quarterback in the NFL, but I just don't – I don't see anything from Will Levis that makes me think he'll ever be considered a top 10 quarterback in this league.
Okay. Now, you brought up some of the rookies, Corey. 2 of them make a whole lot of sense because they're the top 2 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. That makes a lot of sense. And I know preseason can fool people for better or worse. But it does kind of feel like maybe Bo Nix could turn out to be a quality pick. Tell me more about why you went with Bo Nix, because I am definitely intrigued by that.
Well, I mean, he did play with Cortland Sutton, and just watching the connection he had with them, but then he's throwing to Patrick. Patrick's a really talented receiver as well. That's somebody you're going to have to deal with. The offense looks like it's starting to flow a little bit. You also have, I think, a very brilliant mind when it comes to calling plays for your quarterback. If the quarterback can make the throws, I think in last year, Russell Wilson refused to do it on a lot of occasions. Also, do you buy in that last year they already had a plan to get rid of Russell Wilson, like that whole idea?
Yes, I do.
And then they did at the end of the year. So I feel like that last year I don't think that Sean Payton truly connected with Wilson, nor did he want to do that. He wanted to find a quarterback, and I think he found a guy that he believes is not necessarily a Drew Brees type, but a guy that can do the things that he's asked to do within that offense. And I think Sean Payton and him are going to connect really well.
Let's go to the fan text here from the 214 and the 817. Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, respectively.
Oh, my gosh. Is
this
Daniel Jones' brother? Who are you?
It's a 214 area code. I'm not sure.
It might be Kay Adams.
Anthony Richardson, fine. He's an unknown, so maybe. Daniel Jones, Will Levis is a Hall of Famer compared to Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I just don't ever believe, as much as I like Dable, I won't ever believe that Daniel Jones is going to be a legitimately good quarterback. And Kevin, I take that back to my guy who's been my quarterback guru all this time.
Yeah.
When he was watching him in the combine, he was like, I just don't like the way he throws. It looks like he has to put everything he can into throwing the ball downfield.
Who's this?
A guy that I know that he's named off a few quarterbacks in combine that have hit, and I'm like, okay, I'll trust you on this.
And he's saying Anthony will or will not?
No, Daniel Jones.
Oh, Daniel Jones.
He was like, he never liked Daniel Jones. I need to look more into Anthony Richardson, though, because we saw some explosive plays from him last year, but we didn't get to see enough of his failures. Yeah, we didn't see enough of the failures, and if he could correct those mistakes.
When Daniel Jones goes back to Duke and gets his MBA, I will hire him as my financial advisor. That guy is a great thinker, I bet. Stinks as a quarterback. And we all knew it.
Yeah.
We all knew when they stupidly made the playoffs, we were like, these morons are going to give this guy a contract, and they're going to regret it after week 1. And they've regretted it after week 1. They're like, he stinks. What moron ever thought he could play football?
I'm not going to argue that whatsoever.
I think it was Jason Garrett, who you should never listen to Jason Garrett on those things.
I got 2 more for you that popped into my head, and obviously, Mike, I know you will veto one of them. What about Justin Fields and Bryce Young?
You know what? If you made me pick who's going to have a better next, let's say, 3 years, I might have to lean towards Bryce Young. Okay. I don't think they're going to really ever give Justin Fields. I don't think any team's ever going to give Justin Fields the keys to a team again.
Okay.
Where Bryce Young, I think at least this next year, 100%.
Sure.
It's your team. Let's see what you can do. And they will probably even roll with it for 1 more year.
Yeah.
But at least he has that opportunity. I don't even think Justin Fields is going to get the opportunity to ever be a real starting quarterback again.
Yeah, I think Justin Fields needs to be rebooted. Whenever he drops back, watching him right now, he doesn't look like he wants to attack downfield. Doesn't look like he can see it. And he knows he can run. And so it's the Vince Young thing. I know I can take off. I don't need to throw the ball because I can take off and pick up the first down. And I think he needs to be rebooted in playing the position of quarterback.
I thought those were the last 2 I had. I was wrong. I have 1 more for you. Cut number 5, if you will, Alec. Could this quarterback be a breakout this season?
Darnold's lofting it toward the end zone, and it's caught! Robbie Anderson makes the reception.
What? What's happening? Did you walk away because that highlight I played? Hey, I got spots. Come on down. I might need to. They just walked away. Mike and Corey just walked away. because they hated the question about Sam Darnold. It was just a question. I didn't say he's definitely – I was about to give your spots away. This is about to be a radio host for the day giveaway. You walked away because of that highlight?
I'll never believe in Sam Darnold. Yes, the only way, Kevin, that he will have a breakout year is, hey, you know what? I got no other options but to put the ball up in the air and throw it to Justin Jefferson every time. I don't think the dude, he can't play the position in my mind. Now maybe Kevin O'Connell, that's their coach, right? Maybe he can help, just like he did with Kirk Cousins. But I'll never believe in Sam Darnold, Kevin. On what is it? This is like fifth chance. Fifth chance.
I was just asking.
At halftime, who's their head coach?
Kevin O'Connell.
He's going. I'm getting fired. That's going to be his halftime thoughts, where he's like, "I got to go."
Kirk from me.
I am getting fired as soon as this season is over, and I don't even know if I'm going to make it that far with Sam Darnold. And then they're going to be like, I don't know. If you would have said the name Zach Wilson, I would have thought you're saying the same name.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're horrible.
He's going to continue getting chances because of where he was picked in the draft.
That's it.
But he's never going to live up to the expectation.
All right, so what I just learned is I'll listen to anyone on that list except for Sam Darnold. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field. Coming up next, we're going to bring you an expressway, which means we'll talk with Jared Sandler, but also what would be the best and absolute worst NFL division this season. 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Carr steps up. Carr fires. It's picked off at the 40-yard line. Intercepted there by Jordan Fuller. And he takes it to the Saints' 40-yard line.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field, but we're still bringing you the Expressway. We're going to talk with Jared Sandler at some point in this segment, but I want to start with this. And there's a couple of reasons for this. What do you think will be the best and then the absolute worst division in football this year? One of the reasons that this came up was because of Mr. Baker Mayfield.
Oh.
Now, Mr. Baker Mayfield said this division, talking about the NFC South, obviously it's going to continue to improve. Everybody wants to hate on the NFC South, but it's a competitive division. And so I was thinking a lot about our discussions about, hey, could the Falcons win the division by default? And, just things like that. And so I wanted to pick y'all's brains about the hierarchy of the NFL divisions this season.
So he's saying the South will
come
to prominence at some point.
You're saying like the South will.
No, I know what you're saying. Yes, I
will
understand.
be a prominent division.
We'll be like bread again.
Well, I mean,
got
Kevin, because the AFC South is also bad. So he's saying that not only the NFC South, but also the AFC South. So both Souths can rise to the occasion.
Two Souths.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what Baker said, Kevin.
Okay.
That's kind of what
I
I'm
don't-
gathering.
I don't know if we want to put that on him either.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, so best division in football last year was...
If he doesn't like it, he'll just get in his car and drive to Oklahoma.
AFC North?
True, the AFC North. And it wasn't even particularly close. So I did the breakdown from last year. The AFC North was 43-25. That was the only division in all of football that was more than 2 games above 500. So whenever people are like, oh, the NFC...
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
the NFC East is trash. The NFC East last year went 33-35. There's a big glut of divisions that won between 33 and 35 games last year. So it's kind of stacked in the middle. But the AFC North was by far the best, and the NFC South was by far the worst, 27-41.
Okay.
So that division has been awful. Sorry, Baker. I think will continue to be awful. But what do you guys think going into this season?
If you had to put money on it, I know I'm just asking a question on this. Do you think that the East will be better than in the NFC? The
Yes.
East will be better than the South, and by how much?
Yes, I do. I would say by about 4 games, because I know the Giants look terrible, but the Carolina Panthers still exist, you know? And the NFC East has way more top-end potential with the Cowboys and the Eagles than anything the NFC South can trot out. So I'd say about 4 games.
I think I'm with you on that. I do think the worst is going to be
the South.
The South, yeah.
I don't know if the AFC South, though. It'll be interesting because a lot of expectation is on Houston. I think they went. I know they did. They went 1-5 to finish the year, and that made them 8-9 on the year. Jacksonville, they might have been 9-8.
9-8.
So 9-8, and they freaking went 1-5 to finish the year.
Yeah,
fart knockers.
Okay, well, so think about this lineup.
I think Washington's going to be 2 to 3 games better than last year.
Oh, okay.
So
well, then
when
the
I'm
East
looking
will
at the
be ahead
NFC
for sure.
East,
But
the Giants could definitely be 2 to 3 games worse than last
My
year.
opinion, 10 wins with tiebreakers will win the NFC East.
Ooh,
but I think 3
okay.
teams are going to be
Yeah,
around that. I
yeah.
think Dallas, Washington, and Philadelphia are all
Yeah.
going to be around 10 wins, which I think would make them better than like the AFC South.
It's interesting.
Or, sorry, the NFC South.
Tomorrow, I asked
And
the
both.
internet.
Oh.
I asked the internet, Mike, or not the internet. I asked technology.
The internet.
Oh, I was intrigued by that.
I asked technology to predict the schedule for all the football teams.
Ooh,
and we'll do that tomorrow
okay.
as a segment, so we can kind of look at that a little bit. I think the NFC West is going to be a struggle again this year. So I think that's going to be.
Okay.
I think the Cardinals will be a game or 2 better than they were last year, if not 3. I think Seattle's going to fall a little bit, but I think the Rams and the Niners are still a very difficult.
So you think it's
combo
still
to
going to
deal
be?
with.
That's still going to be a good division.
Absolutely.
All right, because when you said struggle, I was like, oh no. Do you?
Oh
think
no,
that-
I think it's going to
Okay.
be difficult for the teams in there to it's going to be a battle at the end.
Then is the NFC West the next division
Yeah, that would be
in
it for me.
football, or do you think it goes a different direction? Like behind, if we all agree, do you think the AFC North is going to be the best again, or do you think maybe not?
Yeah, I lean to that.
Okay.
I mean, Chicago Bears could play a role in – because I think Green Bay and Detroit are 100% going to make the playoffs.
Okay.
So, but if Chicago is from 7-10, if they go to 10-7, doesn't that make them the best?
Yeah, and then there's Minnesota, who
I think-
it's Sam
yeah,
Darnold,
yeah.
but
I don't want you guys to walk off.
They
again.
should punt on first down just to make the game better.
You know what's crazy
So
is
we'd never have to watch them play offense.
last year we were talking about the AFC West though as the prominent one, and we were
Second
like,
to
"Oh my
worst record.
God, look at how good they're going to be!" And then I think this year is that year for it because
Okay.
I think that the Chargers are going to be better. Because Harbaugh's a coach that
Sure.
knows what he's doing, and I think that that Sean Payton will have the Broncos as a better team because he doesn't have Russell Wilson.
And that just shows that things don't always play out to your perception, right? Not you, just people in general. AFC West last year had the second worst record
Right.
in all of football.
But before the season, we were predicting that it was going to be amazing.
So we talked about the NFC West. If I throw out the NFC North, and I think that's going to be the second best division. So your lineup goes.
You're lining a lot up on the Lions, huh?
That is true.
Okay.
I think the Lions look like they're going to be really
and
good.
You said you think that Love's a breakout guy for MVP?
Oh, man, I don't know if I'm ready to take that lesson.
Okay,
I'm not ready to take that step. But,
okay, all right.
So you have the Lions, Packers, Vikings, and Bears versus the contingent of the 49ers, Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals.
And all four of those North teams won 7 games last year. So, I
don't have high hopes, I guess, for Arizona.
I was talking about the.
No, I know. But I'm saying when I make that difference, I could see Minnesota figuring out a way to 7. I could see Chicago being better. I don't have high expectations for Arizona.
Just because it's Arizona and weird things happen in the
I love
desert.
Kyler Murray. I want him to be awesome. I don't know.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem they're as organized as they need to be up
I
there.
do feel like this. Kyler's going to be on another team next year.
Okay.
And that is going to create hype with that team. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if
quarterback change does that.
Yeah, and people are going to look at it. It won't be as big as when Russell Wilson went to Denver, but it's going to be like, no, we have Kyler Murray in our team, and we have a better coach, and we have a better organization. So I do think Kyler Murray, this is his last year in Arizona, but then whoever gets him, there's going to be a lot of hype around that team going into the 2025 season.
From the 817, the best division will be the AFC North, and the worst division will be the NFC South. And then from the 325, worst NFC South, best NFC North. All right, so it seems like
you haven't seen anybody drop the East as one of those.
No,
okay, all right.
One of the reasons I wanted to bring this, although from the 682, AFC West will be the best this year. Raiders, Broncos, Chargers, and even the Chiefs got better. The whole reason I wanted to run through this exercise is a couple of years ago, the NFC East was the best division in football. Had the best record. It wasn't even close. But people will be like, you play in the worst division in football. But not really, right? Because here's who stands out. AFC North, 43-25 last year. NFC South, 27-41. So terrible. Every other division in football last year won between 32 and 35 games. Every single one of them. So
a lot of parity.
Yeah, there is a lot of parity in the middle of these divisions outside of at least last year, the AFC North and the NFC South. So I don't think the NFC East is going to have the worst division. I honestly don't think they're going to be close to the worst division.
Our friend Jared Sandler has joined
guys.
the room. Jared, Mike earlier said that he thinks that...
Hold on, Mike just gave me this look.
He thinks that Jordan Love could win MVP this year. Do you agree or disagree with Mike Bassick's contention here?
I don't love how high everyone is on Green Bay and Jordan Love. I feel like they're a good candidate to not meet expectations.
Interesting. Like they overshot their last year.
Here's the deal. Jordan Love might end up following in the footsteps of Favre and Rodgers and just kind of take the baton seamlessly, and Green Bay can go another 10 years without having to worry about their quarterback. But we're kind of basing this off of a really good playoff game and then 8 regular season games. After the first 7 or 8 regular season games, he was throwing ground balls to his receivers. Now, in fairness, his receivers for some of those games are like the 4 of us and a lot of young guys. But I could see it. I just think that there's a lot of variance, right? Like with Dak, we don't know, but like I feel like the range with Dak is a lot more narrow in terms of the floor and the ceiling. I think with Jordan Love, it's about as wide as any quarterback in the league.
Well, the reason I say that is the odds. I like the odds.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right.
Just like going into the season, Bobby Witt Jr. and Gunnar Henderson, when we were in Vegas for the Super Bowl, I was like 20-1 on kind of Gunnar and Bobby Witt Jr. Yeah, it was like
for MVP.
Yeah, it was like 3-1 and 4-1 for Judge.
They're gonna lose.
And for Soto. I get
Judge
it.
gets hurt, then maybe not.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I think Jordan Love, his odds are
what are the odds?
15-1.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's a good bet.
As opposed to Mahomes is like 4.5-1. Even Stroud's like 8-1.
Yeah. No, through that lens, that's not. I wouldn't say it's bad at all. Obviously, it could flop, but I mean, you're not. That's part of the playing that line, right?
Yeah,
You're
sure.
I think for those odds, because if they win the division, then that would be a surprise, right? I think some people think Detroit. I mean, I think Detroit's the odds-on favorite, right?
It would be a surprise.
So if they were to win the division, which could very easily happen, You're going to get some credit. I was about to say you're going to get some love for that, but I didn't want to go that route. You're going to get some credit there. And if they win the division, they're probably not winning it because Josh Jacobs is rushing for 1,500 yards, right? And Jordan Love is taking the next step. So, yeah, I mean, I think from that standpoint, sure. If you are, like, I'm seeing people saying, oh, Green Bay's the best team in the NFC. Like, you know, they're like low key, like that's like the trendy pick. I don't know that I don't know that I see
they
that.
They feel like third at best to me. Like, just in terms of what it looks like on paper. Now, who the hell knows how it's going to play out?
I think a lot of people look at those 32 touchdowns from Love too, and that excites them. You know, they're like, "Oh, he's done it before. He can do that, if not more, again."
We've talked about all kinds of stats regarding baseball with you. What do you think about? Because it seems like defensive stats have been the hardest to like really narrow down. How do you feel about F-WAR defensive value? Do you feel like that's accurate-ish?
I think the way I kind of look at that stuff is it, for the most part, points you in the right direction.
Okay.
But if you're, like, if you break down whether it's B-WAR, F-WAR, which B is Baseball Reference, F is Fangraphs, it's nothing more complicated than that. They all have different formulas. If we were to, let's just forget the source, if your defensive contribution to WAR is 0.7 and Corey's is 0.8 and Mike's is 0.9, and Ruben's is 3.
Yeah.
I would say that what that tells me is, Ruben is clearly better. But does that mean that Mike is 1/10 of a point better defensively than Corey, who's one? I don't know, that granularly. I don't know that it's refined enough.
I'm glad that you brought that up because these are big picture questions that I have for you. First of all, on the most improved defenders, and this is weird to me, F-WAR has Nathaniel Lowe tied for the 6th most improved defender. But they also said last year his score was a minus 7.8 when he won the Golden Glove.
Yeah.
That feels like that doesn't...
And I think that first base is a tricky one with the variance in positioning. A lot of the problems stem from the fact that teams position players with a lot of variance, right? Even with the rules, a first baseman, against right-handed hitters, depending on who the runner, could be far off the line. First base is an interesting one. I don't know how much scooping a ball, comes into play because he won the Gold Glove last year. He actually decreased as his scoop percentage dropped, right? But his range, range factor, stuff like that improved. I think that for some of the premium positions, it's a little more refined. The up-the-middle guys, I think the corner guy's a little tougher.
Okay, let's talk about two of the up-the-middle guys because then per Fangraphs, second and third biggest drop-off in defense this year, Jonah Heim and Adolis Garcia. So I know we talk a lot about the offense, and I am not discounting what a huge factor that has been in this season. But do you feel like an undervalued part of this fall has been the fall in the defense?
So I would say that the outfield defense for sure.
Okay.
The infield defense, I look, not to oversimplify it, but what percentage of ground balls do you convert into outs? And the Rangers pretty much from day one have been first, second, third in baseball there. Jonah Heim, I asked about that. Jonah's, I think, it's obviously not about fielding ground balls or whatever, but a lot of his framing, stuff like that, that's down. And I asked about that, and the answer I got was, well, he's not necessarily a worse framer, but for whatever reason, the positioning that they believe is best is closer to the plate, which maybe lends to, better results practically, but statistically hurts him in some regard in terms of the way that the data tracks how he receives pitches. Seems very complicated to me.
Just get all that, Corey.
But there's no doubt that it doesn't feel like it's been last year's level of defense. Adolis, no question. Adolis had a really good 2-week stretch earlier this month defensively, but he just, whether it's throwing, the throws don't appear to be with as much juice and definitely not as much accuracy. The range, he just doesn't seem to be moving nearly as athletically.
Is he truly, I don't know how much you can tell me about this or not, is he truly a part of this team right now? Because there's rumblings about how he works out, how he gets ready for innings, and all this other stuff that makes you wonder if, like, the contract negotiation left a scar that has kind of not isolated, but maybe moved him away from the team a little bit.
Yeah, so my understanding just with the contract stuff is he did want, I think last year he was like really pushing for a long-term extension, right? Well, it didn't make sense. And I think my understanding is that his agent kind of explained, hey, Adolis, like that wouldn't necessarily be out there for you, right?
Yeah.
So not that he was ever a free agent. I think that the contract that they came to terms with, he was good with, right? Obviously, he wants more.
Sure.
But wasn't totally, peeved by it. I think that for a lot of guys, I mean, we've seen it with Corey Seager. Corey Seager goes about his day-to-day routine very individually, right? Not that he's not a team guy at all. I think, fans got to look at that last year. But he doesn't need to, play kumbaya to get ready to hit a baseball.
Sure.
And, I mean, who's been the best player on the team this year? Again, it's
The
Corey Seager.
non-kumbaya guy.
And so, Corey doesn't, it's not like Corey doesn't interact. Corey, they're playing cards, and, I mean, he's very much a part of the mix. Adolis, same thing. I'm not as familiar. Adolis does a lot of his stuff kind of behind the scenes.
Okay.
But he does take batting practice on the field. I don't know. I will tell you this. I think that Adolis, I think that I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. I'm not trying to protect anything. I think that Adolis probably, whether he, is happy with his contract situation or not, understands that this is his one chance to make a lot of money. Next year is his contract year, and is he playing through stuff so as to not, hurt that value, but then maybe, it's a fine line sometimes,
question.
right? So I don't know. Mike, I'm curious. We talked about this. Athletically, he just doesn't look like the same guy. He's not moving the way that he moved last year.
Well, specifically yesterday, he floated on that ball when he got hurt. Remember when he got hurt, and then it was like, oh no, we're not even going to make the playoffs. And Evan Carter came up and took his spot because he got hurt. He got hurt because he got back to the wall and tried to make a leaping play. He had plenty of time to get back to the wall yesterday. And if he gets back to the wall, he just stands and catches the ball. Doesn't even need to jump for that ball. If he busts his butt back as soon as that ball is hit, is that not moving well, or is that not just going back and going back to the ball? The other thing, too, is I do watch this, and I get to be here a lot. He probably plays catch 2 times during the game. 7 out of the 9 innings, he doesn't even pick up a baseball to play catch. So I don't know this. I didn't follow this last year or the year before, but when you're accurate, I'm assuming, just watch the 6 outfielders today in the game. I would say if you're at the game today, watch and see the other 5 outfielders. Are they playing catch in between every inning?
And Adolis is DHing, so you can see all 6.
Okay. So they're going to play catch. Whether it's 2 throws or 5 throws, they're going to play catch just in case they have to make a throw. I would think that would help on your accuracy of a throw. And this year he hasn't been as accurate on his throws. He's not bad at it, but he hasn't been as accurate with it. But he's also not playing catch in between innings.
So I'll tell you this. I don't know that there were 7 innings which he didn't play catch. Last year, though, he would play catch from, the distance that we are and make, 2 throws and then just run out to right field.
Yeah,
But I would say the accuracy, I think so much of accuracy is lower half. And that's where I wonder if physically he is – if he is in the best shape. Not best shape makes it sound like he's out of shape. I wonder if he's playing through something in the lower half that is impacting that.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that either.
Because I'm connected. He's just
the way
not
he's
moving
played
as well.
all season too, and the way he just, basically when we talked to Boach, it's almost like a refusal. Hey, look, because they want to play, they want to be on the field, and maybe if that was the case, and he gave himself the opportunity to rest and be healthy, we'd see a better version of him.
I don't count 2020. That's a fake year to me. I can't use those stats. There's only 60 games. If I go
what
back,
about other things? I got married that year. Can that still count?
No, I'll take that as real.
Mike told me it's fake.
But
it's a fake year.
It's a fake certificate.
Jonah Heim, Leody Taveras, Adolis Garcia, and Marcus Semien. 2018, I can compare Semien to 2024 Semien. But if I go over their career, these are the worst years of their career by far. Now, last year, taking out Semien has had a better year than last year. Adolis, Heim, and Leody.
Semien has not had a better year than last year.
Well, I guess didn't he have 40-something home runs with the Toronto Blue Jays?
Well, I'm confused.
offensively.
You're saying that Simeon this year is better than last year?
No, I'm saying these 4 guys. All right, I'll do it again.
Sorry, I was confused.
They're having all-time bad.
All-time
bad.
Yeah.
These
Last year they were really good.
Yeah.
This year they're really bad.
Career years last year for Garcia, Leone.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying last year wasn't Marcus's career year. But
Marcus had a great year, but it wasn't his career year.
He won a Silver Slugger.
4 guys, at least 3 for sure, went from having their career best year to now having their career worst year by far. So what do you do? I asked this to Bochy. What do you do as an evaluator? Bochy never saw these guys, play. He never managed these guys. So he's had them at their very best and their very worst. So what do you do with these guys when you're evaluating for next year? Is Heim anywhere close to 2023 in 2025, or is he anywhere close to 2024 when we go to next year? Like, how do you evaluate these guys when they are giving you their very best and their very worst?
So it's a great question, right? Here's what I would say with Jonah. Jonah's 2024 kind of similar to 2022, right? Offensively.
Yeah.
That's 2 out of 3 years. Marcus's 2024 is similar to his 2022 offensively. It's 2 out of 3 years. So I'm not saying that means that that's who they are, but I think that also makes it with Jonah. Jonah did not. The reason why the Rangers were able to get Jonah from Oakland was because there was never any thought he would be what he was last year offensively. Maybe that was a pop year, right? And hey, he's played a lot. The Rangers really leaned on him last year, and they were doing it this year up until the last couple of weeks. I think with Jonah, just you got to be prepared that he's not going to be like a 4, 5, 6
guy. You need another catcher to catch 50.
Yes, 100%. And I think that will make him better, right? I think he will be better playing a little bit less physically. Marcus, to me, is the big one because 2 out of the last 3 years, he's 110% an everyday player, right? We're not making that argument. And he's a Gold Glove second baseman. He's been unbelievable defensively. But when you go into the offseason, I'll ask you, Mike, I'm curious y'all's thoughts. If you were to go into the offseason and say, all right, hey, here are the guys we have under control. Let's kind of place them.
Yeah.
Marcus Simeon bats where? And it's fluid, right? When spring training rolls around. But, what do you think of him as?
6.
I would want him to bat 5th or 6th.
I was going to say 5th, yeah.
Right, but not necessarily 1, 2, or 3, right?
Right.
And I think that's kind of where they've got to be.
As long as I have a really good 1, 2, or 3 guy that can be better
right.
than that. Yeah.
And I think the goal is that you build a lineup, build a roster where maybe you can put Marcus in that 5 or 6 spot and feel good about it, right? And maybe he turns it around, but he's another guy. He's not getting any younger, and he busts his tail, and he does everything he can to take care of his body. But at some point, Father Time's going to catch up, and I think you want to protect against that. That's a guy I'd like to see take 10 days off next year, just to keep the body fresh. I just think there's so much value in that.
I know it's early, or he hasn't been here that long, but you don't have that much time to judge. Carson Kelly, when you were talking about Jonah Heim going 50-50, what have you thought about Carson Kelly thus far, and would he be a good fit for that other 50?
I would love that. I'm curious, he's going to be a free agent, what sort of money he'd command, because his defensive numbers are actually pretty good, and his offensive numbers, especially for a catcher, are really good. It's interesting that the Rangers just played someone in their division, right? Who did we just play? Who just left?
Minnesota.
Minnesota, yeah. I was talking
Minnesota's not in our division.
No, they're in Detroit's division. Sorry, So they saw a lot of Carson Kelly, and I was asking Jace Tingler, who's with Minnesota, obviously spent a lot of time with the Rangers, what he saw from Carson Kelly, and he's seen him the last few years, and he said that he's made a clear swing adjustment, which is consistent with what we've heard, and so a lot of their scouting reports on Carson Kelly have totally changed. Because I always wonder, a guy like that having the year he's having, is it a fluke? How do you, and you can never know for sure, but there is a tangible change he's made mechanically that's allowing him to better attack areas that were weaknesses, right? Those are things that I think are important to understand, and I'd love to pair those two. I think that'd be a great combo.
Go ahead.
Well, I know the next time that we talk to you, the Rangers might have put 5 pitchers on waivers. Do you think that as they're done, trying to make the playoffs, this is now next week to me is a huge week on the future of the Texas Rangers. What are maybe you hearing about your Evaldi, your Heaney, your Yates, your Robertson? Could they really just release these guys and let them just go to other teams to finish the year?
So they could, but here's where, and I'm not looking at the books, right? I'm relying on Evan Grant reporting this, and I know that earlier that day he was having conversations, I noticed, with a few front office people, and so I'm assuming that, they kind of broke it down for him. If you were to release or waive those guys and they got claimed, right, that's the key. They'd have to get claimed, otherwise you'd still be responsible financially. You would be able to save up to $12 million for the rest of the year. That would not be enough to change the Rangers' tax bracket going into the offseason. So when the Angels did it last year, they were taking advantage of the rules. The rules need to be reconsidered maybe. But they did it to lower their tax bracket, thus preventing them from incurring certain penalties, which, get to in the weeds on. My understanding is that all the guys who are free agents, right, so you're not now putting yourself in a position to lose guys who you have under control, you would only drop $12 million. So that wouldn't be enough. Now, could they do that and then add in a guy who is under control beyond this year because they're like, all right, it's more important for us to get into a lower tax bracket? Then, I guess. But if it's just the Evaldis, the Heaney's, what have you, it would only be, my understanding is $12 million.
Last thing I have for you, Rocker is scheduled for tonight, and then DeGrom, then Scherzer for AA.
Yeah, can we broadcast the Frisco game?
Yeah, is this this feels like one of the greatest trios of minor league pitchers ever.
Hey, the Rough Riders are going to eat really well on Thursday and Friday with DeGrom and Scherzer going down there to take care of them, huh? Some pretty good meals. Yeah, that'll be fun. I don't think Kumar Rocker's going to be up here. We talked about, he'd then have to prematurely take a 40-man spot. But I think we'll see, obviously, DeGrom in early September, and then Scherzer, I think, next week, perhaps in Chicago against the White Sox.
Thank you very much, good sir. Always a wealth of information. Jared Sandler, you've got Rangers, you got Pirates coming up at 1:35. Pre-games coming at you at 1 o'clock. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Hopefully you've enjoyed our show today. Make your way back with us tomorrow. It'll be a full show from Specs Office Central, 10 to 2, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're